Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello and welcome to OWCS. This is day 1 of week 5. My name is Zoe, and with me for all things EMEA are Jack and Johnny.
You can't just do
Johnny.
me like that every time. So
Jake and Johnny. Jake and Johnny.
I felt
Jake
like
and
I
Johnny.
wish you were doing
I swear I'm
all this
friends with
to
you.
mess
Like
with
it's,
me, but I swear you're not.
maybe I just rename it. Maybe I just rename you
You
altogether.
rename me.
It's too many J's. Jack, Johnny, Jake. Like, can you have less generic
My
white
bad.
male
My
names?
bad. Call my mom. Let her know.
Actually, I might do that.
I'm Johnny. I have nothing to do with this. I'm
You really
neither Jack or Jake. I'm Johnny.
Yeah, but
Fine,
it's still too close. And then I have Mitch and Matt, like the double M's. Like, you guys are all just, you're killing me. Anyway, I guess I'm here with Jake and Johnny.
Sorry.
It's gonna be a great day.
Or bad.
You're bad. It's okay. We can make it up to the people with drops. No, we
Bribery?
want people. Sure, yeah.
Let's go.
Bribery works, like, I'd say 9 out of 10 times. And all you have to do in order to get those drops is, of course, to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. And you start earning right now. I'm here for
really-
those. I really love these, actually.
Drops are a great concept. They really should bring it to globally, you know? Like, go to a restaurant, sit down for a couple of hours and get drops, you know? Like,
Isn't that low-key
it's
what
an
Americans
amazing-
already do with their, like, credit card and points and stuff? Like, I feel like Americans kind of gamified spending money.
I guess sometimes a chef brings out like an extra dish if you're at a really fancy place. But I'm just saying, like, drops are amazing. I love drops. They're great. So I want more drops in my life.
More drops. Okay, then we heard it. You know what I want more of in my life? More of in my life? Overwatch. So much Overwatch. And we have a little more to come in stage 2. We're a little more than halfway through stage 2, the regular season, followed of course by playoffs, and then we have the last chance qualifiers, because we want to see more teams going at it for our mid-season championship at the EWC in Riyadh. So that's going to be a good time. We're getting so close to our second LAN event of the year, guys.
I can't wait. I'm excited. It's going to be awesome to just see like that global level of competition. It's been really fun throughout this stage, seeing EMEA, NA, Korea, like these big regions battling it out. But of course, you got to see the global competition. We got to know who's on top, especially with all the shakeups that have been happening, especially in that Korean region. I think there's a lot of teams here in EMEA that want to take their shot at the crown.
That's right. And if you want to join us for all the festivities over in Riyadh, make sure to grab your tickets right now. You see the URL on your screens right here. And whilst your wallet is already open, might as well also cop the tickets for the World Finals, which will be taking place in Stockholm, again at DreamHack Stockholm. It's been such a great time last year, so we're gonna run it back, Johnny, back to the motherland for you.
Yeah, back to Sweden, all right. I'm thrilled.
right.
I couldn't be happier. Just like, you know, we've been to Toronto with the Overwatch League, and, you know, been to so many different places historically. And the Overwatch said we're going to go back to Sweden. Like, it's an amazing double down. So I feel really, I feel proud. I feel proud of Sweden. The fact that
I feel like
they
you
wanna come
actually
back.
kind of abandoned your Swedish heritage. There's very few Swedish things that you still do, Johnny.
Well,
You're
you know,
fully
there's tons of
Americanized.
biblical stories about, you know, going on a journey somewhere and then coming back.
He's the prodigal
Why don't you
son,
rap-
Zoe. He's the prodigal son, and he's going to return.
You know, at some point, you know, but I've been in Los Angeles long enough. When I'm tired of the air quality and the traffic, you know, I'll come back to Sweden. But today's not that day, so a visit will do for now.
Okay, Johnny's on a mission to find himself and God. And whilst he does that, we're going to play some games here. All right. Overfeud, the triumphant return of everyone's favorite game to air horns.
Already?
Yeah, we know.
It's early.
Stuff to do.
I'm
We got stuff
ready.
to do.
Bro, lock in.
It's
Okay,
early,
all
but
right.
you gotta lock in, all right? If you are watching and you're not familiar with the game, we polled over 500 OWCS fans on various Overwatch-themed prompts, And our lovely analysts here have to guess what the people answered. So they need to channel the people. They need to be the people. They need to understand where all of you watching are coming from. Our producer Eric told me that the community has been cooking with this one. So I'm excited to see their answers. Let's get this started with our very first prompt. And there it is. Wait.
Oh boy.
Name a hero that is in desperate need of more legendary skins.
I'm ripping it straight with the first answer. First answer, Venture.
Let's go. That's what I'm thinking.
You are
That's
a
what's
look
up.
at him.
That's what's up. I got
Look
the
at
finger
him.
on the
That's what I'm
pulse,
talking
people.
about. Yeah. That's perfect. I was exactly aligned. That was my first.
I have no idea what else to do after this, low key.
Absolutely, Johnny. Okay, Johnny, you're up next. Oh, if they get 3 answers wrong, they're out, by the way. Then they lost. Just, I have
This
not
hero
mentioned that.
has a few legendary skins, but
not
I
enough.
think they could need one more, okay? I'm gonna throw
one.
out Sojourn. I think Sojourn could use an extra legendary skin.
You're wrong. But I agree, Sojourn actually, she should be on this list.
What else?
It's actually a little tragic. Sojourn has like very few good skins, in my opinion.
This is a tough one.
All right.
After Venture, I'm like kind of struggling. More
Is it a
legendary
recency
skins.
bias? New heroes?
Yeah,
I don't have a ton of skins.
I'm gonna say. I mean, it's like a popular hero that just isn't getting enough skins. It's so hard because there's so many good
Siri
skins.
okay?
I want to go Ramatra. Is that completely crazy?
Oh,
Yeah, that's pretty
no,
crazy.
That's a
no,
little-
that's not crazy.
Is it cook?
No,
Oh,
he is
me
the
cook.
people.
Watch me cook.
What? I never
Insane
in a
stuff.
See,
thousand
Jake.
years
That's
would have guessed
between me
Ramatra.
and you.
Oh my
difference.
god. Well, now the pressure's on.
Yeah, Johnny, how about you drop something correct? You're always talking smack on me and overviewed. How about you give up an answer? Put something up on the board.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stick with my recency bias theory, so I'll go Freya.
Freya's too new. I feel like everyone understands. Like the character just came out. Like, come on, the community's
Yeah,
reasonable,
like,
Johnny.
come on. Our community is smart, Johnny.
Okay, but
What do you say?
Freya just has the one like love
She
horse.
just came out. People are reasonable.
I need more.
Overwatch
I'm a
fans
fiend for
are so
legendary skins. Come on,
reasonable.
drop it.
Could it ever be like?
All right.
Could it ever be like a? I don't like a. I want to say like a support. Like I'm feeling like a. Is it crazy to say an OG Overwatch hero that probably has a lot of legendary skins? Is that crazy, Johnny?
There's one,
it.
which is a
Do it.
tank. I'm not
Do
gonna
it.
say any hero names from now on because I'm 0-2. But there is a tank, OG tank, that I think.
Well, you're playing as a team, not against each other.
I'm
So
gonna
you
go-
stand back and
I-
go
Made
for
this
few.
surrender to
Yeah,
Jake.
we're down
Surrender to Jake.
0-2. So I'm gonna go. Oh, it's so risky.
Do it, man.
What about
Do it.
like?
You are the people.
Is it ever like a Zenyatta? It just maybe that's crazy, but it's kind of coming to me.
What?
Okay,
Zenyatta has so many skins. Zenyatta gets all the good skins.
it's an OG. It's
Y'all
an
are
OG. All
Y'all are
right,
out.
I'm gonna call myself
All right.
a winner here. Johnny's the one who lost.
I suck.
Yeah, I think Johnny's the real loser of this game, even though it was.
Ram was a nasty call by me.
Sports.
I'm taking that credit.
As usual. Oh, well.
Let's reveal the answers. You were on the right track with the support there.
Baptiste. That was literally. I
Baptiste.
swear to God, I was choosing between Bap and
Also,
Zen.
we also have Lucio
Oh yeah,
in the
Lucio.
mix
I was
there.
dude. No, why did I pick Zen?
no
it-
way!
Also, Lucio has like a bajillion.
No, but
skins.
it's true. It's true. He like doesn't like Lucio doesn't
And
have
then
a
this
mythic,
one,
right?
this one is just this is bullshit because she has like so many good skins.
Okay, Kiriko, y'all are trolling. That's a straight troll from the
Actually,
it's
community.
wrong.
Kiriko, everyone
just want
complains
more.
that
I
she
think they
gets
just
too
want
many
more.
skins, right?
I don't think
my
we're
God.
desperate for that. I think people just want more of it. I get it. Y'all are greedy. That's okay. That's okay.
Put Mercy on
We're
here.
with
We need
you.
more Mercy skins, guys.
Reinhardt,
Right.
come on.
Reinhardt, the two
Specifically-
that's like the most skins in the game.
Okay, Jake won, Johnny lost, but we all had a good time. Let's take a look at the schedule because it's time to get down to business and talk about our matches today and also, of course, the standings. Let's start with that actually to see where we currently are at. Team Peps or Frosttails at the very bottom here. Alcatia has been looking unbeatable, untouchable, and in the middle there's still some stuff to be decided in those last 2 weeks of play.
Look, I mean, this is a scary day for a team like Gen G, right? Like some of these teams, you know, you're in danger of getting eliminated by one dip versus 100 gorillas. You got to lock in. This is a big moment.
I'm scared. I'm scared for Gen G. They have been the shakiest team so far in EMEA, so a lot of pressure on them. Like, even if you get 5th to 6th now as Gen G, you're like, okay, we'll start the regional playoffs in the lower bracket. That's fine, as long as we can breathe a sigh of relief and just get into the playoffs to begin with. Because Gen G going to promotion and relegation would just be kind of unbelievable. So
yeah, it's a storied franchise, right? So obviously expectations were very high. Also, the caliber of players we have on Gen G is very high. Now, let's take a look at today's schedule to see which matches are coming up first. We do have 3 EMEA matches, followed by 2 NA matches. Which of these are you guys most excited to watch, though? Starting with you, Johnny.
Yeah, we got some good ones today, Jake. I mean, I think Twisted Minds VP needs a shout out.
Of course.
Because, of course, OWCS have looked, perfect so far in this stage, but Virtus Pro as well, they're coming off stage 1 where they were flawless, and they're still looking good as ever. And I think Twisted Minds has been a team that has just improved gradually throughout the entire year. Like, starting with stage 1, they looked a bit shaky to start, but I feel like they've just gradually improved every single week, Twisted Minds. So they might be peaking at the perfect time come the regional playoffs, but they first have to go up against Virtus Pro in the regional.
You say shaky at the start. They only played a close game against OWCS, which is the unbeatable giant. And stage 1. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't hear the stage 1 part.
It's been a long journey for them, in my opinion.
Well, it's been the same amount of time for all the teams, Johnny. But yes. Either way, we will be seeing them playing this week. Let's dig into our first match of the day, though. This one already heard, so you can just talk about it.
This is my match of the day, guys.
Let's start with Gen G. Gen G, tragic game against Twisted Minds last Sunday. Like, it was so hard to make sense of it. Who are you was like somehow in a torp prison, and like,
this is not right, by the way.
Exodial should have been on Freya. It was
put Exodial on tank.
What was happening?
So let's mix it up. Mag Tracer,
This is
Exodial on the Winston. Lock in. Maybe that's the mix of Gen G needed.
Is this it?
This is
no.
not, yeah.
That cannot be right.
And
it's wrong. We're trolling.
Sox have been playing more.
I'm doing some
trolling.
Well, doing some misinformation.
If Crispy was even in the game, that would be quite interesting because Sox have been getting so much play time on main support, right? But yeah, it's been a tough go for Gen G here. I mean, even in the winners interview last week, didn't Funny Astro go like, "Oh, who are you?" Played Torbjorn on Suravasa? Like that was a bit odd. So no one knows what to expect from Gen G anymore.
Yeah, it's like their win condition so far has been individual talents being able to shoot. So let them shoot. Put them on heroes that shoot. Like, it seems to be pretty straightforward, but alas, apparently it isn't. Maybe we just don't understand what comes.
Torb's OP, guys. Torb's always OP. That's the secret of Overwatch. So that's what the pro players. The big pro player conspiracy is to convince you to stop playing Torb. It's all bait, guys. Torb's OP. Who are you? He's a man of the people.
He is the people. Well, speaking of the people, 1DV100G, artist formerly known as Quick Esports, they've been making things interesting by taking every team and their mothers to map 5. So it's been a journey to watch them. Last week, apparently Skytor was in over Willy's because Willy's was on a holiday. I don't know if that was an official source or someone was trolling us, but
that was a coach.
That's what's
the
been
coach
said.
On Twitter said so, yeah.
Did he say so, actually? Okay, well,
yeah,
then
don't put
that
Willy's
was
in your fantasy team because they were on vacation, but they're back now.
They're back now, that's right. It wasn't their match to win. I guess that's the match where you go on a vacation, right? Because they went up against OWCS. So, OWCS came out on top. Standout, once again, has been Dipto on that Genji in that loss.
1D100G, baby. I mean, this is the team that you got to be so worried about as a team like Gen G. You have all these vets on Gen G, experienced players in the scene, but a team like 1D100G, they're coming up with nothing to lose, right? They're willing to go game 5. They're just scrapping it out with everybody. Like, this is that team you are actually really scared about as a player who's been around in the scene for a long time. It's like, these players are really good, but they're all young. They're new to the scene. They're like competing on the highest level, like pretty early into their careers. And they're a team that can continue to grow, whereas Gen G have been struggling to hit that same kind of glide path.
So we're not actually doing like official predictions, but I do want to get the predictions from you guys for this one.
Wow.
I love watching David versus Goliath. I got to go with David on this one, which I would say is 1D versus 100G. I think they're going to punch above their weight class. That's why I think they're going to win. However, look at the name value on Gen G. It's like crazy to pred against them, and yet that's what I'm going to do.
Goliath not doing too hot anyway,
Yeah,
so
Goliath is looking sluggish.
Goliath is looking a little shaky. Yeah, I'm going with one dip versus 100 Gorillas 2. I'm not saying whatever you said, so
I'm going game 5,
Swedish,
by the way.
I
I'm
just
going
can't do
game
that.
5 in true 1D100G fashion.
Why not? Cruise to
No,
a
but
game
they're
5. Let's
reformed.
go.
They're not quick esports, and they never have been quick esports. Really, they had to like admit
That's what they
that.
had to do a
quick
name
esports.
change. They had to do a name.
Nothing's been quick with them ever. Let's see if we're taking this one to a map number 5. Again, it will be an interesting match for sure. Of course, Gen G is coming out here. They have something to prove. They need to prove us that they should be, you know, that well-respected org that they actually are. So let's see, first match of the day coming your way right now. Please, Jake and Johnny, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Zoe. We'll be jumping in soon, but as you mentioned, right, this is a big match for both of these teams. For 1D 100G, this is a chance to really stake your claim as players in the scene, to show that, like, you know, there's a lot of motivation for players like this to beat some of the more established orgs and show that, you know, they're the new kids on the block. They're the next generation here. And for Gen G, it's kind of a matter of survival, right? You mentioned, Johnny, like the threat of being in that relegation spot is pretty real for them.
Yeah, it's very scary for Gen G. Obviously, they have this matchup, which you kind of feel like they going into this stage, you definitely felt like this is a matchup they need to win to get a good placement in the standings. Because next week as well, Gen G are playing Alcadzia, so they only have 2 matches left, and one is probably against loss against the best team in EMEA. So if you lose both of these, I mean, you're 2-5, and Peps, they still have 3 matches to go. So the risk of Gen G missing out is very real, actually. And you kind of look at Gen G, and this match is like a must-win matchup for them to inspire some kind of confidence and to be able to qualify for the lower bracket come the regional playoffs, which again, this is a partner team. They are fully expected to qualify for the regional playoffs. If they didn't, that would be quite shocking, actually. So yeah, pressure is on today.
See how much of a surprise we end up getting. Of course, there's always that opportunity to shake things up. Meta has been fast changing. We're going to open with an Ilios. I mean, this was a very strong map, you know, and I think in the series that Gen G played against Peps, they look great when they're able to play these like high mobility, aggressive comps and take the tempo to the other team. Opening with the Lucio ban, but 1D100G are going to take away the Winston, so that'll complicate the story here for Mag. I think that would have been a very strong pick for him on this map.
Yeah, but still though, I feel like Mag has been playing a lot of different tanks. I mean, starting with the Diva, you know, there was a whole conversation about Mag playing a lot of Diva to start the stage, but then also Mag has been, you know, been integrating some Hazard play as well. So a Winston ban, you know, that's kind of a big deal if you're going to a dive map where you have both the Winston and the Ana combining efforts, you know, like a Gibraltar, you're playing Winston Ana, like that's really powerful. But if either of those heroes aren't available, like people haven't picked up the Winston as like the default dive tank as much anymore. Like we've been seeing a lot of Diva, you know, to counter Freya somewhat, and we've been seeing a lot of Hazard actually as like a pretty standard, you know, default mix in between a brawl and a dive tank. So I don't feel like the Winston ban is required as much because I wasn't expecting Gen G to come out and play a lot of Winston anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm curious to see, you know, how this ends up going out as far as like the you know, strats for both teams, like what the bans end up being like, or how they end up playing to the bans. But we do have Junkrat's loot box hunt here. You can earn some loot boxes, just hop on, play the new game mode, June 6th to 8th. I gotta hop on and get some of these done, Johnny. It just for old time's sake, brother. Let's hop on. Let's run some.
Come on, man.
The J Radicus
at 3 a.m. Ripping the tires. Good times, Jake. That stage 1 in 2018. That was really good for you, huh?
It was a good time, baby. Good time on the rat.
Pick up your powers. That was. I remember still the Junkrat in Eichenwalde. Like that first point, you were in the little room and stuff. Yeah, it was lethal. Anyway, sorry. I do enjoy engaging in your player career, Drake. There's some great moments in your career.
All right, we got a streamer mode player on Gen G. Call him out.
Oh, we do.
Who is it? It could be anybody,
Socks?
guys.
Come on now. Could be Crispy, could be Socks. We don't know who it is.
Crispy's in.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Still though, I mean, they've been playing a lot of Socks, so Crispy being in the lineup, you know, that's noteworthy, I'd say.
And as you mentioned, no surprise, both teams rolling out on the Hazard. The BAP is kind of an interesting choice, though, from my perspective. Oh, Zindra taking heat.
Seeing more BAP in the region, so let's see how they go with it.
And Zindra down already is going to really put a hole in the DPS now. One deep with 100G, just trying to stay alive. This kill on the backline would be massive, but Bap gets a bit of support, tanks through it, still has the drone. Tracer behind being kind of a harassment problem. Point pressure starting to come in. 1D100G, at least they're staying alive on this high ground to kind of keep some of the point control, but Willis is getting so much pressure on him, and Gen.G would love to get a cleanup here.
Yeah, so not only did Gen.G actually get the point cap, but, you know, Kanail is in a great position here on the map as well. I'm not sure I would take this fight right here, but they're going for it.
Oh, and a punish back on to Exodio from Willis, so Gen.G now down. The point flip seems to be going back towards 1D100G, just barely stalling it out is Who Are You. In a little bit of trouble on the flank now, but trying to trade it out. Zidra just barely gets the heal in time, and so Gen.G may be sent packing just for a bit, but both teams have done a great job here, just holding on to the map control, despite some of the fights sort of tilting against them.
So they dove kind of like behind the lighthouse, which LOS can nail to begin with, and you had the point cap, so not quite sure that Gen.G needed to engage that far, like Mag going in on the hazard, but now one dip in control here, and they're looking pretty, coming up on some ultimates as well.
Crispy.
Nice pick on Crispy.
Yeah, that's a big pip. Catch over the BAP, taking a lot of pressure in that corner. Drone gonna be dealt with. Now the turnaround, they're trying to make use of that amplification matrix, but it seems just to be a little bit too much pressure from Gen.G. Nice shot from Exodial. Cuts down Zidra with the 180. And Gen.G quickly reflip the point back into their control.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Exodial is a player we didn't really talk about going into the game, Jake, but...
So impactful for Gen.G. Key player.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially on the hit scan heroes, like the primary hit scan, like just the Sojourns, the Ashe, Cassidy, right? But even Freya, you know, Exodial, we had expected great things from Exodial, and it's done great so far for Gen.G, but really needs to be a star player for this team and make his impact felt if Gen.G want to win today.
1D1G on the retake. Downpour coming in from Mag, putting a lot of pressure on the backline. Rally, pulse bomb, everything being deployed to protect this backline. Mag needs to get a bit of help, but the spike wall does take down Willis, and the trades come in. Kanail doing a great job here, managing the pressure on the front and back lines. And it's going to be a cleanup now for Gen.G. Downpour from Mag ended up just forcing out so many resources, and this is going to be a pretty nasty stall onto Yoham. Just eating into this time bank for 1D100G to be able to come back to the point. Gen.G up towards 70%. It's going to be pretty much that last chance for a retake, and Mag wants to slam the door on it before it even begins. Syndra incredibly low, getting picked off here would be very costly, and Mag's looking to do just that, but 1D100G seem to be stabilizing for the moment. Gen.G with major ult advantage coming into this last fight.
Yeah, Crispy has this rally, and you can see Crispy's playing upstairs now falling back. Gen.G with the support ultimate can kind of take this fight however they want. Mag pressuring for now, and actually goes with the downpour. Willis is.
He's so tanky though on Mag, and the rally just comes in deployed from the high ground. Crispy getting in there, continuing to contest this. But 1D100G are starting to fight through this pretty well. They need to find some kind of picks. 1D100G so low across all the players. Support seem to do overtime, but Crispy putting on the pressure. Now Mag still healthy into the back line, and without dip, no one can touch. Great round there from Gen.G to open things up.
Yeah, and that rally was so impactful from Crispy as well. Was playing up on the lighthouse, but then when the downpour came in from Mag, Crispy actually activates the rally and bashes over to help Mag hold that high ground. So great job from Gen.G to protect that enemy high ground. And with that in map control, they actually secured the round after a nice pick onto Dip, who was trying to cap there, but 0 and 3 from Dip so far. One of the better players for one Dip. They have not been looking good in that first round.
This is a tough comp to be playing Tracer into. There's so many saves for your pulse bomb. You know, the hazard can like almost one hit you. Freya can be a real problem. She's got high ground. It's like just very difficult to actually reach her and contest her. So the utility Tracer definitely going to be key. That survivability point contest is such a focus. But with someone like Exodial on the field, very scary proposition to be playing the Tracer. Both teams now heavy contesting on the high ground. Natsuki has swapped over to the Juno, using that floating verticality to kind of get some early pressure here. Brig can't join this part of the fight, so nice comp switch for 1D100G, getting them a bit of control. Willis continue to put on that pressure, using the heal resources. Mag now tries to go with the backline, but getting flanked on, just barely evades that spike wall for the moment. It seems like this high ground control. Dip with that first kill onto her. They're trying to continue that pressure and take down Mag. They do force out the drone. Dip is incredibly low, but still holds on to that recall. And just full pressure here from 1D100G. They have so much heals to work with for Willis. That Juno plus BAP really keeping the tank alive.
Yeah, really well fought from one Dip there. They get the Juno as well, which can help out in that high ground fight. And taking that high ground, they find a pick onto Who Are You early. Dip does a good job staying alive, and with point control now, one Dip looks to get involved in this match.
Natsuki, Yoham both in trouble, but incredibly low. The drone just barely saves them, but the counterattack way more powerful from 1D100G. Already 2 kills, a third. Who Are You finds Zidra. Punishes the aggressive, but even Who Are You seems like he might be getting chased down in the spawn. Maybe a little bit. of a bridge too far here for Dip, but 1D100G holding very strong. That time, Crispy tried to bash across the high ground on the brig, but it's pretty scary. It's a pretty hard committed position for you, and Natsuki's just kind of dancing with them on the high ground, looking very strong on this Juno. Exodia would love to open things up with maybe a pick onto the flank. Looks like Genji's pathing a little bit more to the left this time.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you can't contest this high ground when Natsuki is on that Juno. So they're probably looking to get some point pressure here. Mag now, he's climbing around this windmill right now.
Big catch.
Mag finds a pick, actually. They have good positioning here now as well to put some pressure on the point.
Nice window, though. Puts a lot of pressure on Mag. He's incredibly low, getting barely saved by the supports. Now the pressure comes in by Crispy onto the back line. Yoham trying to dance this one out. Takes a little bit of poke, but Brig, oh, she just slips away. Crispy getting so much done in that fight and staying alive with the help of Kanale. That's a big retake for Genji. They get that done with only the bullet shot. They really needed that kind of a dominant fight to get back into this round, considering the ult disadvantage that they were up against.
Yeah, and Mag has been playing great so far on the hazard. Often questioned is Mag, but so far done a good job. Who are you? And a nice frag here onto Sidra. So this is looking like a good Genji so far. You know, early second round here in the match, but so far it's looking good for Genji, a team that we doubted going into the series.
Yeah, they're taking risks. They're playing aggressive. 1D1G have the big time make advantage of this round, but retaking on the Juno could be hard. I mean, you look at Mag just holding the high ground so confidently. This is kind of the weakness of that Juno, is she's not the best at clearing these corners, opening up space. Who are you? Fighting with the help of the Brig, completely denying Dip on the flank. Now it's looking to get in, connecting to the backline. Bap jumping away though, using that verticality, play his way out of this fight. And 1D1G is starting to make it past that choke point. Still, who are you in the backline? He's mostly getting ignored here.
No recall.
Yeah, they've cleared the first hurdle, but now they have to actually assault the point, and Genji have held on to all of their ultimates, coming up on another bullet shot as well.
Yeah, Natsuki has this orbital ray, but Genji, they have the downpour pulse bomb. Can see a big play from Genji here.
Big support ults now, traded back and forth. Bullet shot dives in, but it's not enough, and the downpour just pulls him out of the sky. Beautiful catch by Mag. Completely denies that aggression, and it's going to be another reset. Genji, though, maybe went a little bit too explosive with the ultimates, though, popping all four at once. So there is going to be a very powerful refight with downpour and pulse bomb for 1D100G. Natsuki's going to go over to the Brig, help clear out some of these angles a little bit more aggressively. Genji, though, if they can win this, it could be the last fight of the map.
Yeah, Genji did a great job playing around that Juno as soon as they secured the point. And the orbital ray kind of telegraphed where we're going to play, so Genji did a great job investing their ultimates accordingly. But now Genji, 89% here, Jake. They could close out the map.
See if they're able to do just that. Zodio looking to get over the top. Big bullet shot, getting a lot of damage on this backline. Who are you? Cleans it up on Azidra. Willis drops the downpour to deal with Exodio. Seems like it's only going to be one for now, but Kanale still healthy, putting some damage down. Amplification Matrix used. Yoham gets cut down by Mag in the backline. Pulse Bomb goes wide, and Kanale's looking healthy on this high ground. Needs to heal up Mag, who's starting to get a little bit low, starting to be in trouble. He's going to jump away from the fight in 1D100G. They've got to come to the point. They got to contest this. Brig now in the sights. This would be a huge kill to start this fight off. The spike wall denies some of the heals there from Kanale, pushing it back away. 1D100G, they're still in this, onto the Tracer Sombra, coming out for the clutch comp with the mobility here, and it seems to be working. Zidra has found another, so stabilizing for the moment for 1D100G. They're off the Freya, but a late kill on Mag would go a long way towards securing this round. It's going to be one final fight for the round, keeping 1D100G alive potentially, and Natsuki 80 to that rally. It's going to be a game changer if he can get that online, but it's not so easy to farm up pre-fight.
Yeah, they really need this rally, because with Sidra over onto this Sombra, they can't take a poke duel. They kind of have to find a manual hack onto Mag or any of the damaged players and kind of brawl it out, and that rally would go a long way if Natsuki can build it.
Yeah, Dip and Who Are You trading on the flank. Pulse Bomb going to be available here. Dip takes a bit of damage. Who Are You wants to chase that down, senses an advantage here with the cooldowns. But forced a recall out, just didn't have the follow-up for that one. And an instant catch by Willis on Exodio, punishes him early. Natsuki, 99 to rally, is gonna have this online. Pulse Bomb though onto the Brig. Natsuki just barely loses the rally, but Who Are You with two? Both supports cut down. Willis though, trades it right back. And just the supports for Genji. Dip with a Pulse Bomb of his own keeps 1D100G alive on Ilios. What a final fight, Johnny.
Wow. Wow, what just happened? How did they claw themselves back into that round? That was an insane play from Who Are You to get that pulse out and kill the immortality in field to secure 2 picks in the enemy backline. But Dip finds a pulse bomb frag themselves, and somehow one Dip wins that round. It felt like Genji were in control for most of it. And even that final fight, it felt like Genji had a great chance to close out the map, but one Dip come up clutch and force a round 3.
Yeah, both teams trading out backlines, but I think that opening kill that Willis finds on onto Exodial is massive, right? Because without the Freya, it's just hard to outlast in the long fight. Tracer Sombra cleaning up your backline already. So there's some explosive aggression from both teams. And Gen G gonna make a full swap here, a pretty heavy swap rather, to a much more pokey variant with the Orisa. I actually kind of like this look on the map. The risk is that you potentially can be run over, but Hazard may struggle to kind of get past Orisa being gate kept, and the poke is going to be heavy here from Crispy. But somehow, who are you already down? That's not a pick you can afford to give up. Crispy already uses that outburst, and Willis looking to continue to press forward, hunting down, putting down pressure on Mag, starting to threaten the point gap. And Crispy, though, a critical counter kill onto Yoham. That opens up the chance for a quick retake. Koryu is going to be back in this fight, and it's the player advance. Natsuki has to solo heal this on the Brig. It's a very difficult task.
Yeah, the Rain Parapack is going to be forced. Sidra finds a pick onto Exodial, though, actually, which might bring this one back. Just brawling for now. One dipping in control at this point is huge for them, but without the heals, it's looking like Willis is going to go down. And Gen G, I think it's just a matter of time before they're going to close out this point here. So a very interesting composition from Gen G. We actually have seen a lot more BAP in both regions,
nice
both
kill by
NA and EMEA. And then the other flex support, or the other support, kind of depends on what style you prefer. You can play the Brig, like we saw in very brawly environments. We have seen teams like Alcadzia, for example. They like to play the Illari for more poke. And some teams, they even bring out the Lifeweaver for more sustainability, right? So it kind of depends on what style you want to play. Gen G here, they're saying we want to put the Orisa on the point for a lot of point pressure, and then we want to poke using this Illari from Crispy.
Yeah, and the walk-up is going to be difficult, right? A lot of pressure being put on you in this comp. Tons of spam. Even Orisa, pretty serious when it comes to spamming on the walk-ups. And trying to flip this point, you know, trying to shoot the Orisa feels impossible. Seems like you got to get towards the back line. But Mag is going to be that unstoppable force here, pushing into your backline. Canale opens with the Implication Matrix, very defensive. I mean, this is sort of the risk against this 1d100G comp. You got to pop ults a little bit early. If they jump on top of you and overwhelm you, you can just get blown up out of the round. But they also can back out and wait those out. So they're trying to create that ult advantage. Who are you hunting and pecking away in this backline, trying to distract and delay some of this aggression? 1d100G, though, have the ultimate line. Big pulls from the Brig, and he backs away into the Scissor for the special delivery away from the drone. It's a disaster.
Oh, wow. And that's both support ultimates gone for one dip. They used 4 ultimates that fight, and they didn't even get to fight.
Such a disaster, John. It literally could not be worse. 1d100G.
That's
yeah.
Natsuki is going to swap over to the Juno here, actually. They would need some kind of speed.
I like this.
Recognizing they need to get to the back line. They're going to make a swap here to try to get close in on Crispy and Canale.
Willis with the downpour. If he can get a big downpour connection and Dip can get some cleanup dash resets, this is a winnable situation. It's not easy by any means, but it's not impossible either. Mag with the Terror Surge could be a very big problem for these backliners, though. And the instant downpour comes down in connection straight to the backline here from Crispy. Finds one. Traded up by Willis, though. Gonna be pretty happy with that. And the drone, rather, just keeps everybody up. So Crispy overextends into that one. And now, Dip backing off, trying to deal with that Tracer. Mag holding onto the point. Got a lot of resources on this Orisa. Is he going to pop the ulti, or is he just going to try to give this one and go for the retake? Here it comes. Spin comes out. I don't think Dip's going to die to this, though. Follow up from Who Are You? Can he get that kill? Dip is low. Needs a bit of help from the supports. Overtime still needs to be contested. Willis is low as well. Gen G are holding on to this incredibly well. The Ant Matrix could be a backbreaker here for 1d100G. They're very low on the resources. Full perked up on this Baptiste, getting so much value now on the Ant Matrix, and Mag finds Dip. Could be the beginning of the end. Natsuki falls. Willis next, and Gen G are going to be opening with Ilios.
Wow, what a great map from Gen G. One Dip just couldn't stabilize there in that final fight. It took so much damage, like several members of the team were just critical, and they weren't able to heal them up and truly engage onto that Baptiste. When that Amplification Matrix came out, it was just over. Like, that was just the difference maker. Big boons of like damage, healing. They were able to stabilize there. So Gen G, 1-0 here in a crucial matchup against DVG.
That Who Are You pulse bomb, though, that's some nightmare fuel. That was like everything that could go wrong did go wrong. You pulse bomb the Brig like as he's bashing towards his teammate, so he kills not only the Brig but the rallying Brig at that, but also the Freya. And the Baptiste even has to drone, but it's in the wrong spot because of the bat. Oh my, it's so painful.
Oh wow, yeah. Who Are You popped off? You know, got a couple of nice
lot of big pulse bombs
in this game. And actually a standout player, because I think Who Are You has struggled at times to fit into this Gen G team, been asked to play a lot of different heroes. Obviously we know about the Genji, and the Tracer has been good for Who Are You for a long time as well, but sometimes plays over to the Sombra, you know, the Torbjorn. It's been a little bit all over the place. So Who Are You off to a hot start on this Tracer? That's a great sign for Gen G.
Yeah, very tough rounds, but definitely back and forth affair. Like, we knew this would be a competitive one, And honestly, I think 1D100G also acquitted themselves very well. Like, if that pulse bomb in the middle of round 3 goes differently, that's a very different round, right? If that's a missed pulse bomb, or even just like you hit the stick and it gets droned and the rally stays alive, or the rally doesn't kill 2 people with the pulse bomb, then
They got Johns. To go to the fighting game community, they got Johns. Like, they can make excuses. Like, oh, you know, if those pulse bombs don't go away, then, you know, we could win.
All right, well, let's take a look at how the community preds are looking, see who's the believers, and wow. I don't know if I've seen that before, Johnny.
Crazy.
The true 50-50. I kind of think that's on point from the viewers right now. I feel like this is anybody's game. Even after seeing game 1, I'm like, look, that was Gen.G's map pick. They're very solid on the Ilios historically. They've looked good on the map. And I think 1D100G also made a lot of good moments for themselves, right? Clutching up on Well, making a comeback into that round with the Sombra swap and still playing very aggressive, punishing Gen.G at times. So really both teams very much in this. It's going to be map pick now for 1D100G. We'll see where they decide to take us. Going to maybe take Gen.G out of their comfort zone and force, maybe bring out Dip on the Genji, as you mentioned, maybe bring out a faster paced style that they seem to like.
Yeah, historically, DVG, they've liked to go to Circuit Royale, so I'm kind of expecting the same thing. I think going into this matchup, both teams actually have liked to play some of these brawl styles and sometimes bring out a diva here as well. So I'm expecting a pretty, you know, when it comes to the play styles, I'm actually expecting both teams to enjoy some of these maps together. Like, I don't think one team will be out of comfort by enemies, you know, going to dive maps or any such thing. I think it's very likely we'll go to like the Murasapis, New York Cities, Circuit Royale, and both teams playing their comfort essentially. So looking here at the possible maps, do you think differently, Jake?
I just think, at least I agree with you in general. I think for this first map pick, feels like you got to go Escort since you've already used your Winston ban. It feels like, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is crazy, but it seems to me that, like, okay, Gen.G, they might be flexible and play lots of stuff, but they probably want to play on a Brig Winston on Gibraltar. And so I feel like you probably want to go Circuit or maybe Dorado just to take away from the pure primacy of the Winston comp. No pun intended. It's just like such a potent strategy, and you're running. I mean, you could just go for the Ana ban. You know, maybe that also mitigates it, but you know, there's some risks if you give up that map pick later. So I'd be surprised if we don't see Circuit or Dorado, but we'll see. Maybe they're willing to take that Winston mirror on Gibraltar.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm overcooking here, Jake, but I'm kind of thinking if Mag's on the Winston, I think I like it. I know it's arguably like Mag's best hero. But in this meta, like, I don't have a huge problem playing against Winston. Like, we can work around that.
You think Gibraltar is not a Winston map anymore? Gibraltar for me has been the last bastion of hope for Winston dive. When Goats started being played on Gibraltar, I knew it was all Jovers.
I'm just saying there's more options than ever to work around the Winston, even on the most extreme.
Yeah, like you can play like the Hazards, the Divas, you know, some of these defensive styles can actually look good holding, especially maybe with Freya. It's like Winston, I think, probably relatively weak against Freya compared to most of the hit scan. With, you know, how much mobility she has, you can just kind of slip away from you and dump so much damage into Primal. So yeah, I don't think you're crazy to mention that. I think the options are open here for 1D100G. I think what they should maybe focus on the most is just where they're the most comfortable, play to their strengths rather than really worrying about what Gen.G is going to bring in the rest of the series.
Yeah, we have seen some players bring out.
Just kidding. I
like
was right.
Alpha, for example. But yeah, we're going to Circuit Royale, and DVG, they actually have banned Illari quite a few times on Circuit Royale. Sure. So we know that Gen.G, they brought out the Illari on Ilios, but I don't think this is a reaction bans by enemy.
I mean, this is probably the best of the best map in the pool to play Illari. Illari's not a high value ban, and so I think if you're going to use it, using it on Circuit strikes me as making a lot of sense. It also protects the rest of the support comp
as well.
So you can't, like, for instance, if Gen.G wanted to play like a Lucio style and like int you down, they can't be banning out your BAP or your Brig to take away your defensive options. So banning the Illari means it'll be more of a poke mirror, but one that I guess you control a little bit more for 1D100G. See if they end up going with the Weaver. All right, I will say, all right, maybe I'm overcooking and this is a bait because they're gonna attack spawn, and I, you know, it's the elementary mistake to get baited by this. But I think Weaver Zen is the most, I think Weaver Zen is the most viable Weaver comp.
Wow.
Personal
More so
opinion.
than the BAP?
Yeah. Because I think Zen is exactly what Zen needs, is the hero that gives pure sustain and survivability.
Please stick with it.
No, he's faking the Zen's fake. And the Weaver's a fake. Oh my god, it's a double fake. Triple fake. All right, Copium.
Okay, well, they did see that Crispy Canary playing.
Okay, Babzen is a yeah, you should not be playing Weaver into Babzen. That's also a very good point.
Let's get the speed ring going.
This is going to be Dip's game to win, man. Dip is so empowered by this style. Uh-oh, Caster Curse, he's 1 HP. Okay, now he got a pack. But he's very empowered by the style. Babzen are very vulnerable to Genji. And so it's a good point for him. However, it's going to be, I mean, there's so much pressure on the walk-up. Everyone just keeps taking poke from 1D100G. They just can't get sustained up. Dip trying to push card as much as he can, but
I think Willis here is in a lot of danger as well, because obviously you can LOS the Discord orb, but you gotta watch out for these accretions as well. Willis is a big target here for Genji.
They're trading the poke well, though, so everybody's taking their turn with some pressure. They are getting that cart rolling forward little by little, much as Who Are You wants to stop it, wants to keep it in contest. Natsuki walking up very aggressive. Rock now used, and oh, Natsuki dies to the spam. Just too much pressure on him. Without the Brig, this is an opening now for the sitcom to repush if they want to. And Dip senses it as well. It's just gonna back off.
Yeah, you're just gonna take your time here. Back off. You obviously can't contest down a player like that. This is really tough for DVG here. Walking up against this backline, it's no joke, and Exodio's already coming up on a bola shot.
Yeah, bola shot though for Zidra as well. Genji could come in and follow that one up. Dip is low, has to back off this, getting continued more and more pressure on him. But now the cart's up to the corner, and the hardest part, maybe done, we see Crispy is still far back. He knows the threat of this dive coming in. Bola shot being attempted into the back line. Connection is there. Dip with the follow-up now onto Exodio. Looking for more into the backline. Yoham connects. The dash resets are coming in thick and fast. And this is the hero we needed. Dip, the Genji, is heavily enabled here, right? Like with all this backline pressure that can come in from the rest of the team. Genji gets that first reset. Everything blows open. Kanale goes to the Lucio. Speed amps people a little bit. Now he's going to pull somebody further out of the spawn. He's doing the full rollout maxing on support here.
Rollout maxing.
This is a little bit too much rollout maxing, though. He's not going to be there. And it's not enough rollout maxing.
Wow, I respect the effort. I saw the vision, but
that was a gig of rollout max. That was 2 Lucio speed amps and a light weaver Paul. Still not enough.
But back on the map now, at least for the defense. So they didn't really lose anything there besides the point cap, which kind of was expected. So Who Are You finds a pick onto Yoam here. So this will be Genji stabilizing.
Yeah, that's big because it also buys time for Crispy to farm up that Transcendence. I was worried on this fight. Okay, maybe Crispy could die before he gets the Trance online, but now not going to be possible. So he's going to have a very nice defensive tool. If you go in super aggressive with the rally, you're going to be tranced on and heavily punished. No counters to the rally in this comp. So we'll see how 1D100G can force this one out. Can they bait some of these ultis out? Flux can also be a big problem here.
Absolutely. DVG, they kind of rounded that corner with the help of the orbital ray and the bola shot. So without those tools to kind of help you round this kind of corner here as well, Genji now in a great position actually to just apply this spam with the Discord orb and the Baptiste from Kanale. This will be even tougher for DVG here.
Cards rolling though. I mean, so far so good. A lot of pressure comes back onto Willis. The rally Natsuki just gets bursted down. The help of the Discord orb too much. Mag is low, but gets the drone. And Trance still being held onto by Crispy. Fight looks pretty good so far. Self-destruct being used by Willis. Wants to get the HP back in the mech. And oh, that was scary. That was close. Now Flux looking to punish. Goes wide from Mag. No connection there. In with the rock. Goes wide as well. Who Are You? Does find the kills though. Seems like they'll be getting this one over the line. Zidra strikes back onto Exodio. Willis though is in that baby form. Gonna be cut down. Genji continue to hold on to the Transcendence. Not giving that up until for anything except Dip's Dragon Blade. At least that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, not very expensive for Genji actually. They just used like Quadratic Flux and the bola shot, but in the neutral, their composition is so great against DVG. So DVG now with 2.5 minutes to go, they actually only realistically have a couple of great fights left in this round. So pressure is on to build this orbital ray and get the value out of it, otherwise they're in big trouble.
Matrix comes in, big bola shot puts a lot of damage on these players, forces out the drone from Kanale, could create openings later on in the fight, but for now, 1D100G backing off, licking their wounds. Blade comes in from Who Are You, straight into the backline, gets the connection onto Yoham, punishes them, and now 1D100G gonna be reset one more time. Not the worst thing in the world for this comp, right? Like, you kind of do want to cycle these fights quick. You have a lot of movement speed. Dip is getting caught and punished. Yeah, Who Are You? Knew he was hiding here. Should be going down. Oh, almost struck back into Who Are You, though. That's a little bit scary here.
A little risky. You never know. You never know with the combos on Genji. Yeah, this is the orbital ray for Yoham. This is where it really needs
key
to
fight
for DVG. Yeah,
key fight with the ray. You can force that trance and maybe sustain through it with the ray and then come back with the blade to close things out here. Exodio, though, could be the difference maker. If he can find a big connection off that bola shot, could be taking some of the wind out of 1D100G's sails, and only a minute 30 on the clock, so they got to move fast. Here's the speed ring now, walking up aggressively onto Mag. Orbital Ray deployed.
Disengage.
Big pressure into the backline. And Blade has to be forced as well to get the trance out. So Crispy getting value out of this. Eaton ultimate, though, from Willis. 1D100G have secured themselves position on the point. Gen G fell back, and now no ultimates down to this potentially final fight. 1D100G closer on a couple keep tools, but Mag could slam the door on that. But Dip putting the aggression on early. Mag is low, kind of floating away there, continuing to let the cart roll. Too much pressure on him. Who are you? Dashes forward, tries to strike back onto Dip, but gets counter pressured pretty aggressively. Canal with that AM Matrix, see if he wants to deploy this.
It's gonna be dangerous. They need one good speed ring, and here it goes.
Yeah, they're trying to move forward.
It's too much poke.
And they bait out the AM Matrix. They kite that one out. It's a fake push there from 1D100G. Looked very real. Canal trying to move forward and get some kind of value out of this. 1D100G are ready to snap back on this. Bola goes in, just damages the shield, but Rally on top of Mag. This is a massive problem now for Gen G. He's trying to stabilize through this. He has that flux, trying to put damage down. Big flux on a 2, but looks like they're getting healed up. Self-destruct from Willis is going to put him back in the suit soon. And 1D100G overwhelming in this fight, just creating that advantage scenario with the ultimates. Very smooth tactical play from them. Gen G, despite some nice holds there, 1D100G, they understand their win conditions and they work their way there through a number of patient fights.
That fake was kind of crazy. Like, they had 40 seconds to go, so DVG, they recognize time is on their side. They put out the speed ring. Gen G fully anticipating a dive to come through into the backline, which forces Canale's amplification matrix. And that one big baited out ultimate might have been the difference that allowed DVG to cap out the second point. Now, minute 15. DVG, they got this orbital rate to go. This could be a big push coming up here for DVG.
Yeah, DPS also available for Gen G, but kind of hard to deploy in this kind of a situation with Ray coming up against you. Who are you? Tries to strike first, putting a dash into the backline, trying to get now onto more, but they're getting so much pressure onto Who Are You. Just forces it out, but Dip responds with a much stronger blade and the Ray of his own, punishing the aggression out of Gen G. 2 for 2 on the ultimate trade. And Gen G have swapped over to a much more brawly style. And Who Are You continue to make the swap on a Tracer. The problem is they don't have the ultimates, right? They're not really ready to continue to fight into this. Zidra, if he can get a big connection with the Bola shot, this could be an offensive victory here for 1D100G. Cooldown's forced out of Dip, though, going to mitigate some of his aggression. He's holding right up into the spawn, denying the Sports the chance to come out. Headshot onto Exodo is going to force it back into spawn. Not much heals coming out towards Ramatra. D.Va is zoning away those supports. The drone comes out, but Mag is getting pressured from all sides. Ramatra needs to stay alive. Now they turn around, trying to deal with Who Are You. Take some of the pressure off of Mag. The shot's still coming in by Zidra. And the chase down comes in. Who Are You is shut down. Zidra now getting healed up, continue to push back into the fight. Willis has been holding onto that HP bar well. Ultimate's now coming online though for Gen G. Rally could be a massive problem for 1D100G, and they have no time left to work with. They've got to make something happen in this fight. A dive straight into the backline. Rally bash onto the D.Va, shuts down the Matrix. Canale with the Amp Matrix, turning down a lot of the pressure onto the cart. And this feels like just an overwhelming bank of ultimates now for Gen G as they hold onto the cart. Annihilation, not even necessary for Mag, is going to find this in the final moments. Nice push from 1D100G, but it falls at the final hurdle.
Yeah, when GG built their double support ultimate in the end there, it was all but over, and DVG's best chance was that spawn hold, actually. They contain Gen G support in their spawn. Mag is forced to contest on the Ramatra. But you know, Ramatra is so survivable, just activated in Nemesis form, blocked, kited away. And that was DVG's best opportunity, really. Could you find a pick when you camp the supports in spawn? They weren't able to, and that gave time for Gen G to build those ultimates, which allowed Gen G to hold. Still though, if I'm DVG, Jake, I have to be pretty happy with that push considering how the first and second point looked.
Definitely a good push. I like the aggression from 1D100G. I like them committing to their style. And Gen G, like, as strong as the poke looked, I was honestly really impressed with how well 1D100G navigated it, right? Like, they were constantly trading the pressure. Somebody pushes cart, they get low, they back off, somebody else takes their place, and they were continually progressing that objective and putting that threat of pressure onto Gen G. So that's why Gen G are dropping those AM matrices so early, because when the dive hits from 1D100G, it is explosive. You do need to pop those ultimates very, very early. Let's take a quick listen in to Gen G, though, as they get prepped for the offense of their own.
Okay.
Enemy too so below, I'm going Sheik. I think it's better.
Yep, let's go, let's go.
Okay, I'm pushing.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
Yeah.
The barrier appears.
Sorry, Genji top left.
Top left.
아이고 겐지.
I'm
Yeah,
Genji.
careful. Genji out, Genji
Genji
out.
dash.
Genji just gonna go. Freya coast.
Just be careful their turn, okay? With the speed and farm.
Yeah.
Keep distance.
Do you speed? Do you speed?
No shield,
I'm
no
on
shield,
my
no
side.
shield.
On my side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walking now.
Picking up.
You just shield. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Ram this.
그래 그래.
Genji one, Genji one.
아이고 프리야.
Yeah, Genji, Freya this.
Bring her.
Genji the dash.
Break there. I bring Opino.
Genji the dash. Ramon. Obi hurry.
I'm not.
브라운.
I break one. Oh,
Come the
Genji the dash.
겐지 너 겐지 대시 watch out.
Okay. No dash now.
Tail.
And no tanker. Walk.
Yeah, I go wide. I'm stacking point.
Yeah, I'm super.
Freya left.
I'm super. I'm shoot Genji.
Genji dash.
Just speed.
They use speed. They play D.Va.
Diva now.
Just shooting Diva. Diva this.
I can see no dash.
Genji dash.
Yeah, I'm going Genji. Wait.
I'm shooting Diva. You have over here. Genji this.
Yeah, shoot Genji.
Just keep shooting point. We have so much damage.
Yeah, winner soon.
Keep on.
Max that point. Come keep
Yeah. Watch out.
it. We're fine.
겐지로 디발로 스테요.
Yeah.
겐지 언미.
touching point. 우리가 스킬 타는 걸.
I kill 겐지.
Walking point.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
watch out.
I can try.
I can lamp.
I try to get one. Let me please.
디바.
Yeah, one.
Just keep living. Winnable.
I kill baby.
Big ult. Yeah. Fair one. It's just
Only
Jin.
you know.
Genji, you're gonna touch as well.
Yeah.
Great comms from Genji. It's all business from them. Keeping that threat from 1D100G in control. Talked about them keeping the distance, always ready for the counter punch to come in. And who are you? It's a nice late cleanup there onto Dip. It's going to make the walk up a little bit more difficult, but of course, Genji, they've got to continue to push cards, so they won't really be able to hold on to this position for long. But Mag wants to make them fight for every single inch.
Yeah, I have to say, Genji, they know exactly how to play this composition. It was kind of like self-evident in the comms. they really need to communicate what they were doing because they know they're playing this poker composition. They wide swung, applying damage, and now they're just putting more pressure onto DVG while they're falling back here, trying to draw out any kind of ult, any kind of speed ring. Let's see though, DVG with a relatively clean walk up here, Jake.
Big damage from Who Are You onto Dip, but gets counter pressured now by Zidra. Now the fight comes in. Mag rips the flux, no connection. Blade comes out from Dip into the backline, threatening, but doesn't want to overextend into this. Knows that the drone is still there. Trance as well. Crispy continuing to hold on to that ultimate. Rally comes out from Natsuki. And there's the comes the Trance, trying to continue this on. Who Are You? Rips the blade, no answers left here. Diving in, taking a lot of pressure, but under the Trance, he's healed up. Both teams stabilizing here despite the lack of ultimates. Now 1D100G, maybe in the driver's seat. Willis is low, needs to get that self-destruct before he goes down. If he loses the mech at all. Yoham has to rip the orbital ray just to stabilize, just to keep them healthy into the fight. Dip straight into the backline, going in solo. The counter pressure is heavy, but he manages to stay alive. That creates a lot of opportunity here for 1D100G to pressure in, take down Exodial. And now they're just waiting out the AM Matrix. Very happy to get a player trade now. Exodial is going to be a bit of a long walk back to this fight.
Yeah, so DVG get the hold here, but because they played so defensive, they have no room for error now. Just one fight for the win for Genji, and they're going to cap out the point here. No ultimates really available here. Exodial's coming up on a bola shot, but this has really been both teams just skirmishing back and forth, trying to find the slightest of advantage. DVG, they can't really push out here. They have to hold this defensive positioning and then just out to brawl the Genji when they step up a little bit too far.
By the same token, though, the clock is running down. I mean, Genji, they're poking away, but until they actually break this setup, they're not really progressing the game at all. Now, they get a bit of aggression, clearing Willis out of that side angle position. Zoto takes a lot of pressure, and the follow-up is beautiful here. Willis and Dip coming in. Drone has been used, and Blade is cutting them to pieces. Dip strikes hard and fast. And just that one opening shot from Zidra onto Exodial is all they need. They immediately go in, the full commitment, the trust in the comms there, and that has to be very tightly coordinated from 1D100G, and it looks amazing. That's why Genji is playing so patiently. They know at any moment that defensive setup can be completely flipped, and 1D100G can just run you down. Crispy is going to swap over to the brig to deal with that threat and help them push around some of these corners. But the support ultimates are dangerously close for the 1D100G defense.
Yeah, this is very favored Gen D though. They have the amplification matrix, they have the gravitic flux. This should be them finding a win condition to win this fight, but DVG, lose a member. This is looking very unlikely now for defense hold.
It's looking scary. They're close to supportals, though. I think they might go for this. Here's the Matrix coming in. Juno dances away. The Flux is in. A lot of pressure, but they can get back into that orbital ray, and that bash from Natsuki shuts down Exodial. And now Rally, this should be too much. Who are you caught in the corner? Dip stays alive. Natsuki holding on the supports. Make it happen here for 1D100G. The ultimates just came online in the nick of time. And it's only Who Are You standing with the blade. This could be the final fight. These walk-ups take quite a long time for Gen G. Mag is going to go over to the Ramatra. See if this will be enough, but I like your odds for 1D100G. I mean, any kind of a trade here could be good enough. And Willis with a self-destruct, he can go full aggro here. Shooting the bomb into the backline is a crazy move. I didn't expect this. And the separation causes Who Are You to get pulled away from the team. No support is able to come in because of the self-destruct. He gets cut down. 20 seconds left on the clock. Mag taking a ton of pressure. They're forced back. I mean, can they make this cart touch, Johnny?
Speed, Jake. They're playing Bap Rig. Like, how are they going to reach this point in time? They need Who Are You to, like, dash up there or something.
Dip has the blade very soon. Who Are You could maybe blade to touch, but that's a very desperate scenario. 1D100G just going to play the card, and I think it is going to be Desperation Touch now from the Genji. He's got to touch and live in the overtime, try to come back into the fight. Blade is popped just to try to get that dash reset, but he can't get it out in time. Willis jumps him down, and now Dip's here with the blade, chopping into the Ramatra. DPS are down, now Crispy dies as well. The bash couldn't connect, and Dip cleaning house, evening up the series 1-1 now. 1D100G strike back on their map pick.
Brilliant map from DVG. Played the neutral to a T. And then with some nice clutch fights as well to really like bring this one home, Jake. The fact that they had a 4 versus 5, they invested double support proactively, recognizing that they had a win condition in that fight. That was enough to hold off Gen G. So brilliant play by DVG. They're looking so impressive playing this D.Va composition. You're thinking they have to navigate this heavy poke composition against a Sen Yara Baptiste. But they held down the fort beautifully and then utilized their advantage. You know, speeding in their D.Va, finding picks early in these fights. So great job by DVG overall.
And look, it'd be easy to look at Gen G season so far and to say, oh, they're underperforming. But when there's opponents like 1D100G, it's a serious threat. I mean, look how well they played that. Like, it's very challenging, as you mentioned, to play that matchup against the BAP Zen, to go from the full defense, everybody hiding in the corners, everybody trying to just stay healthy and not take too much poke, and then you hit that one big shot by Zidra, and immediately everybody is on the same page. They flip the script. They're all diving into your backline in the same moment, and that coordination is not easy to do, but it's so hard to play against when you're hitting it on this level. Like, for somebody like Exodial, he feeling so much pressure, right? I gotta get more damage in. I gotta start pressuring these players out on the defense, and then you overstep one little beat, get hit by one arrow, and it all turns against you with a dash reset.
Yeah, I mean, DVG, it looks like they're on the same page. Like 100% on the same page, because, you know, all these pro teams, they have some relative amount of, you know, teamwork, synergy and such, but I feel like DVG, they are just looking like they are exactly on the same page. They're playing perfect right now. And look, Jake, we covered the promotion relegation when then Quick Esports, they qualified for Stage 2 in OWCS. And we looked at that team, we're like, this team is playing great. They have some standout players, of course. You know, Dip, Sidra at the time, but now Willis as well has had a great Stage 2. They're really taking it to some of the better teams in the region and tying things up here with Gen G now in this pivotal series we have to see for both of these teams. They're very evenly matched, and the winner of this one will have a great opportunity to secure a spot in the lower bracket and maybe even fight for even more come next week.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed now by 1D100G. It's Gen G's chance to strike back, though, with a map pick of their own. That's the advantage of being able to win on Ilios, right, is you have a lot more power for the long series. You're going to get, even if we go to Game 5, you're going to be having 3 map picks, so you're going to have that advantage. If 1D100G want to get this over the line, actually take the series, at some point, they're going to have to win on a Gen G map pick, and maybe this is the time to do it. We'll have to see where Gen G decide to take us, how the hero bans end up going down. It's clear to me now that, like, this 1D100G team looks very insane when it comes to the aggressive styles around Genji. But, like, can you ban Genji with Who Are You on your team? That just feels like sacrilege.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to go in that direction. You know, I'm more thinking about, you know, what are the strengths here on DVG that you could get out? So we're going to Runasapi. Like I said, I think both of these teams, they kind of have similar map pool, the maps they like to play. So I think both teams, they prefer to play a map like Runasapi, for example. What I'm kind of thinking, though, is if you're Gen G, do you want to ban something like the Diva here to get Willis off that pick? You know, if you're worried about these speed ring engages with the Diva flying in, just like that, do you want to force some kind of brawl matchup with the Ramatra or the Orisa here instead? It depends very slightly on where you think you have the advantage with these brawl compositions, I feel like.
To see, I mean, it's crazy, but I feel like Who Are You was so good on the Tracer and Ilios. I like don't even mind banning Genji. If you want to deal with the all-in engage style, Genji might be the most crucial hero to that style, because it's all about getting Genji his first dash reset, and then he just like explodes from there and you snowball the fight. Without Genji, I don't think that type of play is nearly as good, because you're not profiting as much from the initial kill. I mean, it's sacrilegious, but I think Who Are You is very good at it. I mean, Ilios proved it to me, man. Like that guy's got it on the Tracer. So I don't think they really. I mean, the style that Genji wants to play seems to be a lot worse for Genji. Like if you're just gonna poke it out and play slow, I'm just not convinced, even if you have Who Are You on your team, that Genji's the right choice.
If you really value, you know, obviously we talked about how Exodial is a fantastic hit scan player. Is there any scenario in where you would ban Freya to force a different hit scan matchup here, you think?
I don't know, because, you know, I feel like Exodial is also really good on the Freya. I feel like in this meta, with Freya being, let's say she's a little OP right now, pretty much the dominant character, I feel like banning Freya is a very passive/defensive choice. Like, look, 4 out of 5 maps, people are going to be playing Freya, 3 out of 5 in the absolute worst case. And it's just like, you got to win on the Freya. So if you're planning to ban Freya, maybe there's like some map where you're like, okay, we could play Widow because we banned Freya, like go to Dorado or something. Okay, sure, there's like some tech strat for that, but I'm not convinced on a map like Runasapi it's really that worthwhile.
Yeah, so we got the bans here. Genji, they ban Kiriko, and DBG respond with the Orisa ban here. So, you know, with the Kiriko ban,
it's a great carry map, right? Like, it's just for an aggressive style, I think Lucio Carry does look really good to me on this map, just because I think the Kyriel is amazing for helping you secure a bunch of cart time on the bot, even if you aren't necessarily winning the fight. And it's just like the map has a lot of these nice long straight line corridors where the Kyriel just gets really natural, great value positioning in the fight. And the Lucio Kyrie actually pokes pretty dang hard, man. So playing slow against it can be awkward if you want to play like a Brig style, with Lucio kiting you and Kyrie, you know, throwing those daggers.
The teams actually play different backlines come Runasapi as well. So Gen G, they do like to play the Juno Brig here on Runasapi, whereas Quick or DVG, they actually prefer to play the Lucio Kiriko. So they did some research going into this matchup and have found a map like Runasapi and identified a bit of a different choice in support backline, and said that we don't want to let you play Lucio Kiriko here on Runasapi. We believe we are the better Juno Brig team here. But at the same time, though, DVG, they've looked all right, Jake.
I feel like they're going to take the Juno Brig merit. You know, I agree. I like the ban from Gen G, but these bans, these teams, like, they've evolved for the reality of the ban system. You're not going to like blow up their strat. Like, they have backup strats, right? It's the reality. These teams are all scrimming with bans. They all know how to have those like adaptations. And, you know, in the end, I do like the choices from both teams. I feel like Mags Orisa could have been like a stalwart frontline choice that makes it really hard to play aggressive and can kind of just run down the carry Lucio. Can be just like such a problem for those characters. So I have to see how the teams try to play it. If it's Juno Break, what kind of tank matchup comes out here? I think there's a lot of choices on the tank front on this map. I really think it's kind of wide open. Maybe Diva is like the most meta choice, but with Juno Break being the natural support backline, maybe you go Ramatra or a different direction. Maybe even the Malga, the Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, Willis has played some Ramatra in the past with the Juno Brig backline. So as much as we talk about, you know, Willis being a great Diva player, now showing the Hazard here as well, I don't think any of these teams will have any trouble adjusting to this set of bans here on Runasapi, Jake.
Cassidy.
They're showing the Brig BAP for now, and yeah, Exodial on the Cass. I mean,
I feel like Cassidy is really bad in a Brig BAP mirror, but maybe I'm wrong. They're gonna teleport him out. It's real. They're committing. I mean, in theory, maybe you can like pop a big surprise, and honestly, it could be nice against the Hazard to shut down some of his mobility. But historically, Cassidy has been really vulnerable to very like longer range hit scan that have mobility, Freya, and also just aggression.
Like you're coping, Jake. Not you specifically, but if you're Gen G here, you're kind of coping about finding like the slot where Cassidy fits in. feel like
I mean,
Freya-
this guy's one of the best Cassidy players, right? He is one of the GOATs. And Willis is getting absolutely smoked on the front line pressure. Exodio now getting flanked, takes an arrow to the side, needs a ton of heal support, continuing to just stare forward fearlessly, pump damage into the tanks, and so far it's working. Mag holds the line.
All right,
And the push continues. Exodio's gonna get the cleanup, maybe.
Okay, let's pump the brake though. They didn't win that fight because of Cassidy alone. They won that fight because Willis decided to like leap in and then got caught, not being able to retreat from the fight. So, okay, Exodio gets the first fight win here, but it was not solely because of the Cassidy.
I think the Cassidy genuinely has a good matchup against the Hazard because he's just hard to like super burst down, and he can like put a lot of counter pressure on you as Hazard. But in the Ram mirror, it's going to be maybe slowing things down a little bit, more opportunity for Zidra to work, a little bit scarier for Exodio to take the long fight. And in theory, 1D100G's got to do something here, but we got 8 minutes on the clock, right? They can play this very slow and patient and just kind of wait for picks to come in, and that's where I think the Cassidy could potentially struggle. Gen.G maybe looking to hit some kind of a flank angle here. They're just kind of baiting in the attackers, but I think 1D100G should be pretty content to farm up ultimates in this position. They don't really need to do anything with this kind of time bank.
Yeah, you can see Willis taking damage just to feed Johan. The amplification matrix. Here comes a Deadeye. Exodio peeking out. DVG hiding in place.
Oh! Big shots from Exodio. Hold on. This guy's got it. We doubted it. Oh, what a shot.
I was wrong. Oh my god.
Okay, okay. Gen.G. That's a huge push, right? Getting that with just high noon, and I mean, I hate to say it, but Exodio, maybe he should swap. No, he believes. He's like, dude, did you guys see that last fight? I did. I'm about to lock in. I'm about to keep delivering. And 1D100G struggling. Just the aggro push. Unexpected play. And it ends up paying dividends. I actually think it's very correct to swap here. I think you really should be happy you got this lead on Cassidy, and it's a perfect time to swap. Actually, I'm impressed with Exodio. I think a lot of players wouldn't have, and this is, for me, like, just right. This is just correct in the Ramatra.
Especially with Willis swapping over to Ramatra, like you said. Leaving the viewers wanting more Cassidy gameplay.
Pulse onto the shield. Great block there from Natsuki. Yoham still drops the drone, though. Didn't full trust in the shield block. Understandable usage. Ant Matrix is well deployed, creating a bit of space now. Gen.G strike back with the Ant Matrix of their own. 1D100G gonna fall out around the corner. Now both teams playing it a little bit slow. Mag does have a big advantage in the Ramatra roll, but Diff, the pulse moment of Crispy. Canale was just away for a moment and it gets heavily punished. Mag continuing to pressure with the Annihilation Form, but only has the BAP for heals. Does have to fall back, but still the 4v5 ends up being enough. Mag space created. Canale continued to pump those heals, and Gen.G, despite losing the break to an opening pulse bomb, they're still able to win that fight and keep making progress.
And the game is kind of getting out of hand here, Jake. Gen.G with 91 meters after 3.5 minutes here. Crispy's coming up on the rally as well. DVG can't afford to lose this next fight, Jake, because that might just be the map, honestly.
It's a big day for 1D100G. Gen.G bending but not breaking. Now Rally comes in. Mag's isolated in the corner, but he's a very hard target. Tracer in the backline continuing to pull some of this attention away. They're trying to deal with Mag, but it's so hard in that corner. Bullet shot on the break shield. The drone just a little bit too late. The bash from Willis was perfect. And everyone getting shut down. Mag with the Ravenous Vortex pulls Johan down to the ground. And as you mentioned, Johnny, this game is now getting really out of hand. Once you get this bot through the choke point into last point, it is just so brutal to make the comeback, especially with 0 meters here. 1D100G, they've got to pull things together. This is the fight to win, though. They've got ultimate advantage. They're very close to their own spawn. They have everything going for them in this fight. But the map, too big of a task to contemplate in this spot.
Yeah, and now DVG are in this very tough position, Jake, where they need to invest big ultimates to just stay alive in this map. And Gen.G, they're going to be so delighted. They'll happily take Willis utilizing the Annihilation, Johan popping the Amplification Matrix. So this is just about forcing ultimates.
Nice kill.
Gen.G, but that pick alone might be good enough for DVG to get a fight win here without having to use any ultimates.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. I love the patience there, understanding from 1D100G. They're in a very big hole. They've got to keep taking risks, right? It's at that moment where you're under the most pressure, where really you have to realize, okay, actually we have a huge advantage. We're fighting in a very great spot for us. We can win this without ultis, and this has built them now just that glimmer of a chance to make it back into this map. 5 minutes on the clock. There's a lot of time to work with, but it's going to take a lot of successful fight wins back to back. First task is opening up this checkpoint, getting that forward spawn. Crucial to the long-term success. They have the ultimates to do it. Ant Matrix could be just the ticket. You're quite committed on Gen.G. Very far forward. Mag playing an offline, off angle in the corner. Pulse Bomb puts big damage onto the BAP. Who are you cleans it up himself. Now turning that pressure onto Zidra. Canale found that connection. Who are you making a lot of space, pulling tons of attention to himself. It's allowing the rest of Gen.G to push forward and crash over the attackers. And 1D100G Their push did not last long, Johnny. 18 meters, all they got out of that one.
Yeah, who are you with another nice play on the Tracer here? So had a great series so far. And time is starting to run out for DVG here. You realistically need to get that checkpoint as soon as possible, so then you can just start snowballing freely. But now, again, backs against the wall, you utilize the amplification matrix, Jake, and it's looking like you're gonna have to invest a couple of big ultimates just to hold your ground here on your side of the map.
Exodial went very deep, getting punished though. Yohem, Willis running that one over. Now Zydra free to work on the map here, uncontested on the hit scan field. Has to deal with that amplification matrix. Kanail though, forced back off the corner now. Mag in very alone, doesn't have any support in this position. Just trying to push as much card as they can, I think, and take this wipe. Gen.G, they know they don't really need to win here. They just want to run that clock down as much as they can. 1D100G though, taking full advantage, getting the cleanup. No ultis expended. Very clean fight from them, just what they needed. Still though, 3:30 on the clock, so even tighter timeline to accomplish this massive comeback task.
Yeah, but realistically, they've had two really good fights then, where they secure this initial pick and they don't have to use those ultimates. So, you know, we talk about what a great position Gen.G are in. They haven't really been able to capitalize on that just yet. Yes, it's an uphill battle for DVG, but they're winning these fights to allow them to invest now when they can start pushing the ball.
Willis making a lot of space in this offing, although needs to get help, needs to get some support in this position, but the rally is just too much, and they can't connect to it. It's an off-sync play here from 1D100G, and without the tank, they're looking in a very rough spot. Mag now knows that there's no enemy front line, is just going to run through the attackers, and every time 1D100G, they get back to this midpoint, they just get shut down once again. And Gen.G are playing this immaculately, playing so aggressively with the advantage they have. All they have to do is continue making trades. Dipping the offing on the pulse bomb, but they know he's here, man. They're hunting him down. He cannot be found. This is so important right now, but Houdini seems to have done it this time. That's big. He's going to be able to open the fight from the backline. Willis has gone over to the Diva. Very aggressive choice. Going to maybe evade Mag. Looking for the one clip by Dip. Full risk. I kind of like the greed there. Taking a lot of pressure, pulling a ton of attention to himself as well. Mag shields himself off in the corner, creating some space, creating opportunities. Dip keeping Baptiste zoned away from this health. And now Mag running low, doesn't quite have many cooldowns left. Can they continue to pressure him? The Gen.G supports though have flipped the map and come to Mag's aid at a perfect moment. Dip with a pulse bomb though. Breaks apart that backline. Mag falls down. 1D100G maybe doing this now. But once again, it feels like they've won this fight 3 or 4 times, right? It's okay, you get it done again, but Gen.G don't really care about fights on the opponent's side of the map at this point in order to stop it.
Yeah, and in the previous opportunity, DVG, they had, 4 or 5 ultimates. Now, they have no ultimates, Jake. So the opportunity here for DVG, they're slowly, trickling apart. They don't have a lot of good chances left here. Realistically, you kind of need a big play from one of your damage players right now. Sydra's coming up on this Bola shop. You need one of these players to open up this fight to give you the opportunity to cap this checkpoint.
Yeah, it would be crucial. Dip just fighting for his life on the flank, seeing what he can get done. Matrix from Kanail could be a problem, and Gen.G just super happy to run the clock. Like, they do not mind at all having Mag just play these corners, hold it down. Matrix pushing back the attackers once more. Who are you in a little bit alone here, but Briggs coming in to try to assist that, try to keep control of the flank. Goryu's been doing such a good job being that annoying threat, keeping the attention away. Pulse bomb onto the Briggs shield, drone is well deployed. There's no drone for the Baptiste himself though. He's getting a little bit low in the front line. Trades coming in. Dip finds Kanail. That's a huge pickoff. Willis gets another. And Natsuki held onto the rally this whole time. He is going to die, but I think it's still a wise choice there. The rally's so valuable in these comeback fights. Both supports are going to go down as they're nice late picks from Who Are You, but 1D100G, they're still going to be able to get a lot of cart push here. And denying that forward spawn means I think this is still a very profitable fight for 1D100G.
Yeah. You lose both your supports though, so Willis there, of course, pushing the ball forward as we see a pulse bomb from Dip there.
And the drone a little wide. That's a big mistake there from Kanail in that fight. On the replay now, Gen.G coming back in with a rally of their own.
24 seconds, Jake.
Annihilation could be a big problem. Zydra forced in, full commit. Drops a nice important, that was a critical shot to be hitting onto Who Are You. Counter pressure comes in, Matrix window. Full deployed there on the flank. 1D100G getting full control of that angle. Crispy forced into a rally. The position looks a little bit awkward here, but the cart's running back. Gen.G have stolen the bot away. They're taking the fight back towards 1D100G's side of the map. Who Are You kills Dip. Somebody's got to touch this for overtime, and I don't think they're going to be able to. The boops can come in. Diva just barely makes it in. So incredibly close from Willis. Rally. Pop by Natsuki. It's the last fight. He's got to commit. Self-destruct as well coming out. Willis holding on to that overtime. Getting back in the suit now, keeping it going, but Natsuki all alone. The Annihilation too much. Mag overwhelms. Pulse bomb connects from Who Are You, and that should be the final nail in the coffin. 1D100G, just the dregs, fighting it out against a team Gen.G at full strength. Winning once again on their map picks, methodically getting this one done.
Yeah, and you have to say, Gen G, they're looking much improved going into this map. A team that has struggled so far in Stage 2, they've now played great here in a couple of maps to kick this series off. On Runasabi as well, you get a clean lead just 3 minutes into the map, and they're able to hold on. It never really looked like they were in any danger of losing that map, Jake. I think some people in the audience, they might have been worried, just like, oh no, like how did Gen G lose this one? Because that's the reputation that they've earned themselves going into this series. But that looked really clean. You know, they got those couple of picks in every single fight. TVG never able to find any momentum whatsoever. So I have to say, Jake, I feel like this is a Gen G squad that is looking a lot better than they have in the previous weeks, because they're not giving up these huge leads. They're not choking as much when they have these leads. They're actually playing it very competitively all throughout these 3 maps. And now they're in a 2-1 lead going into map 4.
I'm really impressed with Gen G finding a really intelligent place to bring out the comfort pick for Exodio, right? I think they had the right read that, look, 1D100G, they've been trying to play super aggressive. This time they come out with the Hazard, which I think ends up being a great matchup for the Ramatra Cassidy. Exodio blows out the early part of the map with a couple huge fight wins. I mean, that highlight we saw on second point, that push forward towards the Juggernaut was ridiculous from Exodio. He hits like every single shot, big value high noon, 2 huge headshot cleanups. I mean, it's the dream scenario for Cassidy, but then he has the wherewithal to just swap over to the fray. I actually really think that's so important to praise for a player to be on their best favorite comfort hero, put up a very huge opening to the map, and still be smart enough to make the right swap going into the future here. And looking ahead for Gen G, that's a great sign for their potential to pull things together in this stage. We're gonna have to see if they can pull things together and close out this series. They're up 2-1. We'll see after this short break. Stick with us because we got to see the conclusion, who ends up taking it. Welcome back, everyone. It's OWCS EMEA region. Gen G in a critical, I would say a must-win scenario match for them if they want to avoid those relegation slots. It's not down to the mathematical certainty yet, but this is such a key game for them. And DVG, send us to Hollywood. I haven't seen so much Hollywood this stage. I'm kind of excited to see what happens. DVG, they open with the Batiste ban, so protecting their support lineup, punishing some of the defensive setups that Gen G have been relying on, maybe opening the door to more of their signature aggression, and Gen G, they try to take at least some of the teeth out of that aggression with the Diva ban.
I can't wait, Jake. We've rarely seen any Hollywood at all this stage so far, but now we're heading over here. DVG has only played Hollywood once this stage, and it was against the Ultimates, actually, in what people might remember as a bit of a questionable Sombra performance from one of the players in the lobby. Not on the side of Quick Esports that time, but it was a full hold for DVG against the Ultimates. Besides that, we haven't really seen them play this map, so I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out. Willis on the Hazard, kind of what I'm expecting here. Dip that time did actually pull out the Far on the defense, pulled out the Widowmaker on the offense, so maybe they got a few tricks up their sleeve here, Jake.
And it's the Anakiri on defense from Gen G. This is an odd style from my perspective. Like, very lonely situation here for the Ana for the most part, especially trying to heal an Orisa who could get caught in some dangerous scenarios. And 1D100G, they go with the old standby here. Dip more than likely going to be swapping over to Tracer or Genji after an opening attempt on the Widow. Oh, the burst kill, the spear from Mag sets it up. I don't think that really changes much, but nonetheless, a nice little opening salvo from the defense.
That's tough. All right, dip over to the Tracer, Jake. You didn't miss anything.
It didn't happen. Nobody saw anything.
Nothing happened.
Mag putting a lot of pressure. That's a nice spear connect on the Willis. Creates an opportunity for Who Are You to do a lot of damage. Eventually, Who Are You is pushed off the angle, but all this is sort of eating into this attacker time bank, building up some of the ultimates for the defense. 1D100G, they're being patient. They're trying to establish a bit of control. That recall force now, maybe an opportunity for the attackers to start walking forward. Willis has high ground control. Tracer as well, taking shots from Kanale. Those are critical shots to hit. Taking some of that aggression away. Kanale rotates over to the top elevator, under pressure. Big nade into the backline, connection out of Yoham. The damage followed up by Mag. He's pushed away, but he's still holding on to this high ground. Kanale forces the sleep, gets the peel from the Kiriko as well. Natsuki bouncing Zodiel in the chaos. Still 3 players alive for 1D100G, and Willis trading onto Who Are You kind of makes this one possible. Nade forced out as well. Now the pressure comes into Mag, but there's a lot. Both supports are able to heal this Orisa. This could be a hard point to continue to cap. A little bit of spawn advantage for the attackers. Kanale takes some pressure, really doesn't want to get forced to nade here. That's a beautiful spiked wall as well from Willis. Isolates away. Is going to be able to get naded, but Willis should be able to live out of this one. Cleanse force as well. Mag is just holding on to this point, fearlessly fighting alone into the backline, and the support comes in. Who Are You's back into the fight. Connection from Crispy onto Natsuki, but Yoham and Willis strike back as well. It's a knockdown, drag out scrap here. Yoham, Willis trying to find this out. Another sleep connects onto Willis. Hazard just barely alive up. He's like 1 HP. And Dip trying to get this one done. Needs to find some kind of a solo kill here. Exodial dancing well, getting pressure, ignoring this Tracer for last. And Dip sent packing, sent home, and maybe sent back to the spawn. No. Oh, yeah, Exodial still gets the connect. Man, that fight was ridiculous.
Genji hold on to that one. Kanale under so much pressure on the Ana, but just didn't go down. Mag as well, just holding down the fort. 2 minutes gone for DVG. That pick on Who Are You was actually huge because it freed up the Tracer duel and allowed DVG to push in. Because DVG, they're in a fight here. They recognize the greedy backline from Genji playing the Kiriko Ana. And you can see how Willis is trying to get to this backline desperately and get those picks. Just not able to, and now especially walking in, it's going to be a tough go for DVG here.
Dip pulls some of the Tracer's attention away, maybe creates an opening elsewhere on the map. Maybe you can start to walk forward now as 1D100G. They turn the pressure onto Mag. Zodio's caught in a kind of a tight corner there. Plays his way out of it for now. Ultimate's still available. Nano as well. Big connection with the bowler shot. Nano needs to go onto Exodial. Maybe he can use this for some counter pressure. Spin comes out from Mag. Pulls Yoham in. The follow-up is there. Willis trades it right back though. Rallies online. Dip finds another kill. 3v3 now. No supports left on the map. No one can be healed. Exodial caught by the downpour. Willis still healthy. Mag low. Running out of cooldowns. Who Are You? The last defender. Too far from point without the HP. Has to run back in and just tank the death. 1D100G brawling that one out.
Yeah, that was a tough first point there. But they finally get the cap, and Mag over on the Winston. Okay, so here we go. Like I said, going into the series, Jake, when you play the Winston with the Ana, still very much viable, and they bring out Kanale on the Ana and Mag on this Winston. Now, though, You gotta work around this hazard. Try to establish
a hard
some kind of
matchup.
positioning for your Ana. Because right now, I mean, you're just pretty much on the low ground, but who are you actually opens things up with a pick onto Sidra? And this could be Gen.G now getting the map control they need, Jake, to set up this composition.
Who are you? The dynamic duo so far delivering, and this is a tough matchup for Winston Tracer, but they get 2 openers. Put 1D100G back on their heels. 245 on the time bank. And you gotta walk up, you gotta take some of this space. Kanale is so far away on this Ana, he's just free sniping down, basically being that 3rd DPS for the team. Nade onto Zidra, mitigate some of that walk-up opportunity. And Gen.G playing very aggressive here despite being on the defense, really putting the pressure on these attackers. You're trying to walk forward through the rooms here, but no vision on the Ana is a scary prospect as you walk forward. There's always the threat of those nades coming in. The dive could be explosive. 1D100G moving card little by little, but Zidra, once again, the first one to fall, caught off alone. Mobility being used now to great effect by the Gen.G front line. And Dip gonna be cleared out of this hall. Send packing. Willis goes over to the Winston, feels the pressure to take the mirror. Mag setting the tone on Hollywood.
Wow, they recognize they need more mobility to advance here. Realistically, you need to win the Tracer duels. You can put some card pressure on. You need to dodge Kanale's Ana. So you're gonna wrap around the right-hand side there. Still playing this Brawly Juno. Great composition. Bola shot.
Crazy push from Exodio. Gets hard punished there.
Yeah.
And the Brig is so strong in this room. I love this Winston swap actually out from Willis, right? There's no Brig on the enemy side. Really no one to check your aggression. And so he's going to be very free to help put some pressure down. And even the score here, I think Zidra has been struggling. He's like trying to take the hit scan duel, and Tracer Winston are permanently harassing him. Now with the Winston on the field, that advantage is really mitigated. Crispy feels the same pressure. Going to go over to the Brig.
Here we go.
Big
Jake. We
ultimate
haven't
advantage,
seen
though.
a lot of Nano-Boost and a lot of Primal so far this stage. So let's see what Gen.G can do to reclaim some positioning here. Johan's coming up on the orbital rate. The support ultimates are going to be huge here for DVG. What is this play?
Ooh, into the back line on the Ana as well. She's solo. The follow-up comes in from Willis. The double nano, though, is online. The perk is up. And what looked like an amazing opener to the fight countered by a timely perk. Kanale gets that one. Zidra manages to get 1 kill out of it. It's going to maybe mitigate some of the positioning for Kanale. He might not be up on the high ground for the walk-up, so it is a meaningful kill. But 1D100G sent packing once again. Without the nano, though, maybe, I mean, that is a crucial tool. You do have double support ulti. It's going to be tough for Primal to actually get any kills. It's going to be more on, I think, Exodial to make use of the chaos to actually be able to burst through these support ults.
Yeah, I mean, Rally, Orbital Ray here on Hollywood, 2nd point. Normally, you say there's a huge support ultimate advantage here, but Gen.G, they can probably play around this. Mag has the Primal Rage. Rally's going to be put from Natsuki here. Let's see if they can get any value from these ults. 15 seconds to go, Jake.
Primal Force, traded 1 for 1. It's going to be very tough here for Mag. There's a lot of pressure from Freya. He can't really force anything with his Primal. Trading 1 for 1, though, is a decent trade, though. Not the end of the world getting the rally out. For now, just zoning pressure on the flank. Brig starts to move over to the high ground. Now Zidra in sights is a little bit low. Has to jump over to the high ground. Needs a bit of support, though. Who are you is on the case, chasing this one down. Okay, now the support's turn. They try to help Zidra, but is it too little, too late? Mag comes in for the cleanup. 1D100G even, but the pulse bomb trades it right back. Johan falls, though. 1D100G, they need to clutch this one out. It's only the Willis Primal standing between them and Devastation on Hollywood. Right now, Gen.G look to be holding strong. Surely the rally is too much for Willis. So much heals, not enough damage to get through them. He's trying to get what card progress he can. Right as Primal expires, so too to most of the hopes of Gen.G. Crispy, just a formality here, swinging the mace, getting a nice little whip shot connection there after the recall. And the bola shot falls harmlessly upon the Winston bubble, and Gen.G find the window to go to a very comfortable comp there, and they pilot it well, man. Magun, who are you, just hunting and pecking at the sides, always looking for opportunities, and Zidra way too often got caught off alone.
Yeah, and credit to Gen.G, they played around those double support ultimates from DVG as well. The rally was put from Natsuki, Mag popped the Primal, but they just waited it out. They let DVG have the bridge with the Orbital Ray, and then turned on DVG, so Gen.G come out on top there. I don't want to be a hindsight Andy here, Jake, but maybe a little bit. That play from Sidra when he dropped down with the bola shot, I see the vision. It could be a huge game changer. At the same time, you were both 90% to your support ultimates. You had positioning on the high ground. Is that a risk you really want to take, considering the advantage you already had?
If Ana didn't have the double nano perk, it actually, I think, would have worked, and they maybe would have just like immediately won the game off of that. But I mean, and so by the same token, if Ana were only 90 to nano, right? She just doesn't quite have it online. Maybe you just blow it out and win right there. So, you know, I think it's just one of those risks you got to take sometimes in professional play. You got to kind of push the limit and believe that you can get it done. Gen.G thinking about what they want to run on this offense, because, I mean, this is still a winnable map for 1D100G. They have been clutch many times before. I won't count them out, especially on Hollywood. First, second, both very winnable on defense. So not a terrible push by any means from that attack, especially in a dive meta.
Yeah, let's see what Gen.G decides to roll out with here.
I feel like this Ana is just a spawn play. It seems like he's not intending to really keep it. Puts a bunch of damage down onto Willis. This is nice, but it's also, you know, just basically trading. You're getting some Exodial, feeding some support ult, but the trade comes in. Exodial way over aggressive, out so deep into that. Kind of a wild positioning there, and the punish comes in. Kiriko just TP's out.
I mean, Exodial's confident. We didn't really mention
that
Exodial.
was too confident.
Okay,
That was too confident, Johnny. He was deep. He was deep around the corner, and the rest of Gen.G was not ready for that. 1D100G happy to profit like that.
Great series so far, and you know, let's see if Exodial can open things up here on this attack. Off to a rough start, yes.
Yeah, Who Are You is getting heavily marked in the flank. It's the pure 1v1 Tracer duel here. Who Are You forced to recall first? Advantage, but he Dip overconfident, didn't read the recall properly. And now 1D100G down one, a crucial player. This first point could be falling apart. A great opener from Who Are You. Once again, the hero on the Tracer, 1D100G. They're giving up cap time. They're going to be playing back in this hall. Willis grabs the Mega, getting back up healthy. Who Are You wants to stifle them before they can even take the repush out and start to contest this point. Pulling some of that attention as he's been doing all series long. Exodial is low. Zidra finds the pick again. But Yoham shut down. Still winnable now for the attackers. They've got the support advantage. Should be able to sustain through this. Natsuki, the only healer, under a lot of pressure. Zidra would love to find a bullet shot. Running low on cooldowns. Trying to dance away from this Predator. Who Are You? Just chasing him down. Giving him no respite. Who Are You finds that kill eventually. But Willis has traded it back. In the meantime, the pulse bomb. Who Are You is doing it all. Surely this is enough. Surely they can get over the line. Yoham, though, strikes back. Who Are You out of cooldowns? Is this not enough? Is this not enough for you? Gen.G 1D100G are holding on.
Are you kidding me? How did they not cap on the back of that? DVG, they come back into the fight.
There's no way Who Are You is not tilted. He needs to lock in and do that again, bro. That's too much to ask, but if you're Gen.G, you've got to ask it. Do that one more time. They do have this Kyrie ultimate coming up very soon. Exodial maybe can find something with the Bola shot. And 1D100G, there's a little bit of distance between them and the support ultimates, right? 15% towards that Orbital Ray. I wonder if Gen.G know this. They're playing it a little slow, so just think maybe they don't. They expect Orbital Ray to be online. I mean, it's a reasonable expectation at this point. Here's Canale opening things up. Downpour comes in, mitigating some of the aggression, buying a little bit of time. Just a moment is all Yoham needs to get that Orbital Ray online. Now he's going to push back. Big shot from Zidra, connects onto Exodial. The follow-up is there from Yoham in the Ray. And Gen.G, once again, being crushed here. Crispy still doesn't have that beat online. Canale cleaned up. And 1D100G have taken the wind out of the sails of Gen.G. It's the sound barrier for the next push, but beating aggressively into a rally it's a rough matchup, Johnny.
Oh no. This does not feel good for Gen.G. It feels like you should have gone this 0.8 cap to begin with. You investigate Sooner Rush, you get no value. Great counterplay from DVG. Like you said, just a sound barrier here. You really need to go aggressive here, but Natsuki's got this rally. This is a coin flip, Jake. This is a 50-50 matchup. This is anyone's.
I'd rather be 1D100G very heavily here. We'll see if Matt can maybe get a big downpour. I think that's what they need. Here it comes, though. Looks pretty nice. Rally has to be forced out early, so maybe this opportunity. Crispy beats very early, trying to up the aggression. You can't give up much point time. 2 ticks are already capped. It's up to Dip to maybe stall this one out. He has the recall. He needs to get back out onto the point. He likes to hold on to the recall for now, being so greedy with this, trusting the supports. He gets back up to health. Who Are You? Finds Zidra, but Dip with the pulse bomb could be the difference maker. Who Are You has a pulse of his own, needs to get the stick connection. Willis continuing to find kills in the chaos. Pulse bomb goes wide, but Who Are You still finds the connection. Now it's just Yoham on the support, trying to dance around, trying to find something in the chaos. Mag is also very low here. Willis also desperately close to that downpour, trying to get something done. Who Are You's making it happen again, though. Surely it's enough, but Willis turns it around. An explosive jump, takes his head off. And now one last chance for the retake. Dip comes in for the hold. Willis looking to find that downpour, comes in, takes his turn. Crispy, the cleanse is enough. Zidra, though, is found. Big connection to the bullet shot onto the stuck player. Now, Kiriko ult is forced out. Gen.G are desperate. They need to close this one out. They need to deploy everything. No room for error left at this point. Some big connections out of Zidra onto the Lucio. He's getting healed up by the Kiriko. And maybe, just maybe, Gen.G have done it. Still, just Tracer holding it on. Oh my God, Johnny.
Wow. Oh, that's exhausting, Jake. Wow. They do a great job, Gen.G. They cleared Willis, they cleared Dip, and they just have enough point pressure to get the cap eventually. The support's not able to help out DVG there. That was insane. But Gen G, they gotta count their lucky stars. They were able to get that cap, and now trying to establish the high ground 2 minutes ago to win out this series, Jake.
Not much time make, rather. 2 minutes on the clock, right? So a couple bad fights here for Gen G, and things could start to crumble. High ground control from 1D100G. They're gonna rip the orbital ray as well, trying to get a big connection from those missiles, but the full kite out. Crispy with a quick speed boost there. Who are you left out kind of alone here is going to be hunted, chased down, but creating a little bit of space. Opportunity being taken by Gen G. They walk back into the choke, but Willis jumps in. Exodio on the height, punished by multiple players there. And another great connection from Willis. He's honestly hunting down Exodio every single fight there, not letting this attacking Freya take any kind of position on the map. And without that critical DPS, Gen G are going to have to lick their wounds, play this one a little bit slow. 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, they have ultimates to go here, though. So Gen G, if they wanted to push up here with the sound barrier, they could. For now, they're just going to put pressure on this cart because they could potentially get into a one-fight territory here. Oh, Willis is stuck here.
His wall's protecting him, though, and he's got a lot of help from the supports. Gen G have very little map position right now. They're just playing it from the low ground. They have quite a few ultimates, but they've got to get into position to actually deploy them successfully. 1D100G are making this walk up hard. You have basically 5 ultimates here for Gen G, but how are you going to open this fight up? 1D100G aren't giving up any kind of card time for free. The aggressive beat comes in from Crispy just to start this fight off. Natsuki is low. A kill onto the brig would be massive. The space creation allows them to hunt down Zidra, and it seems like that'll be enough to start this card rolling for Gen G. Costs them the bowler shot as well. 1D100G looking to maybe get some kind of a counter kill, but it's a clean fight so far from Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G, they still have a few ultimates to go here. They are going to get the high ground, though. And now, depending on how they want to play this, they could drop the Kitsune Rush pretty aggressively if they want to go in. They could drop it on top of the cart and force DVG to walk into it. Natsuki needs to build this rally. And Willis with the downpour could be a huge counter to mitigate some of the aggression coming in from Gen G. This Tracer flank, though, Jake, could determine the matchup.
You got to fight into the Kyriall here. That's a difficult proposition in the best of times. 1D100G, it's going to take a bit of heroics here. Kyriall comes in, pulse bomb onto the shield, but it's wide enough onto Yoham. No! Steps into it, but Natsuki still has the rally. Maybe he can make this solo kill happen. Crispy got low. Saved by the Kiriko. Chaos the Bastion onto Who Are You. Forced to recall out of this. Still has the blinks. Back into the fight. Willis once again finds Exodial in the Chaos. And 1D100G, they're trying to fight this one out. Yoham desperately running it back from spawn, but Gen G snatching the series away. Who Are You gets it done. Gen G take the win on Hollywood. Absolute heroics from the Tracer. Who Are You? An unbelievable showing on Hollywood.
Player of the match. Give him the award right now.
No, that's facts,
right
bro.
now.
That's straight facts.
Oh my
Spoilers?
God.
It's obvious, bro. We all know.
Wow.
Dude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Who Are You has
was-
that dog in it. I literally cannot imagine continuing to play Untilted after that fight where he kills like 4 people by himself and they can't count. It's like, I would just boom. I would just boom.
Unreal.
I mean, for a second, it looked like everyone's boomed on that side because that should have been their point. Who Are You did everything and then some, and they get that first point in OT. And honestly, though, on the other side, I think Willis played a big part in the tenacity that we saw from One Dip versus 100 Gorillas. Like, Willis got so many crucial picks to keep them in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
I think this was a scenario where like a player like Who Are You was a big difference maker. Like actually made the difference to
You think?
cross the finish line here for Gen G. Like that was the best series we've seen from Who Are You here in the EMEA Stage 2. Like that was
Period.
fantastic.
Straight
Because
period, bro.
Because it's been, you know, a bit of a messy kind of like year for Who Are You here. You know, some people even asking like, does Who Are You still got it? Like how good
He
is
got it, bro. I watched this match.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Because obviously replacing Top Dragon, who had a bit of a tough stage 1, you know, but I'm a big Top Dragon fan. But Who Are You? This was a fantastic series. This is exactly why Gen G picked up Who Are You, because Who Are You can make a big difference like this on the Tracer. So, you know,
But that's the
DVG,
thing,
I think
right?
they had a
Why
lot
didn't
of
we see that
questions going
last
into
week?
this, but they made it happen in this series. So credit to them.
I do
I'm
want to
just
give
baffled that we didn't
1D100G
get-
their flowers, though. I mean, to deal with that Tracer performance and make the game close is absurd.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like, I was convinced it's just gonna be map 5 again because that's just their thing, right? Like that's just within their blood. Name change or not, it does not matter. What I wanted to say just now though is like I'm just baffled that this is not what we got to see from Who Are You last week. Like why don't we just see him on that Genji, on that Tracer at all times? Like why would you ever switch him off?
I mean, this is like just Tracer, and even the Genji was like all right on circuit, which is what we know him for. But I think it's even bigger for him to having the best performances on Tracer, which is just a stalwart top level hero, especially with Freya in the meta. It's just so critical that you have a god level Tracer. I mean, Who Are You showed what you can just get done almost single-handedly on the character, right? Like so many picks, creating a lot of space too. He's not like playing with the team and taking a ton of resource. He's often in the backline alone, pulling the attention to himself and still profiting, still finding kills in the fight. Just a massive outperformance from Who Are You. But honestly, the rest of the team, like, that was way too shaky when the Tracer's doing those things, you know, for Gen G. It was like, I would love to see them have a stronger, more convincing win with that. I mean, you can't replicate that week to week, what Who Are You just did. There's nobody can do that every single match.
No, but I mean, you low-key need to, right?
That's
on the other
crazy, Zoe. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's crazy.
Maybe we need to get crazy. They need to get crazy.
I think they do, because quite frankly, if you're looking at the standings there, right? Like they have to keep themselves alive. Like this was a must win for Gen G. I'd love to look at their upcoming matches, but my hands are being held hostage
next week. So
by,
no.
So he's exactly right.
Don't worry about it.
Who Are You? Just do that one more time, bro, and maybe a little bit better.
You gotta, because quite frankly, other than Twisted Minds, no other team has been able to make Alcatia sweat.
Maybe,
right?
Maybe they just adopted a slingshot theory. I don't know, for Stage 2. They saw what the Ultimates did last stage and were like, this
classic slingshot theory.
Yeah, a slingshot theory here, and they just stole it. They stole the idea.
It's slingshot theory versus Alcatia. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about it, Johnny.
Well, you don't have to beat Alcatia. You can qualify with Alcatia. So, beat all the other teams in the playoffs.
Just beat all the other teams. Yeah, but mathematically, that's still gonna be...
If Who Are You can be in this form, anything is possible. I will say that. Literally anything is possible. I think Exodio, though, has been the more consistent bright light for this team historically, and he was pretty quiet this match. You're just clearly taking massive focus, right? I think teams have realized in the Freya meta, she's an immense damage dealer. She's also a glass cannon, and if you just like hard focus her with your Tracer, your Hazard, it's very hard to stay alive on Freya.
Also,
I mean, the problem here is also just that the win conditions are very clear for Gen G, right? Like, you kind of can very much target that looking at bans and map selections.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind banning the Tracer against this team. Like, Who Are You just
honestly.
like doing what he's doing? I wouldn't have minded seeing a Tracer ban come out.
Yeah.
I guess what I wanted to say as well is that, like, I don't think there was ever a point in this series where I asked myself, what are Gen G doing? Like, I thought they played consistently great throughout the entire series. Even they lost Circuit Real. I would give tons of credit to DVG because I think they played the Diva composition to a T. Like, the walk-ups were really clean, which gave them an opportunity to engage with the speed wing, and they even played really well around Gen G when they played the Sigma composition. So I give DVG a ton of credit there. It's not even that Gen G played poorly on Circuit Real. I actually think that they were consistently great throughout the entire series, which is a stark difference from their previous matches so far this stage. So this has been an incredible glow-up for Gen G. I think they're looking really good if they can replicate performances like this.
Yeah, I mean, last week we were all feeling a little down in the dumps about that team, and now they rejuvenated our hopes and dreams, so we love to see that. And as we said a bajillion times within the last 3 minutes, lots of that was thanks to Who Are You. So to absolutely no one's surprise, Who Are You is our player of the match. Everything else would have been the epitome of Rob.
Just unreal. This would be the most. We can't even consider another option in this match. This was too much from one player.
Also, shout out, because we've glazed Who Are You enough already. Shout out Crispy. Came into the team, and you can discuss the impact of a support player like that, but obviously it made a change.
To use the glazing segment to stop glazing.
Well, because we glazed Who Are You. So
look, he's gotten
Crispy
like
as well.
2.5 MVP segments already in the post game. Yeah, so you know what?
I'm glazing Gen G, I'm glazing Who Are You, I'm glazing Crispy, I'm glazing all of them, because honestly, it's night and day.
The whole team's getting marinated. It's gonna be a good time. Let's take a look at our updated standings after this match to see where Gen G is finding themselves now, as they of course wanna slowly but surely move out of that bottom half of the standing. And they're doing a good job at that. But as you already said, Johnny, they have OWCS coming up, so it's not going to get easier.
Yeah, but at least you can breathe a sigh of relief that you've essentially qualified at least for the lower bracket, right? And we'll kind of see how, you know, the upper bracket shifts out with the top 4 here, because obviously, like, Ultimates have a couple of matches to go here. DVG, for what it's worth, their other matches against Peps. So considering the form of both teams, we do expect DVG to actually beat Peps. But crucially, I suppose they're, because of the map differential now, DVG, they can only reach a map differential of -1, whereas Gen G, they're looking at 0 map differential right now, which I guess will decrease after OWCS if they lose OWCS. So it's all up in the air, really, to be honest.
We can't get into the math just yet, but it's certain. I mean, that it's undeniable that maps of Peps versus DVG is going to be like crucial, and that's on the final day of week 6. So that'll be a big match for both of those teams. It's definitely going to come down to the wire there. But this is a big win for Gen G.
It is indeed, and it will be a very important match for Team Peps, which are coming up after a quick break. If they manage to get some maps off of OWCS, they can put themselves in a good position in case we are going into a map differential tiebreaker between them and a 1DV100G. Love the name, love a break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, fellow Overwatch esports enthusiasts. Zoe here, joined by Jake, Johnny, and Nori, and we're about to set the stage for our second match of the day. OWCS will be going up against Team Peps. Team Peps coming into this
She's vibing.
Yeah, he's just living his best life. He's such a big cat. Like, check.
Oh my god,
he's ginormous.
That's a specimen right there.
That is a cat of all cats. And similarly big is OWCS. They're the top dog, the top cat, the top team for sure.
Cat.
So that's
I don't think I've ever heard that one before.
The top cat. You know, if there can be a top dog, there can be a top cat.
All right.
Which is also just, you know, are you a cat? You or you're a dog person?
Yeah, I'm a dog person. I prefer dogs. But I grew up with cats.
Cats
so
or dogs?
It's a tough call. It's very
Put
tight
down the
race for me.
pitchforks, cat people. Put down the pitchforks. I like cats too.
I like
I was
cats.
about to say it's
feel
a hot take to say anything against cats in the internet.
Yeah, it's a tight race for me. I love both cats and dogs. I won't take a stand on this one.
You know what? That's fair. You don't have to have a favorite child. They're all great. Speaking of great things, second transition into OWCS. Last week, I was very happy that we got to see some fun new looks from OWCS. They tried different things out. You know, we had very entertaining matches with them against One Dip versus 100 Gorillas. We had Checkmate on a Farah, and they went for this Lifeweaver Baptiste and then Baptiste Mercy backline, which was really potent, of course, together with that Farah. So it was really fun to see them experimenting a little bit and playing a little loose.
Did you say the Mercy? Did you say the Mercy?
I did.
I love it.
Johnny, is Checkmate still hardcore sim-pilled? I'm seeing some of this in the clips.
Like Zoe said, like Checkmate's been playing the Farah as well. They just play like the Lifeweaver BAP, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna poke. We're just gonna poke you with Freya and Farah, and you're gonna have to struggle to walk up against us. Now, they did play against Sky Tour in DVG last week, so maybe not the most competitive matchup. They're going up against Team Pepsi.
Yeah, but that's a perfect place to like try out newer things, right? Now, Team Peps, speaking of trying out new things, I was very entertained by their compositions as well. They took quite some risks. I think they had a Lifeweaver Iliari Farah comp at one point. Did absolutely not work, like not even a little bit.
That sounds
but if it would have,
sorry, that sounds egregious.
no, trust.
Like, when you
it would
said
have been
my
so
eyes,
good.
like open wide. I'm like, nah, bro. That's
They like
I'm
rolled
tilted
back
in my
into the
rank
sockets.
game.
No, it would have looked so good if it would have worked, which it didn't, so never mind that. But yeah.
All right.
That actually is the Jaws experience, by the way. If you queue with Jaws, you get the Illari.
He's like, I'm going Illari here. Yeah, I'm like, bro, I don't know about that. Just let him lock in. Let him make his play.
I feel like, I mean, we are, having the morning games here in EMEA. You have to enjoy Brawl, because you'll probably see more of what we saw last series. We'll see a little bit of Hazard, see a little bit of Orisa. Maybe we get to see a Diva spot there as well. And then, but we have seen some Illari, so I'd love to see more of the Illari, to be honest. It's a nice.
We've seen quite a bit of it. Also, Lifeweaver.
Yeah.
I do like.
Like it.
A little mint between the brawl.
Yeah, a little slice of ginger, a little palate cleanser to warm you up for the next Brawl map in EMEA.
A little dash of flavor. Let's see if either of the team is bringing some of that. Regardless, we are heading into this match now. OWCS going up against Team Pets. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. As we jump into this one, we'll have to see what the control map pick is, what the bans end up being. I'm curious what OWCS end up playing. They're going to take us to Oasis, an opening ban on the Sombra. So taking away some of these like ultra high tempo styles. It also protects for them some of the Farah, some of the aggression that they might want to run. Team Peps showing that they maybe do want to be aggressive by banning out that Baptiste. It takes out one of the best defensive tools in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe touched on it in the pregame, but OWCS has actually been one of the teams in the region that have experimented more than the others, and not just like memeing around, playing the Mercy Farah and such as times, but Landon has flexed over to the Illari at times. They played like an Illari Brig kind of composition on New Junk City, and so they've been a little bit all over the map, trying to essentially find these niche compositions that can make a small difference on every single round. And so going into this matchup, I think we consider OWCS heavy favorites going up against Team Peps, but I'm still very excited to see what OWCS will bring us in the series.
And Labdon, the signature Sojourn, could be a big part of that. And as Zoe mentioned, I mean, it's not all about the win here for Team Peps. Just getting maps could be just anything that they can get to start to build some momentum. This is a team in the relegation spot against a team at Seed 1. This round robin, you got to play each other. You got to go against OWCS like everybody else has to. And so Team Peps will see if they can get something opening here. No Freya on the side for OWCS, so they're staying pretty far away from the meta. Great spear from Siad, though. Put some pressure on Ken. Has to dash out, and losing that flank control is going to mitigate you a lot. Labda punishes. No cooldowns left for the Genji. Labda with another. This is a hot start for OWCS. That's not what you wanted for Team Peps.
Yeah, this is scary now. Lavda, of course, very happy to go over to this Sojourn, which he had amazing performances on in stage 1 as well. And checkmate is Symmetra pill, Jake. This could
I'm a
be
believer,
scary
man.
for Peps
They're really good at the Symmetra. Like, they have this great mix of poking patiently, just like spamming those projectiles. Like, you're a pretty serious damage dealer at range. But then occasionally when the ults come down, you get full energy on Sim. You can, like, it's one of the few DPS that can really threaten an Orisa.
Absolutely, and so this walk-up now for Team Peps is so scary because you have to watch out for this rail from Lavda, but also the teleporter from Checkmate could be lethal. I mean, a Symmetra into Orisa as well. Very scary for Peps here walking up.
Genji to the back line. Nice cut down by Ken. Double headshot on the Landon. Dashes in. Lavda incredibly low. Ken falls up with the second. And Alcazia cut apart at the seams there. Beautiful opener by Ken. I mean, just the dream shots back to back, full headshots. Like, you can't like, do much about that as Landon.
Yeah, that was clean Genji play right there. Beautiful. Gets Peps on the board here, and as we draw closer to the first ultimates coming online in this series, Peps, of course, slightly more Sunbury built here for FD God. Probably because of the tempo of this series, we'll see both teams start building some support ultimates, but Landon's got the Kitsune timing if they want to go here.
Kelix trying to farm up that beat. Gonna speed up in that TP to the high ground. Instant Kitsune rush as well. Putting Team Peps on the back foot. They're bending but not breaking here. Gonna maybe retake with some of the sportals of their own. FD God has that sound barrier. Gonna pop it. It's too late to save Tread. Goes down under the withering focus fire of Checkmate. Checkmate traded right back. And now Zerion is gonna commit with that rush, but they don't have a tank. They've lost the point control. And so the capture is ticking against them in this fight. It's a costly one. And Ziad just fearlessly attacking straight into this backline. Zerion's gonna have to TP away to the teammates. FD God's gonna die very late in that early flip by Alcazia in the fight. So valuable as now they take a commanding position in the round. Point control, cap advantage, ultimate advantage. They have every tool they need to close out. And the sim wall is just icing on the cake. Oh, just immediate ultimate though from Lavda. They're going into the spawn. It's kind of crazy, but I kind of like the little bit of craziness here. Instant two-shot there onto Zerion. And without the Kiriko, I mean, that's all you really needed out of this OC.
You can't get picked here. If you get picked here, that's terrible news for Peps here. They're actually going to commit 2 ultimates.
TP it out. They TP it away from the spin. Beat as well from Ken's, or rather against Ken, stabilizing Kelix. Simwall as well into the spawn. Alcazia is just absolutely pedal to the metal here. Tread running low on the cooldowns. Forced to this edge of the map. Ziad says this is Sparta. Kicks him down between a rock and a hard place. FD God touching, takes a nice rail to the back. Kelix gonna be able to clean that one up. No problem. Booped into the disruptor shot. Kelix gets the finish, and that is talk about a decisive round.
Yeah, and talk about decisive play as well. Alcazia, they build that Kitsune rush. They TP engage right into Peps, and because Peps are playing this Genji, Freya kind of composition, they recognize they can't brawl against the Symmetra. They're forced to wait it out, and that mistimed beat from FD God, it's not enough to keep Tread up in that fight, and from on there on out, I mean, the round was just over.
That rush came out so fast out of the TP. Actually, yeah. I'm wondering, like, can you start the rush animation and then TP? Like, I actually want to watch this replay and see, because that was like strikingly fast. If you can, I don't know if you can actually do that, but I feel like you should be able to. Maybe I'm crazy. But if you can, then that's kind of wild. You like explode out of the TP with the rush with no animation is kind of insane.
It doesn't sound like it should work, but you know.
I think it sounds like it should work, Johnny. Actually, that's the type of thing that the TP is a crazy skill. All right, it breaks all the rules.
It's the small things that make a big difference. I don't know if you saw the clip of Funny Astro talking about how simple Jordan.
Yeah. The sideways speed ring is big
because you get slightly more distance with the speed. Yeah, so the small things can make all the difference, Jake.
Yeah, some big shots coming in here from Cookie on these high ground players. Lavda sticking with the Soj. Just a doubter of the Freya meta. Just playing for fun here and looking solid. Ziad takes the fight forward. Checkmate as well. Lavda, though, taking down. Cookie on the hop angle. Continuing to dump those explosive bolts. Gets some profit from it. Landon is incredibly low. Being chased down now by the D.Va. Struggling just to stay alive in the chaos. Checkmate makes a risky push. Has to get something done there. It's just a little bit too much without Lavda, without your core damage dealer. Cookie is just free to farm on the map. And it's going to be able to have that boulder shot basically online after the first fight. Can see it. The walk-up could be scary. The sim does really mitigate, though, crossing some of these longer angles.
Yeah, at least if you're Peps now, though, it's a slightly wider round. You're playing the Tracer and the D.Va as well, so you hope to navigate around this Symmetra a little bit better. You can kite. You know, if the teleporter comes out, you can kite reasonably. The point pressure here from Alcazia, that is going to be the bad news for Peps. You have to endure this pressure coming in from Ziad and try to find an opening.
Yeah, checkmate. Always threatening with those TPs. Here's the opening bullet shot. Finds Landon in the backline. Instant burst kill. Landon got absolutely crushing that by. I wonder if he had the Suzu online or just got popped too quick for it. Tread takes down checkmate, and once again, OWCS sent packing. The Sim is not finding nearly as much purchase in the dynamism that this round has showcased. Lambda as well has struggled at times to find connections to build rails, especially with all the cover available on this map. Starting to kind of worry about OWCS choices here, but they're still staying confident. They're building up towards their ultimates. The Sim wall could really change the story when it comes to recapping that point.
Yeah, we'll kind of see how they play this. Obviously, both teams with some great ultimates here. Ken has a decent opportunity to get a pulse bomb here, playing against the Kiri and Asusu, of course. Here comes the TP onto the high ground.
FD got bullied away. Zirian forced into the rush. Simwall right in the thick of it, so it's hard to leverage the value of that rest. The beat comes in. Counter beat a little bit better from Kelix. Beautiful heal amp to get people back up to full. Ziad finds 2 in the chaos. And the ultimate usage is perfect from OWCS. Getting just a little bit more value. The Simwall, I think, makes a world of difference. It's a long road back to winning this round, though. 80% on the board for Team Peps. They have a lot of chances to bring this one back. Zirian on the Zen, maybe just try to break the spawn camp for a moment here. I kind of like this tech pick just for a second. Probably going to swap right back as soon as he pushes away some of these spammers.
Okay. Cookie with another opening, picking onto OWCS. Now OWCS, they have the kite.
All right, Cookie. I see you, Cookie. And nice boot, beautiful by Tread. Sends checkmate off the TP. Gets the chance to pick him off, and this is going to be pretty much an instant reflip here. Katsia just, they know it too. They've got to just fall back out of this play, but Ziad is holding on to the point. He has self-destruct, and he's making kind of a lot of time with this one. If he can get back in the soup, that would be massive. Bullet shot wisely deployed there, but Ziad stays up. The heals are perfect, and he's back in the suit. Landon, Kelix keeping him online, but it's broken again. Lambda has to be the hero, has to find picks. And Peps wisely backing off this. They know if Lambda doesn't find anything, this is going to be so difficult to win. Ziad, only 20% back to the suit. A major advantage. Mech available for Tread. What can he get done with this? A full rail shot. Could be huge. Lambda gets a body shot connection on FD God. Slips away to get some heal. And OWCS bringing the chaos. This is where they thrive. Ziad, 60% back to that mech. Kelix is low, under a lot of pressure. Gets flanked, burst down. Ziad still getting healed up, struggling to recharge that mech. The rush is going to be committed. Can see it continuing to fight this one out, but they're so low on players. Cookie continues to profit on this Freya. Looking for more and more, still healthy on the high ground, still dumping damage. Ziad drops the mech on Empty God's head. No way, Johnny. They're starting to bring this one back. It took him a long time, but he got the kill with it. Zirian rips the ulti. So incredibly low, teleports away for just a moment. The cleanse is going to keep him online. Cookie just doing everything he can, but OWCS will not be denied. They've held on to this point for an ungodly quantity of time. Cookie finds another connection with the bullet shot, but Ziad still strikes back at the Baby Diva.
And Checkmate's got this Symmetra wall as well. They're still brawling here, but Cookie is going to clean up. Finally, it seems like Peps is going to close it out and cap here. 80% though. Especially considering you have the Symmetra, you should be able to walk up here. Yeah.
Ain't no way they made that fight last 93%. That is so crazy from OWCS. So impressive from them. They've got to make this retake though, or it's all for nothing. FD got with a major beat advantage. Will Peps realize the ultimate scenario and go for an aggressive play? Kelix is so close. Looks like he's going to be able to build that beat up himself. Team Peps decided to play this one slow. Cookie has found all the openers previously, but Lambda this time strikes onto Ken with the full rail. A better beat from Kelix gives them a great position to close this one out, and Tread is getting torn apart. Full torque Sim. This is the threat in the beat trade. Symmetra absolutely dominant in the tank badge. And now just Lucio Kiri trying to stall this one out. FD God trying to pull some attention to himself. Comes in for some overtime touches. Cookie looking to get something done, but Lambda gets saved by the cleanse, turns it around, and somehow, some way, OWCS just kicking and screaming, pull Peps over the edge. 2-0 victory on Oasis. That is a seed 1 performance, Johnny. That is a 1 seed performance.
That's stall. Are you serious? They stalled for like 70%. They didn't kill Ziad when he was trying to remake. You get a remake killed onto FD God. Like,
on the Lucio. On the Lucio.
What just happened? And then as well, like Peps, you know, there's a good chance they win that round as well. They got the cap with 80%, and then OWCS, they're scrambling to get back. They get the Sim TP out of spawn. But arguably, like, Peps even had a chance to, like, be a bit proactive there and see if they could get a pick early. Instead, they fall back to the point. They give Kelix enough time to build the sound barrier, and then Labda finds the pick on Sojourn. You just can't give Labda that opportunity to find that pick. And from there on out, it's a 5 versus 4. You trade sound barriers, and OWCS close things out. Peps, I think they had opportunities there, Jake, to really win this round and continue.
I mean, Cookie gave them more than enough chances, right? He did everything you could ask from your Sojourn and more, really, like finding so many picks. But I'm thinking back to these key moments of team play from OWCS. Both of the beat trades are significantly winning for OWCS. They have the later beat, and then they have like the heal amp behind it and the sim as well. So like they're just dominating in the ultimate trades. They're like consistently getting ahead in those moments. And then as well, I'm thinking back to these spots where when Ziad is demagged and gets bola shot on the baby diva. Cookie's like, he knows that they need to kill this baby diva, and then that they somehow from across the map, Landon like saves him and gets him back into the suit. That is like ridiculous that they're able to find that save and keep Ziad alive under the pressure of the bola shot.
Unreal. Unbelievable. OWCS, big favorites going into this series. I feel like Peps, you can't let those opportunities slide. Like, you have a great opportunity to close out a round like that, and you need to capitalize on that fact. The fact you give up a round like that and now allow OWCS to go up in the series with a 1-0 lead, that's just, you can't afford those opportunities to let you slip by in series like these.
I agree with you, but I just feel like OWCS is undeniable. They play with such swagger and poise and confidence. Like, they just take big risks, and they know how to do that, right? They know how to just get the most from those risks. And when they go for a big play, it's like everybody's hunting, everybody's trying to clutch it out. When one player's continuing to scrap and keep the overtime going, everyone is still perfectly dancing, looking for their opportunities, you know, making it hard to get picked off and trying to find their way right back into the engagement. And then somebody finds something, and then they all just continue to put that pressure on. So OWCS, this is a 1C performance from them. They're up 1-0 in the series, but mentally, that's a rough one to be losing for Team Peps, right? To have had that advantage in that round, and the way that stall refight went, it was just like, you felt like watching the feed. You're like, okay, Peps won, they're cleaning up. Peps won, they're clean. I think they're cleaning up, and then no, actually, OWCS is winning this fight. That I just unbelievable.
So we're heading over to Hollywood here for a second map, Jake, which again is a pleasant surprise. Like I said in the previous match, we haven't seen a lot of Hollywood so far this stage. And maybe if you're Peps, you feel like you have a slight advantage here. If you could, you know, play Winston Ana. I almost don't want to say it because it's rather unlikely.
I love your copium.
Like
I'll have what he's having in terms of the copium, Johnny.
Maybe they got, you know, CEST, so maybe you're thinking Tread, jump on the Winston, my guy, and, you know, we'll put Xerion on the Ana, and, you know, they have to support ban here, by the way, because, you know, realistically, you have to protect ban FTGods Lucio, right? I know we've seen
maybe this isn't really the best Lucio map, so like, it's kind of a weird map.
Yeah, sure. FTGods play some Brig, you know, they play Juno Brig, you know, if you want to play Ana,
I agree with you. I think FTGods definitely a Lucio player, but yeah, okay, they are going to ban the Juno. I just worry about this matchup because it's just like, oh, I actually love that. I love that DPS ban from OWCS banning the Freya, because Cookie was, I would say, like the reason that second round was so winnable for Peps. Right. Like finding the opening kills on mid, finding repicks on the retake, shutting down some of the retakes from OWCS with his openers. I mean, Cookie was doing just everything that you could do on Freya for the squad, and Lambda was just like, no, I'd rather play Sojourn and I'll win. And now you take away the Freya, and I wonder, for a lot of players who've been basically hard one-tricking Freya, now you're in Lambda's house. That's not a comfortable place to be.
Yeah, I mean, Cookie has, you know, essentially like one trick to Freya this stage, like so many other hit scan players. So
I mean, it's everyone is playing it. It's not like a bad thing to be spamming it, and I'm sure Cookie's also a strong player on other characters, but Lambda has been, I think, one of the most willing, and OWCS in general. It's interesting to see a team at the top seed be so creative and innovative, right? And be willing to like continue to push and say, we're not satisfied with the meta. We're going to look for another advantage and another comp and more versatility. That's a team with global ambition, right? This is a team that already kind of knows that they're going to be going to EWC, and that they want to have a wide pool of tricks to be able to deploy to defeat the other best teams in the world from other regions. I mean, at this point, when you're 5-0 in the stage, you really do start thinking about the wider world of competition, and I really see the fingerprints of that, the way this squad plays. They're looking to a tougher opponent. That's why they're never going to take it easy on a team like Peps.
Yeah, and I also think they learned quite a bit from Champions Clash, right? Because if you look You know, if
They were
if you
solid there.
React to Champions Clash, yeah, but they actually struggled. You know, they took a map of Falcons, which is like, you know, that's an achievement in and of itself. They took a map of Falcons, but you know, they had some issues like what tank are we going to play? Are we going to field Siad? And they actually looked better when Siad came in later in the tournament and played the tank for the team, right? So I think they learned quite a lot from getting exposure to that LAN event, and now you know, going to stage 2, you can build on that experience and look ahead to one of the biggest tournaments of the season, the mid-season championship. So yeah, I agree with you, especially, you know, they're flexing around, they're playing a lot of different kind of compositions here as well. I feel like Alcalcia is one of those teams in the region, you can never assume what they're going to play, because they have the ability to flex things up, and you have to be reactionary to whatever composition they are going to bring out.
The Sim Cassidy is going to be the defensive DPS comp for Alcalcia, and I actually think this is kind of a historic combo. I think there's a lot of synergy between these characters, and they're going to do a little intermediate spawn camp here.
Yeah.
I think this is a little, I don't know if they might stay here for a second and then TP out, or they just back off. It's just a meme. They're just flexing the comp. They're just letting, they're actually,
Here's what we're doing.
they're actually just trolling. Like, they shouldn't show their comp. It's like probably just wrong, but they don't care. YOLO.
But I also think, you know, that's respectable from Alcalcia. They're being active with the Symmetra teleporter. They're getting as much poke as they
Before the
can.
map opens?
Well, okay, well, you know, they show themselves on the balcony. They just enjoyed the sides for a little bit there. But that shows you
get back.
essentially
That's stretching the legs, getting warmed up.
they're very dynamic in the way they use the Symmetra teleporter to always be active, get poke in, and try to establish map positioning dominance, right? So
Lambda putting down big shots.
Hitting Cassidy shots here.
Opportunity for Cookie to find something. Takes a bit of a peek, but can't get a connection. Alcalcia happy to bend back. Playing this one a little bit slow. Here's the re-engage with the Fortify. TP up to the high ground. It looks like a fake here. Baits out. A little bit of value from Cookie. The re-push is good. Tread is very low, getting bullied out. Drone has been forced already. This Rissa now just holding down into the corner. Alcalcia, though, continuing to play this one slow and patient, right? Their Symmetra is going to outvalue over the long fight. Ken has to find the opportunity to get explosive, but you pull the trigger too early, you will just be cut to pieces by this defending composition. Lambda, speaking of cut to pieces, finds Cookie in the chaos. Ant Matrix has been deployed from the attackers, but they're not really getting any purchase. Maybe they'll get one tick out of this. I think no reason to force for the first tick defense. Could see it give that one up, but once that window's down, they're just going to immediately retake control. And FD God's caught in. This is a little sketchy from FD God. He's on the Lucio, so maybe he can play his way out of this, and I think Katsia are wise to not over-force trying to get that chase down. But now they're just really choking him out. The Lucio's caught away from the team. Now they're going to regroup on this offense. But close to this high noon, the Ant Matrix comes out on the attack. Beautiful spear from Ziad, and he popped that spin from Trep, but he's so low, just getting crushed down. The beat has to come in from Kellic, so that's a nice value for the attackers to force out. But once again, it's a resounding victory for the defenders.
Yeah, very expected fight win from Alcalcia in that one. I'm looking back to the previous fight again. Peps kind of kicking themselves because they had a huge amplification matrix lead. They drop it, but Cookie goes down immediately. And that was another opportunity for Peps. We built an ultimate early, but couldn't capitalize on it now. They've allowed Alcalcia to establish this defense, and here's an aggressive Deadeye from Lambda.
TP behind is going to get the off angle. The beat forced out. Very defensive from FD God. They cancel the high noon, but that's a great trade. Now the blade comes in, but can he actually force this one? Very low, putting so much pressure onto Ken. He can't get any value out of that. The spin used defensively as well from Ziad, and Checkmate does have that sim wall. The high noon is out from Cookie, sped boot in, but it's Tread who falls down into chaos. Checkmate still holding onto that wall, playing the off angle, TPing away. Cookie's getting danced on, and Ziad comes and cleans up. Alcalcia just absolutely tangoing with Team Peps, and Team Peps are missing a few steps. This team is just so sharp. Katsia with the TPs, immaculate.
Ken is going to swap over to the Tracer. Tough matchup here for Ken to walk.
This is a
one.
rough spot to be on Tracer.
Very rough indeed. I mean, Alcalcia are in full control here. They got a sim wall if you like to use it, amplification matrix.
Tracer's into the back line, but Katsia could just get very aggressive here. For now, they're gonna hold the aggression. Matrix comes out from Landon. Damage comes in from Cookie, though. On to Checkmate without the Symmetra. No TP, right? Taking out some of the dynamism. It's a window peak now from the defenders. Tread got absolutely crushed in just 1 second of focus fire there. Had to immediately fall back. Just barely stayed alive. Lambda, beautiful double connection on to Ken, riding the elevator and the sim wall. This is such a back-breaking spot here for the attackers to try and come in. Arissa forced into a tricky off angle. Tread is dancing well, but he can't get any heals on this side of the sim wall. This is Alcalcia territory. Cleaning out the attackers once more. The bubble shield online now for Ziad, where the comp really, I think, starts to heat up. And I'm sensing a spawn dive here. Oh, Bap on the flank. Do they know about this? Zirian made footsteps. Did they hear that? Oh, and Checkmate scouts him out. Wait, he's dancing. Oh, Checkmate, you gotta watch out for that. Zirian chasing him down, but there's the Lucio, booping him around. Labda gets the cleanup, and Team Pep's falling apart. Landon just gonna drop the drone and stand in the open, taking all the fight to the attackers. High Noon, good luck. FD God stuck between a rock and a hard place. 39% is all you're gonna get on Hollywood, Team Peps.
Checkmate's brain is just too large. He's just establishing dominance on the Symmetra, flipping the map, taking the angles that give Alcadzia the lead. Small little detail, but I like the wall that he dropped his ultimate as well, because it allowed them to rotate into Cafe with their Cassidy, find the pick that way, get mobile and get active on the map. So Alcadzia, they are coasting. Like, look at these stats. This is brutal, Jake.
Yeah, this is some inspired gameplay, right? And like there is this one fight in that attack where Team Peps, they have a big ultimate advantage, right? They have the beat blade, and there's only the spin and the DPS ults for Alcadzia. They don't have support ults. They don't really have, crucially, the beat to deal with either the beat or the blade. That's a huge problem for them. And what do? They just flip the tempo of the map. They high noon into the attack respawn, take the TP behind. FDOT has to beat just to try to stay alive into that. And then they try to blade and chase it down, and Alcadzia are just nowhere to be found. They're gone. They're like ghosts. They've slipped away. And I mean, just like the amount of pressure you're under in this game, not only across the season for Team Peps that like to try and find maps, to try and get anything done here, but the way Alcadzia is just taking every fight to you. You have to constantly be on guard, and it's hard to even think about what play you want to go for. On the offense with the sim TPs, Alcadzia, this is a nightmare for Team Peps. I mean, there's so many options for the TP, how you want to approach this. Let's just see what Alcadzia end up going for.
Yeah, it's so scary for Peps because you can't barely play like reactionary against the Symmetra as well, because they're bound to get some kind of positional advantage over you. So you kind of have to play like decisive and quick to rotate and get into a position where you're making Alcadzia uncomfortable, but that's way easier said than
oh my god.
I mean, Jake, they're just cleaning up the map. They're just clearing things up. Like,
God just got smoked. Ziad into the back line, feasting on the weak DPS. Landon steals those kills away from the tank. And just wrap it up, put a bow on it. 2-0, Alcadzia, SD God. Oh no, bro, oh my god.
You kind of, I think if you know you're up against a sim, you kind of have to expect them to TP to the high ground, Jake. I think.
I mean, he was going to like boop them. He was going to like boop them up so they could like other people could shoot them. He boop them up with the TP, and then Labda just domes him in like 1 millisecond out of the TP. That is savage, actually.
That was one of the maps of all time.
That was one of the maps. That's about as fast as it could go. I mean, that's pretty close to world record pace. Not much of an overtime on the attack.
Peps got 44%, Jake. So
is it 39?
Something like that.
I think it's this. It's 39.1. I don't think they capped any more than this.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Checkmate, early contender for player of the match here. Like the Symmetra is just making all the difference.
Yeah.
The angles. Brain is
Jesus. Oh my God.
No, that's disgusting.
Oh my God.
I hope you didn't have Peps players in your fantasy team. My God.
Oh my God. If you put Peps in your fantasy this week, all right, I'm just gonna say you might deserve this one. You should have seen this comment, guys. Alcadzia making mincemeat of their opponents, and Labda. I mean, Labda is a shooter right now on the cast. Like, thinking about that opening kill, he gets in a cookie, and that's like a window fight where for the attackers, they have the first window, they're healing a little bit more naturally on the attack. They go turn the corner with the window. Cassidy's got his head taken off. He's lying on the floor. It's like, uh-oh, guys, that's not so good.
So obviously, if you're Peps here, you're not expecting to win against Alcadzia because it's like the best team in the region so far. But Peps does have a double header next week. It's the last week of the regular season. To recap, Peps are 1-3. So if they want to avoid promotion relegation, they have to win at least one of these matches. And they're playing against VP and One Dip versus 100 Gorillas. And I think even if they beat DVG next week, they might be in promotion relegation because of map differential. We'll see how that kind of like unfolds. But they need at least a match win to avoid promotion relegation. And
it's way too early to be doing math on broadcast, but I got to tell you, Johnny, I'm not an expert, but I know that the match win in this series is looking pretty far away based on what we just saw in Hollywood.
This might be like Zoe likes to say that this might be like let's try things out map, because I don't know. Wow, I don't want to be disrespectful to Peps, but say it how it is. That was a brutal Hollywood.
Johnny, you know me. I always say it how it is. I only got one setting, which is say it how it is. and I mean, come on. Even Team Peps, they know how this map went. They're aware. They were in the game. They were playing it. They were closer to the action than we were.
Do you ban Symmetra? Ban Symmetra. That's
literally ban Symmetra. Literally, maybe that's like honestly, they should. Honestly, I think they actually must. But then Checkmate's just gonna go Genji, and you're gonna get dove this map if you try to play poke.
Oh well, this is the map. Last week they played the Lifeweaver map or Lifeweaver Mercy with the Pharah. So Checkmate might even roll out on a Pharah on this map. And then we have to walk into that amount of poke as well. Landon's been loving the Alari so far this stage.
They banned the sim.
This is
that's respect. That is the definition of a respect, man.
If I'm Alcazia, I don't care. I don't care. I don't even care about playing the sim on this map. Like, let's just play Freya far on the defense and just poke them to pieces.
Dude, if I'm Alcazia's coach, I'm like trying to convince them to not roll swap for map 3. Like that's what I'm worried about.
Donghack on the tracer.
Literally, this is a Donghack tracer type situation. This is
God.
Ziad saying, "Checkmate, give me the DPS, bro. Let me take over."
Oh, the Checkmate tank.
Let me see the Checkmate Winston.
That's a Florida Mayhem.
That's an OG.
Wow.
No, but I mean, I actually like this pick in theory from Team Peps because I feel like playing a poke style is like, it simplifies things a lot. It makes it a little more individualistic. Cookie has been a bright spot for your team. So I think this is probably the right call. Banning the sim also, mitigates some of the craziness that Katsuya could bring. And I think sim is legitimately pretty good on this map if you're like a team that knows how to utilize it. Thinking back to like the London days, they used to be pretty nasty with the sim in this map. Katsuya are going to take away the Ramatra. Okay, so that says to me that they might want to play pretty aggressive. If you're going to play the pure poke style, I'd imagine you're playing Sigma with that comp. But I don't know. I mean, if they're playing Lifeweaver, all bets are off. If they're playing Lifeweaver, Mercy, or BAP or whatever, I'm just along for the ride at that point.
Yeah, if I'm Peps, I honestly like. Because I think Alcazia are going to play some kind of like greedy backline and some kind of poke composition here. And I feel like Peps at that point, you kind of have to draw an inspiration from what DVG did earlier. You have to maybe put Tread on the Diva, Juno speed ring, like put FD God on the Juno or something like that. And Xerion's played a lot of Juno here as well for this team. But I feel like you have to step up the pace. I don't think you can match Alcazia in the poke necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if they play the Lifeweaver, dude, what is this comp? Is this real?
No, well,
this is looking real, bro. They're walking out.
They're walking out on the
side. All right.
Okay.
All right, look, I won't doubt it. Doubt it. You know what, Ziad? Let the guy, let him cook. Let him cook at this point. He's so nasty on the Orisa. I feel like this comp might be better than Orisa, but you know what? Just playing Zarya. They're putting on a show for the people. Look at this.
Double flex support. And then you go, well, they probably benefit from playing something like a Juno Diva. Then, we got the Freya, we got the Zarya.
Yeah, maybe this is like a call. Maybe like playing the Zarya makes it really awkward to play Diva, and that's maybe what you want against these DPS and also the Ana. So maybe that makes it, in that sense, it makes some sense to me. FD God is on Ilari. He's on Lifeweaver. I'm gonna go with this is not good against the nade. He really needs to swap against the nade, but. Surely, they're committing. Well, you know what? Honestly, I don't hate it. Like go for broke. The way the series is going, but look at the poke. Yeah, you can't even play, man. You're just getting absolutely crunched on the walk up.
Or are they gonna swap to here? Are you even gonna go even slower? Oh, they're gonna go faster. They're going
up the pace.
Like I said, but
and Widow plus. Oh, okay, Checkmate got punished. The Widow swap, a little over aggressive. Let's see if they can take this 5v4 to the bank. Ziad still gonna stand strong, still has both supports behind him. Widow can be a big threat here though, you gotta watch out. Cookie can always make something happen. Rocking that new skin, looking very sharp, but takes a bolt to the face, has to play this one a little bit slow. Counter pressure is heavy, but the card is rolling and Tread is playing the Diva. Actually, this is the correct choice. fearlessly playing the Diva into the Zarya. Zarya's maybe going to struggle to get energy there. Checkmate takes the bubble, but just gets absolutely damaged through it. And in the chaos, Kelix finds the nade to finish off Cookie. And now Ziad going to hold strong on the point. Lambda goes down. It's just 2 supports in the Zarya. But can she get this one done alone? Diva wisely goes starting to hunt that backline. And Ziad, you got to touch the point. It's so desperate, though, being surrounded from all sides. And now Katsia cooking a lot with this comp. But they're so low in the window just to slam the door on any kind of crazy possible retake. This is how Katsia after all, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, when they lost the Pharah, it lost a lot of poke ability there, and Alcalce were just forced to go back. Checkmate tried to build some charge for Ziad, who didn't have any charge at all on the Zarya.
I mean, this is like, Zarya's good against Diva, but this is not a good comp to be playing Zarya.
No,
it's not a good map for Zarya. It's not a good, like the Widow is free.
Like, so they should have swapped away, but Ziad...
Yeah, I kind of wish they upped the pace, but Landon has ulti. Maybe he can set something up, get some bubbles to Checkmate, get some aggression rolling. Katsia cooking pretty hard. Landon on the off angle, making some space. The damage comes in, securing the dash reset, and okay, Katsia just roll over the attackers somehow.
Somehow. They find a way to make it work. But
they just swung the corners. I mean, then again, right? Team Pep's playing the Widow and the Freya, they have like 0 map control. And second point, not so good for Widow, right? It's a very good Widow map, first and third. But second point, you're kind of forcing it in this kind of a comp to be playing Widow. You're trying to take these tight angles and Checkmate over to the Genji, giving Zarya maybe a bit of a more clear avenue to get that energy. And Ziad's getting a little bit torqued here. That's dangerous. If this Zarya gets energy, this matchup really starts to change.
Captive Song? Oh, sorry, Bola shot?
He does have it. Yeah, I mean, see if he wants to rip it here. They got to worry about Tread looking to eat it. He's shooting it very far away from Tread. Tread, though, beautiful intercept, beautiful shots there from Landon. Very nice connections on the floating Juno. It looks like he's going to get a second for his troubles as well into the back flank angle. And the rest of Katsia swarming forward. Checkmate low on the CD. He's going to back off for a moment to get healed. And this is getting problematic, right? If Ziad can end these fights near 100 energy, that's a big problem, right? I think the sort of the weakness of Zarya in this matchup is sometimes you just don't get energy at the high level of play. People are very cautious about letting you get built up, but when you go into the fight fully energized, it's kind of broken. It's very, very awkward to play Diva when the Zarya is pre-charged.
Also, it's pretty scary because, you know, the Zarya will build charge here, and you actually can Juno speedring off the ledge if you want to get busy and get on top of the backline here as well.
Yeah.
So Alcalce, they have options available, like how they want to take these fights. Now they have a grab as well. They have tons of ult material, Alcalce. This should be a clean,
big grab
fight.
That's a dream grab. This should be it. Oh, hold on, though. Orbital Ray stabilizing him for the moment. Oh, it's not enough. Just overwhelms. And, I mean, I guess there's not much more you can expect to get out of that than forcing the Ray, right? Like, if anything, maybe Katsia having to drop that is better than they would expect. For the attackers, Team Peps go over to the Lucio carry. I like this style. They want to maybe up the tempo, move past this front line and punish Landon, who should in theory be relatively vulnerable to some aggression.
Right.
But Checkmate and Lambda have the ultimates, and Blade is looking pretty terrifying in this fight, right? Checkmate getting some bubbles, speed ring. Tread is so low. This could be an opportunity if Checkmate wants to rip the Blade. Opening maybe with the Bola. Lambda thinking about it, looking for his opportunity. Doesn't want to get that ultimate eaten. Here's the Blade straight to the back line. Chops one apart. Cookie is down, and that's an OC thrown to the wayside. Kiriko, no skills left to fight that one out, and Katsia holding very strong for now on second point. It's only the Blade. Very stable fight, very clean fight. And Checkmate takes one more for his troubles.
Yeah, and Lano's going to build this Captive Sun here as well. Hard for Xerion to build this Kitsune Rush as well. 40% right now, and it's going to be a struggle. Probably only get one more Kitsune Rush to go here. This beat will be pivotal because, as you said, if you're playing this Diva composition, you'd like to get on top of Landon if possible, right? And that sound wave will just give you enough survivability. But here's the Captive Sun from Landon.
Oh, beautiful cleanse. Yeah, both the bullet, but the shots are just too clean. Cookie's already down. The beat had to come out so early, and it still wasn't enough. The damage comes in from Landon on the back, takes down Tread. And this guy is just fearless. He's on God mode. He's the server admin, just running it down in mid, and no one can look at him. They're just being overwhelmed. Can see it hitting on all fronts. Ziad does go down, so without the tank, maybe holding the front line be a little difficult. You still have 50 seconds on this attack, but the ultimate bank is running dry. Ziad will be back soon with the grab. I feel like you almost need to eat this grab, but that's so much to ask for by Tread.
Yeah, 100% here. Xerion's going to build this Kitsune Rush, and this will be one good fight. At least you got some ground here, Jake. You got some ground. And maybe now you can get some good value from Kitsune Rush. You got a decent position going here, but Ziad, so scary on the Zarya, and that can't happen, man.
It's happening, Johnny, and the shots come in yet again from Labda. Now he's onto the Freya. He's showing what he says, oh, give me a shot at the Freya. Starts delivering. Tread does take him down, but it's going to cost him his life out of the suit. Some bubbles forced. Ken getting a counter kill, but also trading away his life. And I mean, these kills are not very meaningful victory. You could go for the solo grab here. Yeah, dude, just going to take FD God out of the equation.
It's over.
Cleanse is used, but I think this is a good solo grab, right? You have to be forced to touch into this fight. And I mean, you just got an energized Zarya on the point. Kiriko trying to do it alone, but no more progress going to be achieved on this map. Tread just getting absolutely swarmed on the point. Tracer stalling for just a moment, but yeah, there's this one. This one is beyond hopeless, Johnny. The orbital ray. I mean, the margin of victory here is out of control. Like, Katsuya dumped 4 basically trolling ults into this fight because they've already won. And like, Team Peps had nothing left.
Yeah, I like the vision from OWCS as well. They stick to the Zarya, and they actually utilize their composition to their advantage, make it really difficult for Peps to walk up, get any kind of ground whatsoever. It felt like OWCS, they were always in control of like how they wanted to execute in those fights. It just came down to that very final fight where they actually gave up some positioning to Peps, but then opening pick by Labda. So OWCS in full control here. Very clean defense, actually, with the Zarya as well. Just a matter of time. They can clean up on point A here and get the cap and close out the series.
It's kind of interesting, right, with the Ram ban, right? Because I think Ram would be the conventional response for Team Peps to go against the Zarya.
Yeah.
I feel like they maybe should play Winston is like the next option, but it's sort of an awkward Winston map, and you need to be a very confident Winston player and really understand how to play that matchup. I still think maybe they should have played Winston into this comp, but not, you know, it's just like hard to find those answers for Team Peps. So I think Katsuya navigating the ban phase very well. Landon just profiting so heavily on this Alaria. It was like an odd pick, and I was sort of questioning it, worried about it, but every fight Landon is just like into the back line, taking risks, because Katsuya, this is how they play, right? They hit you on all fronts at once, and sure, you could turn around and deal with the Alaria, but that's pretty tough to do when Checkmate and Zyad are just running it down on you.
I think as well, like typically you'd say that the Winston is a good response there as well, because you know you can bubble off the Zarya if you can and try to engage that way. It's a bit harder to get on top of the Alaria or the Juno, but I think the Freya just adds, you know, another hero that is quite difficult for Winston. So much poke, Winston struggles to stay alive against a hero like Freya. So typically, yeah, I would have loved to see, you know, swap onto Winston in that kind of matchup, but the Freya has a different dynamic.
Wait, that play was so sick. They do it the pedal into the spear from Tread. Not enough to get the kill on Landon, though. The support is very clean there from Kellex. Bubbles as well, continuing to stabilize the position, and Katsuya just taking some pretty aggressive liberties here, taking some wide swings. Ken is struggling to keep the pressure on. Team Peps, they're playing an aggressive Pokemon, but they're the ones getting bullied out of this choke.
Yeah, Peps now have to hold this corner and keep Tread alive and buy just enough time for Ken and Cookie to find these picks. It's really all pressure on Peps here to find one of these picks, because OWCS, they're gonna be comfortable with Zyad on this payload, just beating up Tread on the Orisa.
Yeah, this is a very energized Zarya. Tread getting a ton of heals from this comp, trying to stabilize, slow things down, but that big sequence of headshots from Checkmate is going to get the Fortify out. Orisa could be focused next. She has to stay on the card, so pulling her out isn't really going to work in this spot. The M-Matrix pumping heals, but the damage is overwhelming. Katsuya, so many threats onto that Orisa. Farah can only hold the cart for just a second. The pull in from the Lifeweaver stall things out for just one more moment, but it's not enough. I mean, the high energy Zarya, the Genji hitting from the flank, Landon, it's just like an immaculately picked comp. Like, I think this comp is almost built to deal with the Farah Orisa style.
Yeah, because OWCS, you know, they put so much pressure on Tread. So if you're Tread, like, what can you do? You stand on the cart, you need to contest to prevent the point cap.
I mean, that is basically all he can do. It's like,
you are on a time limit, Team Peps are, to find those picks required, but they just couldn't. OWCS, they play a perfect game, and now just one fight win away from securing the series, Jake.
Landon just throws the ult out. Oh, feels like he values the flight more than he cares about the ultimate, because look at that damage just pumping in. FD God needs all the heals just to stay alive on the Lifeweaver. Forces the defensive tree as well. Katsuya can just back up off of this. They have used the orbital ray. Ken is a bit deep in the flank. Checkmate taking the fight into the backline though with the blades. Yad dealing with the front line. It's a C9 to close out that map. Johnny, no!
One of the series
a fitting end to the series, I have to say. I'm sorry to say, but it's just the truth.
That was one-sided. Business as usual for OWCS. That they looked quite clean on Circuit Real with their Zarya comp.
Yeah, I mean, they're so innovative. They place. I mean, they're such a fun team to watch. I feel like it's hard not to be a fan of OWCS. Like, you just want to see what they bring out next, what they're cooking up in the lab, and to be the #1 team pushing the tempo like this is a great sign for them looking ahead to the Esports World Cup. Like, this is exactly where you want to be as a team, dominating your region with a ton of flexibility. Feels like you're not even showing us all that you're capable of. That's the dream scenario.
I also just generally love that we see a little bit more Zarya. The last 2 weeks, we've had a bunch of teams in both regions experimenting a little bit with it, and this is a fantastic match to do just that. Now, Peps, and
Cope for me, Zoe. This is your toughest
I
challenge yet.
I cannot.
Cope
I
after
cannot.
this match.
I absolutely despise the way this one ended. I mean, this was just such a dominant performance. Like, there was no point in this series where I felt like, yeah, they got it. No, they never had it. That's unfortunate because Team Peps has a tough road
There was
ahead
that
of them.
one round on Oasis. Hold on. Round 2 of Oasis. The first half, they had me in the first half.
Okay, but Control is still not a real game type, in my opinion. So, like, there's that.
This needs to stop. This needs
So he's
to stop.
spinning facts.
No.
Bit of a hater, not gonna lie.
God.
No. Wait, what Control is the deathmatch game type. You got to be swaggy to win Control. You know, the other game modes are more about your team strategy. Yeah, who cares about team strategy?
Yeah, Control is just like
baby.
you shoot. That's right. It's like the insta-gip of Overwatch.
Exactly,
I'm okay
exactly.
with that.
But you know what?
It's fair.
Katsia's got shooters.
That's right. That's right.
I love Control.
Katsia are just like so good, not just on the individual level, but also like the hive mind aspect. They are on the same page. They know exactly how to execute every single composition we've seen from them. And at this point, we've seen a lot of different looks from them. So I think this is one, if not the most difficult teams to really strat against, because they've not really shown any weakness.
It's the junk buck diff, Jake. Am I right?
I'm telling you, bro. Junk buck's the GOAT.
That's where the money went.
Like, that's a good use of your money, I will say.
Yeah, that's good resource allotment.
I think the best
for
coach.
sure.
That's my belief. I would
You think
work
Junk
with
Buck
him.
is the best coach in the world?
I think he's the #1 coach in the game, personally. Personal opinion.
I don't have an opinion, but you saying that, I respect your opinion on it. Yeah, for sure.
It did not sound like you respected that opinion in the slightest.
No, I mean, there are lots of great coaches in the
Lies.
scene. So the fact that Jake so confidently crowns Junkbuck the best coach in the game, I think that's respectable, though. And Junk,
I think he would never say that, though. That's the thing. He would never say that.
Of course not. Of course he wouldn't. Well, but the thing here is obviously like you have to not live in the past. Sure, there were a lot of great coaches, but currently you have to just look at what's on the table. And I think the way Alcatia are playing, that's not just the players. That's coming from the coaching bench as well.
yeah,
Whole team firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they're firing on all cylinders, playing lots of different fun compositions here. They look like one when they played the Symmetra composition as well. I mean, this was just a complete differential here. So if nothing changes like in the meta, I just don't see how Alcatia are not qualifying for the mid-season championship. They look like
The real question is, how will they...
They
How
might
will
be
they fare
mathematically
against the
secured at this point.
international? I think they are.
Well,
I
they
think-
gotta win the regional playoffs, or get.
Oh, true.
Which
true. I
also,
guess they have
like,
they probably might. They're close to securing the 1 seed, but come on,
Right.
everybody
I
knows
was
they're
about,
gonna
like,
be the 1 seed.
let's be realistic. Like, it's very, very, very likely that they are going to make it to EWC. Now, the big question is, like, how will they fare against the international competition? How do they stack up against the top dogs from Korea? I personally think very good, but
Those are some very challenging foes, right? Weeding from the other regions, right? The other best teams in the world. But I think Katsia have just done everything that they possibly could, right? Like, there's just you can't criticize them for anything this stage, and that's a great spot to be.
absolutely. We actually have Kelix joining us now for a quick interview as we waffled to give us time to set that up. Kelix, thank you so much for joining us. Long time no see. I'm not going to waste anyone's time talking about this match because that was a quickie and a very dominant performance from you and the team. Generally, this stage has been extremely dominant. What are you guys working on in scrims? Like, if you're at the very top with no obvious signs of weakness to anyone watching, like what's the focus?
I think, first of all, we don't really scrim that much, but when we do, it's just mostly just trying out some random stuff that we want to try, because a lot of teams have different play styles, so you will play against one team and try some stuff there, and then, just playing mystery heroes pretty much.
Yeah, so I mean, coming into a match like this, you guys are, probably the pretty heavy favorites, coming in and showing a couple new strats and looking very solid on them. Is there anything you guys are thinking about going ahead, or is it the focus now on international competition? Is EMEA like still sort of worthy of concern, or are you guys thinking about OWCS yet?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to focus on like any international tournament yet. For me, I just want to finish this stage strong, possibly with a win, and then. Yeah, I think we are guaranteed first seed now, so I think that's nice. We just still have one more game to play, but yeah, I just want to focus on this next game and then the playoffs first, and then the EWC.
Kellex, I see the DJ equipment in the back. Give us a top 5 artists you're playing on the DJ set right now. Come on. Tonight. It's a
top
weekend,
5.
buddy.
It's Cream. It's like #1 played. It's like a Norwegian DJ duo, and that's. Then there's like some Hugel, Diplo, some other stuff. Bit of variety.
Oh, all right.
Are you streaming? You DJing? Can people watch that?
No. It's just for fun when I'm bored. Then I don't want to play games. I can just try out some stuff.
Yo, you should stream that. That's free money. I'd watch. There we go. Okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
Official request for Kellex to stream a DJ set.
Kellex, come on, you got this.
Okay, I will stream that.
That's right. Perfect. We got that sorted. We did it for the people. Thank you so much, Kellex, for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Love it, man. Thank you.
Always great to hear from Kellex. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you have such a cool hobby, you might as well just like share it with the people.
Yeah, that's
now, someone who's sharing their skills with the people each and every time they rock up in OWCS is Landon. Support player? Nah, I don't think so. Homie's out there DPSing on whatever he picks, like his Baptiste and Ilari. Actually scary to go up against. If the backline shoots like that, like, GG.
Yeah, definitely a player who's coming into his own right now. Maybe career best performance on this team, looking really, really solid, and a key part of their success. Like you said, it's great to see the supports having that level of threat and aggression contained within them, and yet also he's keeping up with the sim comp. He's like, keeping the sustain on players like Labda and Checkmate, who are kind of all over the place in terms of where they're dealing damage, and he's kind of able to keep up with all that. So it's a great sign for the team and great asset for them to have landed in the squad.
I also thought when Landon played the Ilari, you're like, okay, I'm expecting good things here. I'm expecting good shots from the Ilari. But the Ilari was kind of borderline disgusting. Like the shots were just like overwhelming, and you were like, ew, like 2-tap, 3-tap. Like Landon just racked up these picks like it was no problem at all. So that was very impressive.
Yeah, it probably was no problem at all, because he's just that good. That's why he's our player of the match. We hope to see much more of that. For now, let's take a look at our standings to see how they are shaping up, as we're in week 5 of 6 weeks of regular season play here in Stage 2. Katya sitting
just head and shoulders above.
Dude, 15 plus, that's an insane map differential.
Yeah, they dropped.
That means they dropped what, like, is it 3?
Yeah, like 2 against Twisted Minds early on, and then who else did lose a map? Oh yeah, Ultimates. Ultimates actually got 1 map off of them.
All right, put some respect on the Ultimates.
They lost.
No, I think they could super overcooked in that one.
They've been flawless since week 1.
Okay, scary.
Yeah, that's actually insane stuff. Another team sitting very much on the top of things is Twisted Minds, and they will be going up against VP after a short break. You don't want to miss it. We're gonna see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're getting ready and set up for our last match in the EMEA region. We had a banger close match, an absolute stump. What's next, Jake?
I mean, this is a match with massive stakes, with massive expectations. Both VP and Twisted Minds, they've been vying for that second place slot in the region. And right, like that has huge implications, although your seeding isn't going to necessarily dictate who qualifies to EWC. This has a massive mental implication for these teams. Whoever comes out on top here is going to be feeling a lot better about their chances of qualifying to that final tournament. So they both really want to leave their mark on this match.
And it's certainly the last tough test for Twisted Minds, as their opponents coming up are Frosttails as well as 1DVS 100Gs. Like I don't know. I did so well all day long.
DVG from now on. But,
yeah,
I got respect for Dip and the Gorillas after some games that I've seen. I've seen some good stuff.
Honestly, but we've had respect for that team all stage long, since they've been pushing their opponents. Now, Twisted Minds also pushing their opponents, of course, currently very much on the top of the standings. The only team that managed to play really close against OWCS. And if we want to take something away from last week's match against Gen G, don't bother, because there was nothing to take away. They just ran them over. It was an awful match for Gen G. Twisted Minds barely broke a sweat.
Simple has been pretty goated for me this season, and I think the support line is really on par with the best, certainly in the region, maybe in the world. I think it's a key part of their success. And I mean, it's just like they're just ridiculously stacked, right? KSA, Quartz, Psycho, this lineup has looked so sick for them. They just have a lot of threats. On the other side, though, very serious contenders in Virtus Pro. Not going to be an easy team to take down, even if you are as solid as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, the most interesting thing, I think, for everyone at this stage has been the implementation of Ice Gnome, right? Even last week, we saw Ice Gnome being put into the mix on much more maps than we expected to see him, probably to give him more reps. But for them to like have Vestola riding the bench here and there can be a great thing, can be a worrisome thing. Where are you standing on the matter, Johnny?
Well, I think they need to integrate someone like Ice Gnome into their play if they want to be a top team come the mid-season championship. At least you need to add that kind of like dynamic to your team, right? And we're seeing other teams in the world who are actually doing this. Even a team like Falcons, for example, they picked up someone to add a bit more dive flair to their team, recognizing that Hanbin alone might not just be enough for that team to beat someone like Crazy Raccoon. And so VP, I think they're kind of doing something similar here, where Vestola can only take you so far. Unless you have a perfect meta for Vestola, you're going to play an uphill battle. And yes, you can force a few maps here and there where Vestola is really playing his A game and feeling really comfortable. There are ways to bridge the gap in Overwatch in 2025, because there are, you know, heroes like Hazard and such. But I think still Ice Gnome adds a different kind of like dimension to this team, so I don't mind them giving him some reps in the regular season.
It's just the thing, right? When you're subbing in particular players for particular play styles, then that's very bannable as well, since you know exactly what to expect coming out of that player, and like that player is also not forced to have a broader like hero pool, because they're only really being subbed in for like one particular playstyle. Either way, Ice Gnome has been looking good so far for Virtus Pro. Still gonna be Twisted Minds the favorite in this very matchup. Let's see if they're coming out on top. So for all the action, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys.
I have to agree with you, Zoe. As good as VP have been historically, I think Twisted Minds, I like their squad. I think they've been the team to play faster tempo styles. And for me, that's been a winning formula in EMEA. Like teams that have tried to play slow, there's been good moments for them, but ultimately it's been the teams who seize the tempo, who seize the initiative, who look stronger to me. And that has been Twisted Minds through and through. Got somebody like Funny Astro on the team, making a lot of these shot calls, playing a lot of these high tempo main supports. And that's been a big boon for them. And with the Brig Ban here on OWCS, it's a great opener for you know, forcing that kind of a style. Lucio Kiri, a very comfortable spot for Twisted Minds to be.
Yeah, and VP, you know, they like playing this Juno Brig kind of composition, put Fixa onto that hero, but like you said, the Brig Ban will now come in handy for a team like Twisted Minds. This is going to be a great matchup, Jake. I can't wait. This is one of those few matchups a week which has the potential to be a fantastic 5-map banger, so let's hope both teams bring their A game today and provide us a nice series to round out the EMEA.
I think Control, fraudulent game mode or not, is actually a really important place for VP to show they can keep up with the tempo that Twisted Minds is known to love to bring. Fixa Taking this wide angle position though makes it very awkward to kind of walk out on the high ground. He can always threaten to boop you off, and so KSA over on the Diva is going to play from the low ground, playing a little bit more of a pokey style. Shockwave also on the Cassidy, so going to be potentially a bit of a vulnerability for Gala to protect.
They have the high ground for a little bit playing the back, but they're going to give it up. And Fixa actually caught in a pretty poor position there. Gets picked up by Funny Astro. So Twisted Minds, they just need a quick little engage for the high ground, and they get a man advantage now, 5 versus 4. Let's see if they can close it out.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit too much, but the point cap still being pressured very heavily by VP. Quartz just barely slips away from that one, trying to put some damage down. Eisnam is still healthy on the point. Luke Fixa is back and trying to mix it up on the high ground. Opportunity for Shockwave, but he just barely can't get the finish. Jaewoo does find it, and Orisa has been just forcing the objective constantly the entire time. Gala, even without the second support, was able to stabilize that fight. And despite Psycho finding one, it's too little too late. VP, despite losing to Lucio, I mean, that's a painful loss to take early in the fight, and the fact that they're still able to hold on to the engagement is huge.
Yeah, that's a risk you risk running if you're Twisted Minds here. You're playing this Lucio Kiri with the Diva as well. Virtus Pro, they're happy to put a lot of pressure onto the point with the Orisa and Gala on the Batiste, a lot of healing to keep the tank up. So they buy enough time and they put so much pressure onto the point that they're eventually able to poke down Twisted Minds and find the advantage. It's up to Twisted Minds here for the rotations to come through and maybe open things up against a bit more of a slower Virtus Pro comp.
Yeah, they have cleared out some of the angles. Opportunity for the bullet shot here. Goes into the backline. Baptiste is low. Forced to drone himself, but Jaewoo finds Funny Astro. High Noon. Fired off. Doesn't get a connection. Psycho with the pulse bomb. Is able to clean that one up with no drone to stabilize. Now Jaewoo has to solo stall this one out, but it seems like the flip is going to be coming through for Twisted Minds. They bring the pace. They clear out, crucially, that hookah lounge. And VP onto the outskirts of the point. Just don't have the position to sustain Eisnam.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky for Virtus Pro now, because you're playing this Orisa, you're playing this BAP. Realistically, I expect them to go inside here and let's try to get some kind of positioning, because Twisted Minds, they want to play out in the open here. They want to let Psycho cook. Jaewoo has a pulse bomb here, but going to be so much tough to get value from this one.
Big beat from Funny Astro, full aggression. They know Fix has died a couple times in this game. He doesn't have the beat up online. Eisnam, though, holding the line with the spin and has the fortify as well, so it's a great kite back from Virtus Pro, punishing that aggressive beat from Twisted Minds. And the pulse bomb, big connection. KSA bites 2 with the bomb, though. How does he get that? It's a 2 for 2. Both teams low. Double support, though, for Shockwave. Has a ton of resources on this Cassidy. Could take a very aggressive peek in. For now, Quartz forced off the angle. Big headshot, forces the recall from Tracer. And Virtus Pro, they want to strike while the iron is hot. Get anything that they possibly can. Funny Astro dancing around, but Gala there to punish him from behind the pillar. Psycho falls too. The pressure from this Cassidy is pretty immense. Diva is back. Maybe going to try and take the fight back to Shockwave, but KSA doesn't have that much help to work with. Playing it slow. The point's still being stalled, though. Twisted Minds running up the score as much as they can, but Virtus Pro, inevitable. This Bat Cassidy, just a matter of time for them to take down the point in the low numbers engagement.
Yeah, it's a crazy pulse bomb from Jaewoo that actually evens it up after KSA's 2K self-destruct, and that just gives Virtus Pro enough picks to try to level out the 3 versus 3 fight, and they win it out because of that double support, like you said. Now, though, 60% against 60%. Virtus Pro, double support ultimate, and they're going to commit both, Jake.
It's a big beat. Funny Astro's low. KSA as well. They have to fall back. They have to try to regroup. Full HP for VP. The Matrix as well, but they seem to have made it around the crucial corners, stabilizing in the face of a double support ultimate commitment. It's a very nice trade for Twisted Minds, but Jaewoo crucially finds Simple at the last moment. Now Twisted Minds 80% on the board against them. They know they need to make a play. They need to try to clutch this fight out. Shockwaves find Quartz with the High Noon. Funny Astro forced to retreat, and Twisted Minds just trying to regroup, trying to get back for one final touch on the point. Tracer should be able to make that happen, but Jaewoo's going to duel that flank before the fight even really begins.
And they're looking for picks here. Suspecting that Psycho's going to go for the touch here, contesting with KSA.
I think Psycho's touching from the other side.
Should come in here.
Yeah, the Psycho grabs the touch from the other side. It's no problem. Kitsune Rush deployed on the point for Simple. And so giving Twisted Minds a nice early base. Big stick from Psycho. It's exactly what you needed. Forces the drone and still finds the kill. These players are incredibly low under the protection of the drone, and once it falls, so too will they. And now Eisnam fortified on the point, getting cleaned up. Psycho, hero play there, touching the point, forwarding into a pulse bomb. Big damage from that, even under the drone, and KSA helps find the cleanups.
Yeah, and Gala just, the drone wasn't in time for the pulse bomb. That's a crucial pick, courtesy of Psycho there on the Tracer, and now Virtus Pro. Yes, they have a couple of ultimates here, but it's so tough. Funny Astro's gonna build a sound barrier here as well. Twisted Minds in a fairly comfortable position here if they can get value from this beat.
Last time Twisted Minds with the aggro beat, Virtus Pro just full kited back. They won't have that option if we get down to the overtime. How are they going to try to fight this out? Eisnom with the spin. Here's the beat now.
Hiding.
Sense the opportunity. They're trying to fall back off this play, and maybe they have a bit of time to come back in for the retake. KSA down out of the mech, speared by Eisnom, who's holding on to the position very well, low on cooldowns. Doesn't have that fortify, needs to just get those heals from Gala, but the point flip comes in for VP in the chaos. Psycho, though, takes down Gala. That's crucially taking the legs out from under this VP composition. Psycho with the second. Shockwave solo. Quartz shuts that one down, and somehow Twisted Minds, despite losing the D.Va, the space was created, and Psycho strikes with ruthless efficiency, cleans this one up, and that's a very back and forth affair, but Twisted Minds going to come out with the round.
Yeah, the damage player is looking fantastic for Twisted Minds and making a big difference right now. Virtus.pro, I think they played that composition quite well. They move around with the Cassidy, the BAP. They try to disengage from Twisted Minds when they do commit. And then they try to re-engage. Shockwave finding a couple of picks there on the Cassidy. But for the most part, Twisted Minds do a great job of maneuvering around this Cassidy BAP composition and then finding the picks necessary. Psycho, 12-2. This guy is on fire and was a huge difference maker in that round.
Jaywu is not far behind him though, 11-2, right? These tracers are going blow for blow. The damage is naturally going to be a little bit lower in the BAP comp. He has a more defensive role in this comp just to try to create space, but he's staying alive. He's finding those final blows. So both teams with some heavy hitters, and that's a round that could very much have gone the other way. A couple of those fights go differently. VP are going to up the tempo now, matching the Lucio Curie. They're going to bring out the Hazard as well, playing for some of this verticality. Hazard v D.Va, but Shockwave on the Cassidy is a pretty bold choice here, especially against the D.Va. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that work. Some success now being found for Cassidy in EMEA. But Eisnom's getting a free walk up here, potentially looking to find something. No, forced off the angle.
Yeah, Shockwave is naturally going to be a big target here for Twisted Minds, but for now, it's just about contesting this point. Poke through, see if you can find an opportunity here. See, wall dropped right now. KSA?
Cassidy's isolated. He's in a tough spot. He's caught, flanked from all sides. The flip comes in, but Twisted Minds have the bigger picture in mind. Trades coming in, though, from Jaywu. So both his scans down, and Virtus.pro relatively the healthier squad with point control. So managing to trade that one out well. Eisnom is low, though. This is a window now for the heavy repush to come out from Twisted Minds. They're trying to deny Eisnom from restoring back to that armor threshold. KSA low, running out of steam to continue this push. Simple, taking a bit of counter pressure as well. Now it's VP's turn for the counter punch, looking to swarm back over the point. Both teams going blow for blow, but this clock is just ticking up for VP, and that's a big kill by Eisnom. Without Simple, you will not be able to sustain into a long fight. Eisnom stays alive, proving his worth to the squad.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro doing a great job playing the momentum back and forth game right there. Eisnom took quite a lot of damage there, but Twisted Minds without Quartz, Psycho, KSA, just not enough damage to get that frag onto Eisnom, and then Virtus.pro, when they recognize the steam, has run out for Twisted Minds to collapse back onto Twisted Minds and secure the fight when they're coming up on big ultimates here. Twisted Minds is slightly missing out on that sound barrier, but for the most part, this is going to be a 10 ultimate fight here, Jake.
Yeah, this is going to be a monster trade, probably for the round. Early High Noon trying to force something out. Shockwave's relatively a throwaway ultimate. Gets the speed boost as well. Forces all the position retreated now. KSA eats that one up, grabs a nice big shield for his benefit. Simple comes forward now with the rush, but a much better set of support ults here for VP. They're still hanging on to these support ultimates. Here's the strike back from Gala. Ult on the point, downpour, looks to find a connection, maybe on some of these crucial backliners. Funny Astro forced into the beat, pulse bomb, big damage onto Shockwave. He takes through everything. KSA dropping a little bit low, support ults running thin. Now players really have to risk their lives. KSA pushing very deep, has that self-destruct once he gets D-Mech, drops that in aggressive position. Shockwave finds Psycho, but goes down. And time is ticking against you if you are Twisted Minds. VP still healthy. Jaywu, Eisnom on the point with both supports. Pulse bomb probably has KSA's name on it here. He's got to be so cautious. An opportunity finally strikes. Big connection from Jaywu. The D-Mech comes in, and that should be VP taking round 2.
Both teams playing at a really high level here. Trading back and forth, trading ultimates, trading spam, trying to find any opening they can, but Virtus.pro able to hold on. You know, Twisted Minds, I think even in that fight, they had a really good set of conditions going their way. KSA pushes up to the point, but then Funny Astro built that sound barrier and dropped it at a perfect timing here.
Oh, the Curial.
Yeah.
The Curial blocked by the spiked wall. That's such a sick play from Eisnom. I mean, we've been talking about how do you come in to replace a player like Visola. This is how. This guy's been grinding. He's coming up with these big moments, big performances. These kitebacks from, I mean, this Twisted Minds is one of the best teams in the world at these like super aggressive Lucio rush pushes, and Virtus.pro is handling them. So right now, 1-1, it's all gonna come down to this library stage, and Virtus.pro once again still on the Cassidy though. It's going to be maybe scary to contest the high ground, but Shockwave trades his life before going down. Maybe has done enough. Still healthy in the back line. Funny Astro not in such a strong position. Fixa fighting well with the group, and it seems like Twisted Mind's going to have to regroup out of this one. That's sort of the nature of Cassidy, right? Like, you're gonna die, but if you can take a couple players with you, you can deal the damage before you fall. Could be worth it.
Yeah, and it does seem like Virtus.pro, they're very confident in playing out these scrappy 4 versus 4 fights. So far, another fight where they get that early pick, Shockwave goes down, but they win it out because they're playing so well together. KSA now taking quite a bit of poke here. Actually pushed back quite a far amount. Susu's going to be dropped from Simple. This is now Virtus.pro trying to apply pressure onto Twisted Minds. Psycho goes down.
Aizdam is so low, but Shockwave's Jwoo, they strike first, and Aizdam getting perfectly peeled by the team, goes just far enough to take all the aggression onto himself. Beautiful cleanse by Simple, right time with the reload, but it's just overwhelming. Those early kills from the DPS and Virtus.pro, putting them in a pretty decisive edge on this map, and the Hazard seems to have the edge in this matchup for now.
Yeah, and also Virtus.pro, they're playing their limits so well, right? Because Aizdam is dropping low a few of these fights. Yeah. They're able to get away. They know exactly how much damage they can afford to take. Aggressive Deadeye coming through from Shockwave here. Shouldn't be able to get anyone picked here. Still buys enough time here for the rest of the team, and they're gonna fall back.
I mean, space created, right? Deadeye, you're not mad at that. And like literally running the clock for 10 seconds, it's decent value. And so once again, you're on the retake for Twisted Minds. See if they can get something done. We'll see if Simple can find that Kitsune Rush. Drops it across the point. Perfect cleanse, just barely came down in time. Response from Gala though, so even trades on the point. Both Lucios trying to hold on to that beat. Funny Astro just barely gets it off in the nick of time. Aizdam didn't catch that beat. He's down in the lower, kind of in trouble. And yeah, KSA hunting that one down. So Virtus.pro just slightly off sync there. Aizdam forced into the lower to grab a Mega and couldn't get the sound barrier. They're still trying to scrap this one out, but maybe Psycho just has a little bit too much purchase on the fight. KSA drops low, drops the low ground, grabs the Mega. Psycho cleans up Jwoo. The flip comes in for TM.
And the smallest difference makes
they want more.
Big difference here, actually. The fact that Aizdam didn't get that sound barrier, that was pretty much the only thing that allowed Twisted Minds to close out that fight. That was the small little difference in favor of Twisted Minds, and now 20%. They got 3 ultimates on the board here. Let's see how they utilize them. Quartz, been a fantastic hit scan player. Here comes the bowler shot.
Big bowler shot in the back line. There's no D.Va to eat it, so Quartz really profiting. They're going to be able to win this fight with just the bowler shot. Great start for Twisted Minds in running back this round. And the retake is where the Cassidy could be a bit of a liability, right? Like trying to walk up and turn those corners into the choke point. You really are vulnerable to getting jumped on. You really just cannot escape a D.Va turning the corner on you. So Shockwave's gonna have to really navigate this challenge perfectly. High Noon, it's something, it's an ult, sort of.
Split.
He's got a big channel though. Oh, and it doesn't get eaten. KSA forced into the self-destruct. The kills came in for VP elsewhere in the fight, so Shockwave baits the aggression on himself, uses the High Noon just to stay alive long enough, gets a big nuke of damage onto the tank, and VP gonna be grabbing this flip right back. Quartz fighting Jwoo was a nice kill, but won't be enough unless they can find some more. And Quartz just wants to live, wants to farm up that next bowler shot, knows how powerful it is with no D.Va on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and Deadeye forces Twisted Minds to react. And KSA goes aggressive while the rest of the team falls back. So Twisted Minds are split up, and that is enough for Virtus.pro to capitalize on that. Getting a couple of fights to kick off the fight. And now, early rush from Gala.
Yeah, Aizdam dives in deep, takes a lot of that. But Funny Astro very quick to pull the trigger on that speed boost, gets them out of trouble. 90%, so still enough time to come back in for the touch. It's a big fight there, opening for Twisted Minds, giving them a bit of an edge. Jwoo so deep, no recall, but still fighting with absolute fearlessness. Quartz doesn't get that beat, still trying to get into this fight, but Twisted Minds, it's good enough this time. They take down Shockwave, they take down Jwoo, and they're gonna be going once again towards those overtime fights. It feels like these two teams were meant to match up here.
Yeah, another great valuable beat for Funny Astro. Engage and Twisted Minds a clean house there. And as we approach this final fight, Jake, no support ultimates on either side. This is going to come down to the Tracers and maybe Aizdam if he can make a difference on this Quartz. But this is time for Quartz to step up, yeah, with this bowler.
This is all Quartz. Bowler shot, relatively free here. It's basically only the cleanse is the response for it. Quartz has everything to do in this fight under a lot of pressure. He would love to get that stick, but he just barely dances away. Bowler shot connects onto the back line, and it's just enough to take down Shockwave. Despite the cleanse, it's still not enough. And without a hit scan, who can take down Quartz? He's getting healthy once again. Twisted Mind's in a great position to close out this round. Pulse Bomb goes wide though. Eisnom dodges that one well. And Virtus.pro is still healthy. They're still continuing to fight on into this. Quartz doing his best to pump that damage. Eisnom trying to stay alive, getting flanked, hit from all sides. The Sports are doing everything to keep him up, but it's just not enough. The pressure overwhelming. Twisted Mind's in such an advantage now. Big shots from Shockwave coming back in, but he can't quite get enough to take down Quartz. KSA with a self-destruct can just full send this one on to Shockwave. No fear for his life. And now Jwoo desperately trying to stall it out. They have that Kitsune Rush on the point, giving them a bit more cooldowns, but Funny Astro finds one in the fight. KSA back in the mech, full suit. Simple drops the rush, beat available as well for Funny Astro, and you got a bit more delay left in you, Virtus.pro, but who's gonna find the kill? Who's gonna get you back into this? It's just impossible. Twisted Minds snatch this game back and take our opening map of the series, but I think, Johnny, from this one, we are in for a close matchup.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? We went down to literally the final fight of the map. Both series playing at their absolute best right now, trading back and forth. I think it was beautiful, the way both teams, they play slightly different styles with D.Va, the Hazard, but they're still trading momentum back and forth and trying to make these big plays that make the big difference in the fights here. So yeah, both teams, they're looking real good going into this match, Jake.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff. Especially, I think Quartz really started to heat up toward the end of that third round, and that's exactly what you were hoping for if you're a fan of Twisted Minds, right? You want to see Quartz be that superstar for the squad, be a huge problem, especially on the Freya. And Shockwave, I mean, we've seen a couple teams now start to look a little bit more towards the Cassidy, and I'm starting to see why. I'm starting to see the vision, right? Especially with Bath being a little bit more in the meta. Cassidy is just that old classic stand and deliver character that is a real problem in these fights. If you can't deal with him, he's going to deal with you.
Yeah, and I think it lends itself to some of these maps, like the one we're watching here on Garden, for example. Yeah, you can kind of like kite away and, you know, see if you can get some picks on Cassidy. But I'm also worried that maybe if you commit too hard on the Cassidy, it actually allows Twisted Minds to identify a target for them to engage upon. And I think they dealt with Shockwave quite nice there. At least if you're playing the Freya, you know, Freya has so much mobility in hand that it's hard to punish a Freya that much. So we'll kind of see how this series develop, but for now, VP rocking with the Cassidy. We'll see if they stick with it for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of maps to play here. I think both these teams are not limited to these comps, right? He's choosing to bring out the Cassidy because he thinks that's the best tool for the job in that spot, that situation, this matchup. And we'll have to see, of course, where VP decide to take it. You have a lot of power here with the map pick, especially, I mean, is there ever a world, do you want to go to a Vistola poke map? I gotta say, Eisnom look great to me. Like, I do not think, I would not criticize Eisnom. I feel like they can tango with Twisted Minds in the speed comp, and I think they actually need to be able to do that if they want to win the series. I don't think you're winning this trying to play slow the whole time. So there's a world where you just double down and you say, like, let's run it back with one more speed mirror and let's just like play that tempo. Maybe you can get a Lucio ban over the line this time.
Right, but at the same time, I feel like Virtus.pro, obviously that's a great boon for them, being able to play those fast-paced compositions. Icenom's looking good, but the fact you can go to a map like Circuit Real, sub in Vistola, you can force some of these slower kind of compositions, you know, Gala, flex over to the Alari. I feel like you have to capitalize on this opportunity while you can in the series, so it makes a lot of sense for me for Virtus.pro to go to Circuit Real early in the series. You know that's one of your best picks, but they're actually going to pick Dorado instead. Wow, I think this is a really interesting pick coming through from Virtus.pro here.
Eisnom, maybe. Unless they go with like a Vistola D.Va with a Winston ban. There's another sort of a thought here. Although I'm not sure how good the Winston ban is on this map with options like Hazard and Ball to kind of replace him. Could bring out the Widows here. Also, I think this is kind of like one of the best Widow maps in the pool. But maybe Freya is just a little too good in that matchup to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, and I'm actually, I don't think Virtus.pro has actually played Dorado all stage, so they choose to bring it out here against Twisted Minds, and Vistola is going to come in, which, you know, we don't know Vistola versus Winston, so it's going to lean more onto that D.Va, right? That's kind of what you expect. I fully agree with you. But still, though, I feel like when this roster kind of came together, Virtus.pro, right? You were kind of looking at Dorado as one of the maps where you'd kind of want to take them to, because you see at Vistola's hero pool, and you're thinking, well, of course, we'd want to force Virtus.pro to play a dive map when they have a player like Vistola who prefers these slower tanks. But instead, they pick it here against Twisted Minds as a comfort pick.
I actually kind of like this. In my opinion, after the rework, this is a better D.Va map than a Winston map. I think Winston's not as good as he used to be on this map. And I think for me, actually, there's a comp that I believe Florida Mayhem was like the first team I saw play it consistently, and I just fell in love with it. I think it's like the broken comp on this map is the Brig Bap Diva for with like a hit scan tracer or whatever you kind of want to fill on DPS. Probably a tracer always, and then maybe a Torb. Like maybe you get silly with it, but for the most part, I think that's actually a rock solid trio, and Brig and Bap is definitely in the meta right now. I'm kind of seeing the vision. It's going to be up to VP what they want to do with on the bans, but I wonder, like, do you even need to ban a Winston? Maybe you ban, is it crazy? You could ban like an Ana, you could ban, I guess maybe you want to protect the Divas, so maybe you do need to ban the Winston or the Hazard. I'd almost rather see a Hazard ban if that's not too crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because obviously they're going into this map with a plan, and then you're trying to figure out, well, what are Twisted Minds going to play on Dorado in response? So I think this is one of the maps I'm least willing to predict what compositions we're going to see, because I think it's truly a little bit up in the air here. Virtus Pro, though, I feel like their team, it favors a map like this as well, with Gala and Fixa in the back line. You can play the slow composition. So they're actually going to ban the Ana, which allows Twisted Minds to ban the Stolas Diva. So yeah, I guess you're playing the Hazard perhaps then?
Yeah, these bans look like a Hazard set to me. Like it looks like without Ana, it feels like who's going to deal with the Hazard. But also, I mean, what replaces? I think Bat Brig is, maybe you can still play Bat Brig, but what does Vistola play? It's kind of a tougher question.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least the Ana is banned, like you said, so it's going to prevent sleep darts and stuff like that too. To put a crux in things here, we'll have to see what they roll out with here. I love the idea of playing the Brig Bap, like you said. A lot of teams, they've started to integrate Baptiste more and more every week, I feel like, because it started out and we saw some Bap in both regions, and I'm thinking, okay, you can shoehorn this in when the Kiriko gets banned and stuff like that. But now it feels like Bap is here to stay, and the question is, like, how do you build around the Baptiste instead? So if Virtus Pro, they truly bring out like a Baptiste comp here, I think that kind of just proves that Baptiste is more viable than ever has in Overwatch 2. It's been a while for that hero. So
Ramcom, okay, Twisted Minds, they're kind of cooking with this one. So we got a quick pause, see if we want to resolve any kind of tech issues shortly, of course, before the map gets underway. And I mean, I'm kind of glad we got to see those comps. Ram on the defense is interesting to me. I guess, like, you don't need verticality as much as you did before, but I still kind of prefer heroes with some vertical mobility. That choke point's going to be crucial for TM to make the hold. They really need to lock it down on that first point choke, but then KSA can always swap over to the Hazard or something with some more vertical options for second and third.
Yeah, I'm not a big Ramatra fan on Dorado. I do think it's interesting as well, Twisted Minds, to bring out the Juno Kiriko, which I love. It's hard to punish that combo position given the Vistola's hero pool and the fact you banned the Diva there as well. So Twisted Minds, they're bound to get a lot of value, I think, from their Juno Kiriko. And the question for Virtus Pro then becomes, like, how do you play around that, right? So
it's funny because I feel like a Lucio Kiri Winston would actually go crazy hard into the defender comp, but I don't know. That's the thing. Like, you're sort of daring Vistola to play the Winston, and he has before. That's always been like something they've strayed away from for good reason, because Vistola historically was just like such an elite off tank player back in Overwatch 1, right, in the 2-tank meta. So I'm curious. I think this is kind of like the balls in your court, VP. You could go for the strategic edge, or you could go for the comfort picks, and it's hard to say what's better. I feel like in this era, maybe teams are going to lead a little bit more on comfort with hero bans. That tends to feel to me more significant than like the perfect comp.
Yeah, I feel like especially in this day and age and this kind of meta as well, I feel like Virtus Pro, like, they're coming into this map with a plan and something they feel really comfortable with, something they've practiced a lot. And it's going to be up to Twisted Minds in how do they kind of react to that, because obviously, Virtus Pro, Smash is a fantastic coach for that team, has done such a great job with this roster, right? So
it's like with the Ana ban, you had to have seen the Diva ban coming, right? Like you just
knew,
Smash right?
Is just so smart. So
we're just gonna re-up the map. Okay,
here.
I guess that's fine. Doesn't really make any difference at all. What if VP just run Zen Mercy?
Dude, we've seen some more Mercy in the last couple of weeks.
YOLO.
I'm just like,
kill them before they kill you, bro.
Some damage heroes are good, like Freya, just damage boost to Freya. Like, okay.
Low-key, I can see the vision on Mercy on this map. I don't know about the Zen though. He's gonna be. You might be having a bad day on Zen with the Mercy trying to heal you against Psycho, but I can see the vision with like a Mercy pocketed Freya. That sounds like kind of wild, but I kind of like it.
I think Quartz here, especially, you know, with the D.Va ban, it kind of frees up Quartz even more on this Freya to have a big impact in this game. You said in map 1, Quartz really heated up, and as we see Virtus.pro, they're going to swap over to Lucio Bap with the Hazard here.
Interesting.
Though on offense,
I don't mind it.
Cassidy, yeah. At the same time,
I don't mind it personally. I mean, you're gonna get a lot of cart push. Like, who's gonna stop the cart? I guess KSA will, and Quartz is just gonna kill Gala. Well, that's looking a little scary, right? Like, dominating the high ground. That's kind of the weakness of this style from VP. They really don't have much high ground contest.
I guess when I see these compositions, I'm looking at Twisted Minds, and they're kind of allowed to pick Virtus.pro apart. Yeah, they'll have a lot of strength when it comes to pushing the card and stuff like that, but Quartz could have a field day in securing some of these picks.
We were doubting the Ram comp, but like, talk about a dream matchup for Ram. Like, this is a card that is kind of just going to run into you on the payload, and Ram loves nothing more than to get, you know, face tanked on the payload, and it looks like he's going to be able to get exactly that matchup. Virtus.pro maybe going to try to make a move up to the high ground, take an alternate angle. Speed ring attempted on the low ground. Now, Shockwave in position to maybe get something done, but he's got to find some kind of a connection. Card is not rolling here, and time is ticking against you. But Gala finds Quartz. That's a big opener. Shockwave in position, gets a second, looking to just clean this fight up. He's not even going to finish that kill. Going to go back to the cart.
Yeah, and it's
KSA just taking it up.
From Virtus.pro as KSI is going to go down, like you said here. It's more of this style where Virtus.pro, they're playing this Lucio Bap Cassidy, and they're kind of moving around the map, trying to take some kind of map advantage and then utilize that to find picks on Twisted Minds. So it's kind of map agnostic now. They brought this out on Oasis, of course, and look comfortable doing it. Now they're bringing up this trio on Dorado. This is their preferred playstyle going into this series.
The question is Pistola, though, coming in cold off the bench, how's he going to perform in this style? Right? They were playing this before, but they're doing it with Eisnom, and so begs the question, why change? Maybe there's some options Pistola can bring out on the defense or in different spots in the map. KSA struggling so far, though, on Thermatra to tank through. Very, very low, takes a ton of support just to stay alive, uses all of his cooldowns. Hainu now forced. Shockwave cancels, looks for the flash. It's a very heads-up dodge, though, by Psycho in that backline, taking a bit of attention on himself. This Ant Matrix is becoming a problem for the defense. Beat comes down, KSA low on skills, pops that form, though, and just holding in the corner, just tanking up. You just cannot deal with this Ramatra in that position. Quartz getting every single heal from Simple. Very nice care there from the backline, keeping Quartz alive. Unbelievable that Jaywu gets a kill through all that, but it's still just not enough. The rest of the team did enough. Quartz had time to work his magic.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, this kind of becomes Twisted Minds. You know, if we're trying to apply play styles here, it becomes them picking apart Virtus.pro before they're able to rotate in time. And this is one of those spots where Virtus.pro, it's a little bit tricky for them to get the space required to open things up, get picks. They're going to swap over to the Kirk, who are abandoning the Baptiste here. So this leaves their composition a bit more vulnerable. I'm kind of worried for Shockwave here now.
Yeah, Cass is honestly just not a good hero into Ramatra, right? He's so strong at face taking Cassidy's damage. There's not really a way to hit from an alternate angle on Cassidy. And so KSA is kind of making mincemeat of them. He has ultimate now. He's looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Pops into the backline, zones everyone else away. Vistola is completely in alone by himself. And of course he's going to go down. Even commits the ultimate, a bit of off sync there. So coming in off the bench is looking a little rough for him right now. And KSA is just absolutely running it down on VP. I mean, full court aggression. Vistola going to go over to the Orisa. But this is final fight, and Quartz is going to come over the top like a ton of bricks with this bola shot.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds are getting a ton of value from their composition. Like we talked about, Ramatra, of course, contesting the card. But Juno and Kiriko have been completely uncontested this entire game. Quartz as well with a bola shot here as well. Going to pop it, and they get a pick of the Shockwave with 15 seconds to go, Jake. This could just be it. This could be the perfect defense for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it looks like the full hold is coming in. I mean, Vistola just has no HP left. Pulse Bomb goes wide for Jaywu, and you took us to Dorado. We had hope for some kind of wild strat, and instead it's Twisted Minds who just read this pick perfectly. And the D.Va ban, it felt like it took everything away from VP. They really just barely get any kind of push into this map. And I just can't, I mean, for VP, it's like I can't wrap my head around that comp into the defensive Ramatra. I think I see that comp if the defenders are playing a more mobile tank, and you could like punish that tank's mobility, you push them off the cart, you push the cart little by little, but that comp, like Bap and Cassidy, can't get behind Ramatra. They just don't do it. And to me, it's kind of a poor strategic choice for this map, or at least for the matchup that Twisted Minds brought you.
Yeah, it's so tough when you play the BAP Cassidy, because what is your win condition there when you're thinking about that position in the middle of the point to end cap point 1 there? Like, the Ramatra is going to contest the payload, and then what? Are you looking for the Cassidy to get a pick on the Freya? It's almost like you want to speed through the house and like rotate onto the enemy team and open things up that way, but the Ramatra is going to be in your face.
It's just Dorado, like speeding past the tank on Dorado. It's just not happening.
No,
right?
you have to like rotate around, but even so, there's like not enough space on this point to rotate around and try to.
Right, it just feels like why wouldn't you play your own Kiriko and your own Freya and like come over the wall, come over, hit the back line, ignore the Ramatra.
Exactly.
It's just the heroes you have can't do the job you're looking for. VP, though, I think maybe this is what they wanted to play, is this like defensive setup where I actually do like this strat on defense, like it's very strong. However, Twisted Minds now, they have so many opportunities to work with, right? Only needing to get like not even to the end of first point. It's an amazing spot to be. And I mean, like 1 pick or 2 picks from Quartz could just seal the deal on this map. And that's an unenviable spot to be. No matter how good your strat is, there's always the chance that Quartz just open things up on you.
So Shockwave now over to the Freya here on this defense. This is where Shockwave really needs to step up and make the magic happen, because you're looking at your Risa, the BAP rig, like they only have so much impact into this game. But Stole's going to contest this point, but it's up to the damage player or Virtus Pro to open things up, and Jay was going to kick it off with a pick on the Quartz.
That's very big. However, it's not going to mean much strategically, right? It does take a little bit of the wind out of the sails, but Card is rolling forward. Like, Twisted Minds are getting what they need out of this fight. Quartz is right back into the fight. It just doesn't change much at all. And VP are kind of just on this defense. They're trying to peek aggressively from the high ground, but Ramatra is just tolerating all that pressure beautifully. And now they're forced back, defending the choke point. Twisted Minds, if they want to take the high ground, they can grab it right now. And I mean, KSA is just walking it up mid. He's so tanky. He's getting a ridiculous amount of heals from these supports.
Yeah, again, they're playing the Juno Kiriko or Twisted Minds, and they're getting so much value. They're going to build these ultimates. Gala's going to pop the amplification matrix, but this is Virtus Pro making their final stand.
Shockwave through the amp matrix, finds Simple. It's a big connection. Could mitigate some of the threat from this continued offense. Quartz trying to trade it back, but just not quite enough damage. Gala with the regenerative burst is going to stabilize through this. That's a very, very massive pick, I think, from Shockwave, right? If you don't find that onto Simple, you're in dire straits. And honestly, Simple kind of gave that one up, right? Could have just waited out the amp matrix. But I mean, it's a scary spot, right? Like that. I think that amped shot is just a 1-hit kill from Freya. So it's a pretty scary prospect. That amp matrix Freya is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I think realistically, all these fight wins for the Pro, okay, that's fine. You know, you took a minute of the time or whatever. The big fight is going to be when Twisted Minds have built the orbital rank, the Kitsune Rush. That is going to be a monumentous task for this Pro to live through that. It's going to be Twisted Minds' best bet at winning this one, and Psycho's working the off angle. Oh, and Quartz down. This is terrible news for EP.
Pulse bomb from Jwoo does find Quartz back though, so Freya's off the board. Now Psycho looking to get him with a pulse bomb of his own. He's here in the back with Simple. He's got support in this position, just barely. Gala though dodges that one away. Rally comes in to potentially deal with this push into the back line with Simple's ultimate. Funny Astro's low, has Ray online, but got stunned just a little bit too early. It's a nice pick from Pistola. And once again, Twisted Minds getting cleaned up. Virtus Pro holding on to this map. I mean, I think this is why they brought out this draft. Why they brought Pistola into the game is for the defense. And despite a weak attack, there's still a chance to win this one back. As you mentioned, I agree that Kitsune Rush is a key part of the offensive strategy. However, Orbital Ray can serve much the same functions. You're not out of the woods yet if you're Virtus Pro.
But still, that was kind of the fight though. But Funny Astro didn't have the Orbital Ray in time, and there was no point in even using it. This now 1 minute to go. Funny Astro has the Orbital Ray, but Virtus Pro are looking pretty with the amplification matrix. This is now allowed Virtus Pro to make a good stand on this defense and survive.
Oh, KSA in trouble, got boot back away from that. Is ulting, but it's a big spin from Pistola right in the center of the team. 2 kills.
Oh my god.
50 seconds on the clock. Twisted Minds, you got to reset fast. This one is over. One more chance, and I mean, you got nothing left in the tank. You got to do a dry fight, and there's always a chance with somebody like Quartz on the team. You know, we can make something happen. 40 seconds is a while to work with. But with no ultimates, I would so much rather be this VP team. Psycho has secured himself his position in the back. I kind of like the Zarya, actually. I kind of think this is kind of a sick last-second swap. If you maybe the time can turn against Virtus Pro if this Zarya gets energized.
Yeah, still though.
Quartz with Shockwave. Oh no, that's so rough. And Pistola getting heavily pressured. needs to get a lot of heals from the supports. Drone forced, so is the Fortified. They're running out of defensive skills to hold on to this position, and the energy is starting to come in. Jay with the Pulse Bomb could be the hero for the squad. Psycho is incredibly low, but just barely stays alive. Big Pulse connection, though, on supports. Takes him off the field. KSA, though, high energy, and maybe he'll be the last man standing. Still full HP on the Zarya, getting the support, finding 2 kills already. Jaywu desperate to take a support down, but they're dancing so well. The bubble, surely the final nail in the coffin. Twisted Minds barely are going to snatch this one back. The heads up Zarya pick puts them up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, it's a great start pick to get them across the finish line, but man, the Twisted Minds, they played with fire, Jake. That got way too close for comfort, and I really do think that they messed up when they had the Kitsune Rush and the Orbital Ray, that one fight, and they just couldn't layer them. They couldn't get enough value from those ultimates, and they put them in a really risky position to get full held by Virtus Pro. But Twisted Minds, they just barely get across the finish line because of a beautiful pick from Quartz, but that was way harder than it needed to be for TM.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of made the same mistake. Both teams let the defense have like a better slow fighting comp than them on attack. But once the Zarya came out, right, the energized Zarya, it's just too late for Vastola to swap, right? He's committed, he's on defense. And I mean, that's the price you pay. If you had a little bit more mileage to work with, as far as time to give up on the point, you could lose first point and come back on second. You'd be in a better spot, but their lackluster offense put them in that position, and TM were able to capitalize. I gotta say, by the way, Quartz continuing to find openers right when the team needs them, right? Like, there's so much pressure on you on that moment as a hitscan player. Everybody kind of knows, like, it's a little bit up to you to find something to make that possible, to allow the rest of the team to find the confidence to push through the choke and pick their moment. And Quartz delivers time and time again. That's maybe the scariest thing of all for VP right now. Down 2-0 in the series, and one of the scariest threats in the opposing team on one of the best heroes in the meta is just only getting better.
Yeah, this is a really scary situation now for VP. You're down 2-0 in this series. You got a reverse sweep, and I think there's playstyle of the Cassidy BAP that we saw them bringing out on offense. I feel like it's kind of been exposed. I guess on Oasis, like, it looked fairly even. It looked fairly even. They were very competitive with Twisted Minds, but it was also, as you say, fraudulent game mode. So maybe I shouldn't read into that. But I feel like VP are now in a spot where they need to bring out the composition that plays better into Twisted Minds, because I don't think they've been able to find enough momentum playing this Cassidy BAP comp.
Well, I think Twisted Minds have shown their versatility, right? Which is that they've shown 2 very different styles. Oasis, they were playing full tempo, and it was VP who are playing the slower comp, where they can kind of survive out with the Cassidy and the BAP and clutch those fights, because you're bringing so much aggression, right? With the Lucio carry diva, you're diving in every fight, you're trying to get kills really quick. And BAP and Cassidy, maybe they sustain through and they win a lot of those fights, right? It's a very close map 1. Map 2, though, it's a complete switch, and all you do is just bring out the Juno and the Ram, and now the Ram is just this unkillable object. Your BAP and Cassidy are constantly blocked by Ram, permanently shooting shields or the super resistant Ram block. And I think VP were just too slow to adapt. Like Twisted Minds, just, okay, we're gonna change the pace on you on map 2, and they profit immensely from it. I love that KSA has that intelligence to pick the Zarya there. It wasn't an obvious pick. I didn't see it either. And that he picked, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God, that's so smart in this final moment, is exactly what you need. And of course, he's such a confident hero, or player rather, on that hero. Runasapi will be the next pick for VP. This is gonna be the start of a long comeback, but you're facing down back-to-back Twisted Minds map picks. Too big of a task to contemplate right now. It's just about Runasapi. Do VP put Eisnon back in? I mean, this seems like a more dynamic map, maybe one where his skill set is more applicable.
So when they've gone to Runasapi in the past, they've actually played the Orisa with the Juno Brig and just gone like full brawl. And if that's something you want to do now, we recognize we don't want to play the Lucio BAP anymore, we want to play the Cassidy. That seems quite reasonable. But I do think Twisted Minds have a pretty good opportunity here, if that were to be the case, to throw out a ban that will make it difficult for VP. I think VP, they probably have to protect ban the tank here if they want to play the Orisa, which could open the door for Twisted Minds to ban something like a Brig. Because I don't think Twisted Minds, they're necessarily tied to this Brig. They can play the Lucio Kiri if they want to as well, and I think that would put VP in a pretty tough spot.
I'm worried VP need to ban the Lucio though, because if you want to play the Juno Brig Orisa, don't you have to ban Lucio Kiri because they just kite you and just shoot you with their knives and stuff, and you just slowly die on Orisa? Maybe that matchup doesn't. I've seen like the Lucio Kiri defeat these Brig Juno comps on this map just by like kiting you. It feels like you can just run away forever with Lucio, and the Orisa kind of runs out of gas. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see how these teams, what their vision of the meta is right now, going into what could be the decisive map in the series. Hopefully not for Virtus Pro fans.
So the bans actually just came in, and we'll have them on the graphics for you momentarily. But it's going to be VP banning the Zarya, actually, which I think protects Panda Tank.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right. You're right. They protect the Orisa.
Telegraph you that you play the Orisa as well. But Twisted Minds are going to ban the Baptiste as well. So they maybe recognize that VP has been playing some of this Cassidy BAP style, and they don't want them to do that. Still, though, is that really necessary on Runasapi? I'm not quite sure.
Well, I think if you were, I mean, I think a BAP probably is more in the meta right now for an Orisa comp than the Juno Brig, because I think BAP does give you that massive infusion of heals, and it's super easy to constantly heal the Orisa. There's just like such a natural synergy between those characters. So this says to me that Twisted Minds want to up the pace, maybe not aggressively, but just like to be the more mobile team with something like a Lucio carry style. That I think is probably their best look as a team. They could go for the Juno carry too if they wanted to really play those long fights, but then without Zarya, I'm not sure what tank you're going to play to get the edge over the Orisa. You could just mirror, but a lot of options here for both squads, I think.
Yeah, and I think I don't know what you think about this, Jake, but I feel like on a map like Runasapi as well, like playing the Juno carry, I think it's a little bit tougher than in a situation like Dorado, where you know that the backline is going to be free to do their kind of thing. Like, I don't think at any point on Dorado, Twisted Minds were worried about their backline being under pressure. Whereas here, I feel like on a Runasapi, it's a bit more narrow. You maybe want to go with a more defensive kind of like Brig or something like that. But they're going to play the Juno carry. Okay. We've seen them do this in the past as well. So not a huge surprise.
All right, is it time for the Illari to come out? Page out of Alcatsia's book.
Gala, let's do it.
It's not crazy. I also don't hate the Malga, but I think it's maybe a little bit of a bait. Yep.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I mean, the unstoppable force of Orisa against the immovable object Ram, kind of an interesting matchup. I think Gala, though, if he can stay alive on this Illari, should give like the poking edge to Virtus Pro. But it's a scary, do you want to take a poke fight against Quartz right now? That's a tough call to be making here. I wouldn't feel so good about that. Although Gala can maybe be a hit scan to shoot back up at that Freya.
Oh, wow.
Simple, though, already finds Gala. And I mean, without your Illari, you're in a pretty rough spot. Simple kills another. Simple.
Oh, wait a minute.
Kiriko. Dude has hands. He's the GOAT. He just killed both of them on the flank. Psycho's like, all right, bro, like, you do you, man. Psycho was like dipping out of that fight. He was like, nah, bro, I'm out of CDs. Like, good luck. TP out of that one. And Simple just said no, put his foot down.
Yeah, and credit to Twisted Minds, like immediately recognizing the difference in playstyle and Simple pressing the gas pedal.
Oh, not the Cassidy, Johnny. Not here. Not against Kiri Judo. Oh, I don't like this. Wow. Maybe Shockwave can prove me wrong. This looks super scary to me to be playing Cassidy. There's so many long-range heroes. And it's a naturally kind of a longer range map. Maybe he can replicate some of the success Exodial had. Ram form already comes out for KSA. Doesn't really get much out of it. Quartz, though, finds Fixa. It's a big pickup on the Juno. Solo healing on Illari is an unenviable position to be. There's no resources left for Vastola. Shockwave falls in the chaos. And Simple just healthy, keeping Quartz alive. And this map is getting very far out of control.
Virtus Pro, Jwoo, Tracer naturally, is the only hero to have over like 57% ult charge. Virtus Pro have done nothing this map.
Did you just say that because Shockwave had 56, bro?
Yes. I was gonna say 50, but then you kept talking and it built to 56. But Twisted Minds, they have the ultimates. They have the Kitsune Rush. Twisted Minds, they could snowball here real quickly.
This comp is sus, Johnny, and they're gonna try to make it work. Shockwave is low, kiting back from the rush. Vastola left out to dry. Cart continuing to roll forward here. Bunny Astro just diligently pushing that one away. Psycho marking the flank. Shockwave being run down, dead to rights. Does find Simple, though. It's a trade. Nice headshot from the Cassidy. Does take one of those supports away, and the spawns are very far away from Twisted Minds. Jwoo killing Psycho. Okay, this should be the end of the push, but Twisted Minds are probably just going to stick around and get every last meter that they can. Maybe KSA will try to dip out of this one. With Alpha Funny Astro, the speed rings should be able to get him out and back to the team, but 107 meters is a very strong lead to start the map off with. Shockwave, there's no stuns in the comp, right? So it could be a good comp for the High Noon to get some value.
Yeah, again, though, if I'm Twisted Minds, like, I don't really care about Virtus Pro composition. Okay, Deadeye, I'm gonna kite this real quick.
He's just gonna block this. He's gonna soak it. Yeah, I mean, you have to shoot with the spear. And it's a orbital ray now comes out from Fixa. This is your moment, Shockwave. He's got to find a kill here, got to find some kind of a connection. He feels that pressure himself in the corner. Ilari ult as well, trying to get something done. KSA tanking it up in the corner, but the pulse bomb just overwhelms the HP bar. And Pistola takes down Psycho. So surely, with the big dump of ultimates, Virtus Pro, it cost them 4, but they finally get that fight win.
Yeah, that was a huge dump of ultimates, dropping both your support ultimates, Shockwave, the Cassidy.
Oh, good late kill on the courts too.
As well. Yeah, that actually is great, because you're going to get some additional push here, but realistically, you know, we talk about this every push map, Jake. The fact now that Twisted Minds have a 108-meter lead, that's going to give them this advantage where they could just play the ultimate economy game and they should be okay. They're going to go for a bit of a rotate here, play the more narrow street phase with this orbital ray.
Yeah, they're taking the fight to Virtus Pro, who are very squishy, very vulnerable to some flanks, but Gala wins the fight this time against Simple. That's a crucial duel to be trading positively on. Twisted Mind still going to commit here. They have the ultimate advantage, but the kills are going against them. Despite the orbital ray, Virtus Pro up 5-3, tolerating the fight well. Vistola quick to go back on the offense, wants to run down KSA while his cooldowns are waiting. Twisted Minds have stolen the buff back, but will that be enough? Funny Astro dancing well, but attracting too clean from Vistola. Psycho does find Shockwave. KSA still fighting, but ultimately just not enough resources. No supports left. KSA just barely manages to slip out, though, and I think with the help of Simple, should be able to disengage this one.
But again, I feel like Twisted Minds, you know, messing that up, Simple dying early. They're kind of letting Virtus Pro back into this series now. Still, though, they don't have positioning enough for their Ilari, so that's going to be a big advantage for Twisted Minds if they can hold this corner and not allow Gala to get the perfect angles.
No connection from Psycho's pulse bomb. Looks like a big fight on the flank. Two tanks just butting heads on each other. Trying to get a little bit of damage. Esports. Shots going wide for now. The dancing too good from Fixa, but Psycho finds Gala. Simple drops as well. One support off the field for both sides. Virtus Pro a little bit healthier. That pulse from Jwoo is going to make matters worse now for Twisted Minds. No front line to speak of. And they're trying to back off this one again. Quartz, that's a nice shot though onto Jwoo. Probably going to deter the aggression for the moment. Twisted Minds, though, with each fight they lose, they haven't been fully cleaned off the map, and so they're able to get the refight in a little bit quicker. Don't know if you have a touch here. Psycho just barely makes it in time. It's so close, just a little bit too far for KSA to cross the gap. Shockwave still healthy, still fighting this one out. Orbital Ray commits. They want to hold Shockwave into this position, but it's a scary spot to peek, even with the Ray. Damage is coming in against him now. Gala, though, finds Psycho and hold on. This Ilari starting to get some purchase in the map. Vistola with the spin. Big damage down. Gala with another with the triple. The Ilari finally gets her day in the sun here. Wow. And it looks like a full team wipe there. Gala, massive final blows. And, I mean, they're really bringing it right back. Virtus Pro still have the confidence in the team comp, and it looks to be well placed.
Yeah, when Twisted Minds don't have positioning, they're really struggling to get some kind of, you know, into these fights. That fight, for example, like KSA just kind of getting beaten down on the point. Virtus Pro, they open things up with his pick composition, and now they got a captive Sun. They're gonna go aggressive, see if they can hit anyone. Not for the Tracer, surely. Well, you had to go for something.
Some shots on Gala's back here. He's just marking the flankers, ready for the possibility of a Tracer. Shield online for Vistola. Bola shot, zones some people off the corner. Funny Astro is able to kill Shockwave with the supports pushed away. Try to get anything you can on Vistola, but without the Fortify, you're going to be going down very quickly. Drops the shield, though, so it's keeping him up for just a moment longer. But the skill's running low. Psycho focus firing the tank. Big shots from Quartz, followed up by KSA with a Ravenous Vortex. You're all just trying to trade out something here for Virtus Pro, but I'm not sure Jwoo is going to be able to get anything done. Twisted Minds sticking with the Ream. I would love to see Twisted Minds like bring out like a diva here. Would be like the dream pick for me, but KSA is still sticking with the Ram. Just wants to hold all that frontline pressure that Orisa would otherwise be putting on other players.
Yeah, and 3 meters is all the difference right now. Twisted Minds got double support ultimate going into this next fight. If Twisted Minds play flawlessly from here on out, they should be able to close out this map. What can Virtus Pro do to really shake things up and try to get a pick?
Oh, big flank jump here from Shockwave. Big headshot. It's going to cost him his life, but it could be a worthwhile trade here. KSA, the ultimate expiring, got kited away. Simple, the solo healer for the team now. Flankers need to find something. Kitsune Rush comes in. Simple is immediately stunned. Vistola wants to put the pressure back the other way. Getting a little bit of support now from the healers. Both tanks, though, just bashing heads against each other. It seems like it's going to be the flankers who can profit from that kind of a trade. Neither tank really has the wherewithal to shut the other one down. And Psycho, though, fighting a little bit more in this fight. And Vistola, ultimately, without his supports, falls, crumbles. The bot has been stolen incredibly far by Jwoo, and that's going to kind of snatch any of the momentum away from Twisted Minds despite the fight win.
Still though, Twisted Minds, they invested double support ultimate that fight, so looking at Virtus Pro, they're gonna have the orbital ray coming up here. So Virtus Pro, if they can win this fight, they're actually giving themselves a real good opportunity to snatch this lead. Psycho on the
that was sick. So clean from him and Simple hitting the back flank. Fix it up with the Ray, making this possible. Virtus Pro need to find a couple kills before the Ray expires. Jwoo with one, Shockwave with a second. That's exactly what they needed. Psycho with the stick. Is it enough? Does he have the roll? Just barely takes through it with the roll. Getting the heals. Shockwave dancing with death here. And coming away the better. Psycho forced back, has to try to retreat out of this. I'm not sure he's going to be able to escape being hunted down. Has a few blinks, so maybe he can slip away. The recall force out as well. Taking a ton of attention to himself.
Yeah.
Very sick dodging to stay alive in that spot.
Gala here is coming up on a captive Sun. 1 minute to go, Jake. Stakes are high here. Virtus Pro down 2-0 in this series. They need to win this map to remain alive in the series. And Jwoo is just coming up clutch on the Tracer, fighting 2 on the Twisted Minds.
Jwoo and Gala just hitting the back flank. And Lari getting so active in this match. And Twisted Minds got to hold on to this lead. They need to make this next fight happen. But I mean, it's going to be tenuous. Are they even going to be able to touch? Yeah, the lead's going to go against them. And with so little time on the clock, this could be Virtus Pro grabbing their first map of the series. One last chance for Twisted Minds to respond, but it's going to be a long journey back to the other side of the map if they can even win here.
So if you can sustain these ultimates coming in from Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds actually do have the ultimate economy. But 40 seconds to go, one fight at a time. You got to live through this.
L'Oreal looking for a connection. Does, I think, hit one, but no follow-up to get the explosion on the Sun. Pistola very low, falling back with the lead they've already generated. They're not in a huge rush to fight. Pistola looks to have picked his angle here on this corner. Quartz finding that open arm to Shockwave is huge, though. The damage really going to be lacking from the Virtus Pro squad without the Cassidy. It's up to maybe Gala to find something. He's fighting it on the flank, has that pylon in a strong position, but Psycho's still healthy. Pistola dumping his cooldown. It's just nothing left in the fight. And this is, we're coming down to the overtime here, so it's going to be that final push from TM. Well, TM has to get the lead back, right? So,
yeah, they got 4 ultimates coming up here. Funny Astro's gonna build this orbital ray in time. That's plenty of ultimates. Realistically, you only need the one fight here, Jake, and you should be able to close out the map.
But by the same token, Twisted Minds have to win like 2, so this is still very winnable for them with the ultimate advantage. They are still in control and could potentially close this series out. Virtus Pro, the Ray is going to be probably the most crucial ult of all. Still aggressive from Pistola, not giving up anything for free. Jwoo takes a bit of pressure, forced back up the angle. Twisted Minds still playing this one patiently and slow. They're waiting for their own orbital ray, I think, to open this one up. Fix is gonna strike first. Ray's traded, but KSA is doing so much with that ultimate. Pistola finds Funny Astro. Heals are low, but KSA is still healthy, still tanking it up with that ultimate. Pistola backs up to the flank, finds a second kill, and looking to get even more done. The high noon, there's nobody left to respond to it. Shots from the side, burst down KSA from full HP. And Virtus Pro battled that one back from such an incredible deficit. Getting a map here into the series, I mean, that was blood, sweat, and tears, but they got it over the line.
Just an unbelievable push map there. We're treated to Twisted Minds. Huge advantage, 180 meters just within the first 3 minutes, and Virtus Pro able to claw themselves back. I feel like Twisted Minds, though, there are a few of these fights where I'm thinking like, man, like you got the advantage, you have the ultimates required, and they're kind of like letting Virtus Pro back into these maps. They clutched out on Dorado, but again, like you have a 108 meter lead on push. You need to close that out. Like that needs to be your map to win. But Virtus Pro, they find a way through brilliant play, playing the Cassidy and the Illari.
I actually put a lot of credit on Illari there because I think Simple and Psycho are doing the right thing. I think they actually, despite the lead, they need to go kill the Illari. Like the Illari does a lot if you don't kill her. Her vulnerability is being focus fired and killed and punished. And I think Shockwave's doing great, like bodyguarding that play and preventing it from happening. Same story with Jwoo. And, you know, it's just Gala being able to win those 1v1s. And it looks like Simple's going down first, but reality is like he kind of does need to take a risk. He kind of does need to take that challenge with Psycho on the flank. And it's just the tenacity from Virtus Pro to be able to fight back into that. Some clutch fights from Jwoo, clutch fights from Gala, Pistola as well, coming up big. That's a hard fought map, but it's on the scoreboard now. And now Virtus Pro, this is where it gets really tough. 2 Twisted Mind map picks back to back. You've got to win them both to take this series home.
Yeah, and I feel like Runasapi is such a map that if Virtus Pro, they really wanted to double down on this kind of a Orisa composition, right? And they played it to an absolute T. But because Wizard Minds, they now have map pick, there are so many different maps in the pool that they can go to that really will make Virtus Pro uncomfortable here. So, you know, obviously you want to go into Escort, and we already picked Push as well. So the question is, like, do you go to something like Suravasa perhaps here and spread out on Flashpoint? Or do you go to Hybrid? You know, we'll have to wait and see here, Jake.
Good options in the tank for TM. It's a long road home for Virtus Pro, but they have shown tenacity so far in the series. We'll see if they've got more in the tank, if they can bring this one back. We'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. It's a close series. Virtus Pro starting to strike back there, finding a bit of life on Runasapi. I think a lot of that was due to Gala's Illari able to really make Quartz kind of a non-factor on Runasapi, right? Like a lot of the times it was the Illari shutting down some of those flanking plays. But New Junk City, Illari banned. You got to have more tricks up your sleeve for Virtus Pro. We'll see what they do.
Also, I think banning Illari on New Junk City, that's a lot
that is actually wild respect. Yeah, like this is
Illari, yeah.
But I can sort of see the vision, but yeah, I mean, mid-fight is rough for Illari, but maybe the other points could be annoying.
Yeah. So Iceland is going to get subbed in here for Vestola once again, so quite interesting. The Mauga ban coming in actually from VP, I think it would be quite relevant here because the last time they actually did play New Junk City, or maybe not the last time, but when they did go to New Junk City against Alcadzia in week 1, they did actually play the Mauga. Now, we've evolved a lot since then.
Dude, I want Jaywu to play Sims so bad right now. I want Jaywu to be checkmated.
Maybe.
It's actually, I think it's actually good here, but I don't think he's gonna. Oh, Shockwave missed the TP. That's so sad. That's actually kind of a big deal, not having the Cassidy out on the TP.
It's a little slower out.
Yeah, which is because Cassidy's arguably one of the most important characters to be early to mid, to put that pressure onto Quartz. Shockwave, though, he's here now. See if he can put some damage down. Simple, putting a lot of pressure on the flank. Shockwave under pressure. Drone already forced out. Scary. Maybe they can recover this. Eisnom, though, now he's the one who needs a little bit more support. He's forced a lot of his own skills. Big shots, though, onto Simple, making this one winnable. Oh, just Simple's just barely going to slip away by the skin of his teeth. Twisted Minds dancing well, but Virtus.pro weathered the storm. Now it's their turn to punch back. And Jwoo, Shockwave finding instant kill, same timing. Okay, that was a scary opening. Twisted Minds even got the cap. Virtus.pro bend, but they do not break, and they snap back with a vengeance. Psycho's just getting whatever last second of stall he possibly can. Jwoo, though, sends him packing.
So again, this is both teams' different play styles on display here. Despite the fact that Virtus.pro, they're not playing the Lucio this time around, they're playing the Brig. You know, slightly narrower map here on New Junk City. You want the Brig to be able to fight in these close enemy lines. But Shockwave is rotating. He's getting active on the Cassidy. He's opening things up, looking for picks here all the time. While the Twisted Minds are playing the Juno and the Kiri here, trying to maneuver around this composition from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, a lot of heals in the Twisted Minds comp, but it's pretty hard for them to turn some corners. As Stola, rather Eisnom on the Orisa, is putting out a lot of frontline pressure. They're trading in admirably, though. This time, Quartz taking the wide angle, trying to match that Cassidy's positioning. Window comes out. Maybe it'll be a little bit too scary, but Psycho's found himself into a great backflanking position. There's no drone. A stick would be deadly. There it is under the Brig. It's enough. BAP is low. No second healer. Quartz would love to find something here. No recall either, though. So Gala's able to win that duel. KSA is low. Gets cleaned up. Quartz and Simple trying to fight this one out. They find one, but Jwoo should have all the tools he needs to get this clean up.
Yeah,
1 HP.
The first point here. Great play from Jwoo, closing things out there. And just when he thought Psycho had opened up another fight there, dude has just been crazy so far this series. It's going to be Virtus.pro looking good on this Orisa composition. Yes, Eisnom is in for Bestola, but they've proven on the previous push map and starting off pretty hot here on New Junk City that this composition is working out for them, Jake, against Twisted Minds.
And these hit scan supports looking pretty strong. Quartz not being able to get as active, although, you know, that first point relatively enclosed, probably one of the best for Cassidy. Now Quartz has a little bit more space to work with. We'll see what he can get done. Jwoo backflanking, though, on this Ramatra, really putting a lot of pressure on him, forcing him off the corner there in the cooldown. KSA has to reveal early, but he's not that healthy. Drone is cleared by Gala. From Gala. Fixa, though, with the rally, creating enough space and time. They're letting the ultimate tick out. Beautiful positioning here from BP. Orbital Ray now ripped from Funny Astro, trying to force this one through the line. Eisnom with the spin, pulls Funny Astro just around the corner. This could be deadly. Not quite enough damage, but it is enough to shut down KSA. Eisnom is low, tanking through so much. Takes off the field as just the supports of the DPS trying to duel this one out. Crucial moment here. Fixa low, shield broken, is incredibly trying to survive on this Brig. The drone just keeps him up and he's able to kill Psycho. No way, Virtus.pro snatched this one back.
Jwoo just clearing up on the angles here with Eisnom dead. Oh my god. Fantastic Tracer performance, but Twisted Minds, they invest so much in trying to kill the Orisa that by the time they do, I mean, Shockwave, Jwoo, they're working these angles, working around Twisted Minds, and they're able to get the picks required. 50% in Cali Virtus.pro, they're looking dominant so far. Double support that's used for Twisted Minds. This has been all Virtus.pro so far.
Yeah, and KSA kind of struggling without the Brig. The Orisa's just this immovable object, just fearlessly pushing into the backline. And you're so worried about this constant flank pressure that Jwoo's putting on. It's a nice recall force, though, by Quartz. A lot of cooldowns expended there. Shockwave looking to get on a flank of his own, getting very active. Has Brig with him, is creating a lot of space and opportunity. It's a big investment into Shockwave, but so far it's paying off. Now the window in the front line. Big bola shot from Quartz, but it's answered by the High Noon. And Shockwave is healthy. Shockwave and Fixa are this dynamic duo on the flank, and they are just crashing across this backline. Shockwave getting low, though, in a bit of trouble. Jwoo, he's been such a hero before. Look at that tracking, so clean, forces the TP out. Now KSA getting no support on the point, and the clock ticks against them. Virtus.pro up 2-0. They are desperate to send it to a map 5, and it is looking very good right now, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Twisted Minds, they need to change something up here. This is just clearly not working for them. It's been a dominant performance from Virtus.pro so far. Do you get away from this Juno Kiriko kind of composition from Twisted Minds? You know, they stuck to this before, but it is clearly not working out for them now. They will come up on that Kitsune rush for this fight. Could be very effective indoors here, but if they don't get a win on this first fight, Jake, Virtus.pro in a fantastic scenario to close out this map.
I will say, defending corners, I think they actually are quite good. They have like a million heals to give to their Ramatra. Here's Virtus.pro getting very aggressive, but the punish is heavy. Psycho hitting from behind, picks up very low. Is he going to try and pop the rally and recommit to this? JWoo with the pulse bomb makes it possible, but both support's already down at the hands of Psycho. I think Twisted Minds have just done a little bit too much in this round. And that will be VP backing off, letting Twisted Minds take the cap. There's a road here for a run back from Twisted Minds. It's actually kind of achievable when you think about the next couple points where this game is going to be decided, but it is going to require perfection. And to ask for perfection against somebody like JWoo right now is a scary prospect.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to see how Twisted Minds respond to Shockwave, because you can see, like him and Fixa, they're going for this right-hand side flank while Icenom is going off main here, presumably. And so they're split up here. How do Twisted Minds deal with this aggression from two different angles? Actually, they're
trying to split themselves, but Simple's getting kind of rotated away from. KSA's in trouble with the ult. He's doing so much in this hallway. The flank punishes, crunches them there. And that break flank finally gets brutally punished, even with the rally. It's just not enough to deal with the front line. You still grab the flip back, and Icenom finds one, but I think KSA has just done too much there in that fight. Scoring a little bit of cap time is a nice little micro victory, and JWoo is dancing very well, making himself a big problem. Fixa as well comes in for just that 1 extra second of stall. I thought about the Doomfist coming back fast, but yeah, I think wisely chose to just take the reset.
But
in the end, Twisted Minds, I mean, that's a good fight for them.
Exactly. And they responded to the Cassidy. It was an aggressive push from KSA, got tons of value from their Ramatra in those tight corridors. And it's them now responding to what Virtus.pro are doing with these Cassidy flanks, right? Let's see how they work around this one. Got an orbital ray, ultimates on both sides.
Psycho from behind. Oh, this is a terrible spot to be as Gala is trying to hold on to that drone with every last second. Doesn't have it. Then so dies to the pulse bomb. Now Fixa is low. Close to that rally, but not close enough. Shockwave with 2 though, so hold on. This is still a fight. But not enough HP. Quartz and Psycho working together, the dynamic duo alongside Simple, keeping everyone supported. And yeah, you can stall for a few more seconds for JWoo. But you need to do more than that. Psycho would love to hunt down that Tracer kill. JWoo dances away, but Icenom not getting the support, running out of cooldowns. Is there any more touches in the overtime? There is not. Virtus.pro gonna back off, try to do it on some of the other points, but it's a good roll for Twisted Minds. This is exactly the point you wanted to open next.
Absolutely. You get to set up here on the high ground as well, and it's pressure on Virtus.pro to try to get an in on this point. You know, if you send the Cassidy like on a different flank here, there's a lot of distance between the Cassidy Brig and the rest of the team. So maybe your best choice is just to walk up here all 5-man together, and that might actually benefit Twisted Minds and their Juno Kiriko position.
High Noon could be strong here. No cancels for the High Noon, so you can kind of like fearlessly Aura Farm walking down mid, but I mean, he's taking a lot of pressure, just can't quite get up close enough just to pull the trigger on it. And VP, they're getting harassed from all sides. Simple slips away on like 1 HP from that flank fight, but he's still alive. And so Twisted Minds still in control here. They're gonna try and get that first cap. JWoo from the lower, trying to get into early High Noon pop, but he's not really able to get channeling on the back line. And TM still grabbed the first cap. That's not a good fight opener for VP. They're under time pressure now. This is not where you want to be. Gala's out on his lonesome, and Simple ripping this ultimate from the flank is just cutting through them with the daggers.
Yeah, so much value. Not only do you get the point cap, but you clean up this fight as well, and this is going to be beautiful amount of
they're stalling Icenom.
Yeah. This is a massive fight win there for Twisted Minds. Great play by Simple, finding the pick onto Shockwave there as well. So you get plenty of value from that Kitsune rush. And again, Virtus.pro, you have double support ultimate here at least. So that rally is going to help you get some positioning for the Cassidy. Amplification matrix is going to serve you well. But still though, the point cap is like below with the high ground, right? So it's still a bit tricky for Virtus.pro to get maximum value with this 5-man, with these ultimates. Twisted Minds have an opportunity to play around it for some time.
Yeah, you got it. You're forcing the point right now with the Tracer, trying to get something done. It's a big Amp Matrix out in the open, but the bullet shot puts too much pressure on Bap. He's not really able to use the position. Here's KSA from behind. Still has that ultimate ticking. Has closed the range on Icenom, who's dropping low. Has the ultimate, but yeah, just can't find the window to pop it there, and down 99-0. Feels like this point is also going to be going against Virtus.pro, and we are going to be going down to the final point of Flashpoint. Twisted Minds, they don't change the comp, but they change the playstyle. They find the adaptation. Shockwave and Fixa have not found that same purchase on the flank in those last 2 points. This final point, maybe a little bit more option for those flanking angles, one that's a little bit less front to back that I think is good for VP's comp. Twisted Minds, though, they have some serious momentum right now. They're going to be playing with a lot of confidence here, despite the ulti disadvantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these flanks turn out. Psycho's done a tremendous job on the Tracer so far, but it's going to need help from the rest of the team to try to get some value. KC is going to push at the point here.
Shockwave low.
Where is the rest of the team attacking from?
The fights are all taking place on the flanks here. It's all about this Tracer battle. Can he come in and take down that backline of Funny Astro? Simple saves him for now. Pulse Bomb goes from Psycho. No connection. Rally, High Noon, big ult up, but somehow it's Jaywu who goes down in the process. Sure, you get the flip on the VP, but you're down one. This is a crucial fight to win. Psycho recalls from the headshot. Eisnom so low, has the spin, getting a lot of heals pumped into him, but Twisted Minds, they smell blood in the water, trying to chase down for more. Here's Shockwave coming from behind, getting it done himself. And he's still healthy, still fighting this one out. VP with the point control, but without Eisnom, it's a tough fight to win from here. Shockwave somehow needs to find another. So difficult. Big headshot back to back onto the tank. Jaywu pulls on Psycho, and Shockwave's getting it done with another ridiculous shot. That's an insane one to shut down. And another. This guy is on a heater.
This guy's crazy. That guy's crazy. Oh my god, Virtus Pro, that's 55% from essentially the first fight here. And Twisted Minds back against the wall here. They looked so good the previous 2 points, but Virtus Pro getting that early cap. They're just able to survive through Twisted Minds' pressure, and now last fight territory. Twisted Minds, they got a Kitsune rush. Quartz has a huge bola shot here. One of these players need to open things up for Twisted Minds.
Shockwave, my king, can he do it again? The massive ultimate disadvantage is so against them in this fight. They could also go for the retake. Here's the rush coming in right on top of Shockwave. He's running out of cooldowns. Desperation, Hainu tries to tank through everything, still gets the shot on the Psycho. He's dropping low though. KSA rips the ult. Quartz is low but still alive. Eisnom and Gala combine for kills on the flank, and somehow Shockwave has played his way out of this. He's gonna win, taking this to a game 5. The hero in their team's moment of need, Virtus Pro, bringing this one to the limit. An unbelievable fight from Shockwave. That is a career high.
That is crazy. Oh my god. I can't believe what a monster performance by Shockwave to clutch that one out. That was absurd. It came down to like a 3v3 in that first fight on the 5th point. It came down to like a 3v3 and Shockwave just went beast mode. Dude,
I think it was against them. I think they were down like 1 or 2 players, and Shockwave just starts tearing their heads off. That is so, on the Cassidy, it's like every one of those kills, if you fail that kill, you probably just die to the same person who you killed. But he just kept railing off headshots, even onto KSA, big headshots onto him as he's turning into the Ram form, so that he can't be aggressive. He doesn't have the HP to keep the push up. I mean, any one of those shots misses on Cassidy and things could so easily fall apart. So Shockwave absolutely clutch there. We've seen it from him time and time again, but it looks like today is no exception. And this series is going all the way. We were a little worried after maps 1 and 2. We thought maybe Twisted Minds got a little bit too much in this series, but this one's the banger we had hoped for, Johnny.
Wow. Yeah, what an incredible series. It's totally delivered between 2 of the best teams in the region, going head to head and showing us, you know, fairly different play styles here. You know, there are some small different approaches when it comes to the flanks. The Cassidy, of course, from Shockwave has been amazing. Psycho coming up huge for his team on this Tracer. And it really felt like Twisted Minds. They had the momentum going into that 5th point, but you know, it's such a long rotation as well to that 5th point, and it felt like Twisted Minds, they were coming into it. They didn't have the same level of positioning as they had the previous 2 points. And Virtus Pro getting that 1st point cap, they were just able to live through and maintain. And Shockwave with shots like this, like, oh my god.
You know, I will say where the Cassidy was able to just get active on the flanks on some of these more circular points with like different options to hit from different angles. That's where VP looked the strongest. And I think when it was a pure front to back and KSA can like hold the door on Ram and just get infinite heals from Juno Kiri, they were the stronger team. So I actually think kind of both teams won where their comp should have won, but props to VP because 3 out of 5, I believe, favored their strategy. I mean, just shows how closely matched these teams are. Like, you give them an inch, they take a mile. You got somebody like Shockwave doing heroics to force that game to the 5th map. And I mean, Twisted Minds, they have that one more map pick though. So as good as this feels for VP, we are going to, I believe it's the hybrid map pick. And so this is a powerful one, right? These are some very different maps, and I'm curious to see where you take it. I mean, where would you want to go if you're Twisted Minds, Johnny?
Wow. Oh my god. This is a massively...
It should go to Hollywood because this series is cinema, baby.
Oh, wow. cracking jokes over here going into map 5. That's great, Jake.
Chat type ha ha ha.
Chat type ha. Oh my God, we're losing it here on the third match of the day. I mean, Hollywood though. If you're kind of like thinking about the play styles, like, do you want to pick Hollywood if you're playing this?
No joking. I think King's Row is probably the best pick. I feel like that's the worst Cassidy map in terms of like the least flanking options. I feel like the verticality is also really important on that map. So if you want to force this Freya duel, where Shockwave has been showing just really impressive stuff in the cast all series long, King's Row strikes me as the worst map of the 3 for cast.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so we actually had the map pick just come in actually, and it's going to be neither. It's going to be Midtown.
Okay.
Out of all maps here. So
also, I think a pretty bad Cassidy map, just a very long range situation.
Right. And you know, if you wanted to play Juno Kiri, like, you totally could hold down some of these chokes. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Juno Kiri, but maybe as long as you can, you know, make this a front to back. This is a hybrid map, especially the first point, right? Is like very hard to get past the tank on the defensive corner of first point. And so maybe the Juno Kiri get to work their magic and just like get those ridiculous quantity of heals into, you know, one of the tankiest frontliners in the game in Ramatra.
Yeah, and so we have the bans here as well. It's going to be Twisted Minds. They're going to ban the Orisa, so they recognize what VP are doing best. We don't want to deal with the Orisa. We want nothing to do with that. And VP is going to ban the Kiriko. So Vestola is subbing in here, but Orisa Kiriko ban essentially, you know, makes things difficult for both teams here. Both teams forced to adapt from what they found success with in this series.
Simple has been a force of nature for me this season. He's been one of the most impressive players for me in the region in terms of like the come up for a player, and the Kiriko has been often his bread and butter choice. So I actually really like that choice to take it away for this final map in the series. We're gonna force Simple to show us something else when he's hitting from these flanks on the carry. He's so nasty with the picks. He's getting out, you know, on like 1 HP. He's pushing it to the limit, and that's a serious problem, especially on Midtown where there's a lot of the options for verticality and for Kiri to really get tricky. So I actually think this is a great tool to be taking away.
Yeah, it feels like we're trending towards something like, you know, Juno Brig, Ramatra compositions or something like that.
It's interesting. Could the BAT be strong here?
Yeah, for sure.
BAT Brig, totally. Juno Brig. I'm not sure. Like I kind of like the. I could see both options. It kind of depends how you want to look on DPS. Do you want to go for something a little bit more mobile, or do you want to, you know, play a little bit more front to back? I really haven't seen much Midtown. I feel like everyone's been picking King's Row for the most part, but
I do remember. I think Nightmare played Midtown. Rocket played the May in that matchup as well. And so, you know,
we haven't seen like any May. Actually, I feel like if Bat Brig is in the meta, May should probably make a comeback. No, May's kind of OP against those characters.
Yeah, and maybe they actually did. JWoo actually did play the May on Circuit Real one time. I'm not sure exactly when that was. So I just do remember that JWoo played the May. Of course, they played the May as well in Champions Clash. That was one of Virtus Pro go-to, was playing the Sigma May on Circuit Real, but slightly different dynamics here on Midtown instead. So we'll have to see if JWoo would even consider bringing out the May here on Midtown.
Could be a wild one. Could be that monkey wrench to throw into the series, especially with the Kiri ban. No cleanse for the May ult. May is kind of nasty when she gets perked up like that. No Orisa to fortify. I'm kind of liking the May here. I don't know what's going to come out.
Any Ilori enjoyers? Oh, Gala's going to hover the Ilori actually. Yeah. So
Vestola on the signature Sigma. He's been coming in and out of the lineup, and they bring him back in here for the final test. You brought it back to game 5. It's been a team effort across the entire series. We've got a quick listen in with Twisted Minds, though. Remember, the series has been running back against them. How are they going to snatch this momentum back here on Midtown? Very quietly. Don't make a sound. They gotta lock in here though. Under pressure, Shockwave's on the tour. Vestola is on the Sig. This is gonna be a withering amount of defensive pressure to try and walk into. Psycho on the May, but the defenders are split. Who do you wall? What can Simple get done here on the Ilari? Can he find that same success that Gala has?
Gala's all the way on the left-hand side here, and Psycho spotted it out on the May. But this is Virtus Pro. They're spreading out as much as possible, poking from all angles. How does Twisted Minds walk up here?
And Pylon broken is pretty big here. It's going to create a little bit of a window here. If Psycho can get this off angle, that'd be great for Twisted Minds. The Torb fight, this is a critical 1v1. Pops that overload, pushing him back on the Torb. Now he takes that high ground off angle, and I mean, it's really important he holds onto the position, but Jwoo punishes. And it's Jwoo now on the Freya. It's Shockwave on the Torb, I just now realized. Twisted Minds. Let's see if they can manage to stabilize this one, but Virtus Pro in full control. Vestola sending it here into the front line. A very aggressive dive in from Simple. Gets absolutely smoked on the punish. And Vestola, he's eaten. He's 800 HP.
It's so scary for Simple to play this Illari as well, because you kind of have to rotate with the rest of your team to not get spotted out. But Virtus Pro, I mean, with this defensive positioning, they're controlling all of these different angles and able to deal with Twisted Minds. So they're gonna push through. So
sort of like the high ground push.
It's a bit tough, but Virtus Pro, they're just gonna spread out even further.
And Funny Astro cords are incredibly low. They get picked off. Gala punishing Virtus Pro. Still healthy, still hitting from all sides. Explosion goes off, but it only takes down the drone. And Virtus Pro building up a full head of steam here. 5 ultimates. This 1v1 is crucial. Gala gets the connection with the Captive Sun. Gets the headshot as well. Insane onto Simple. Instantly stuffs the peak. And with only the Captive Sun, they send Twisted Minds packing. Virtus Pro have taken firm control of this series.
Twisted Minds, they have this Blizzard now. Psycho's got the Blizzard, but you kind of like need to play around it. It's going to be so hard to get any kind of value with this Blizzard to begin with. But Simple playing the Illari as well. I kind of feel like it's Twisted Minds not really deciding how they want to play this composition. Do we want to play around Sekus May or Illari? It's all falling apart from Twisted Minds here, Jake.
Johnny, I was really hoping our listening was broken, but I suspected it was not. Twisted Minds just scrambling for anything here. And I mean, I feel like they're playing right into the hands of Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Midtown looks so comfortable for them. They're playing a classic VP poke style of vintage. One that every player is so comfortable on. Shockwave's flexing on you on the Torb. This has got to sting. Maybe Psycho can be a difference maker with the Blizzard, but he can't even walk up to the corner properly. Now the team's starting to get in position. Just taking down breakables like the only thing you can do now. Okay, they've got some position on the point. Molten Core drop from Shockwave, zoning them back.
Yeah, the Molten Core is going to come out by some time, and Psycho goes down, not having used the Blizzard. A minute to go, and Twisted Minds, surely they need to retreat one more time here. KSA gonna die late as well.
Yeah, they're looking so strong. The clock's running down against you, Twisted Minds. You haven't even grabbed the tick. Psycho. Oh, is he being delayed on the May? Oh, the May maybe slipped away. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Slip back. I mean, you just like,
I don't
this
see
is
the value.
This is a mental boom, Johnny. I'm calling it now. Mental boom. Twisted Minds on the walk up once again. Can they change anything? They've got some ultis. Maybe this is the moment, right? Orbital Ray.
Speed in and get this Blizzard.
Got the speed ring. You got to be worried though about this verticality. Blizzard just does freeze Vestola though. That's crucial. Can you save Vestola? The support's coming in. The drone is perfect right into that backline. Bunny Astro's so low. In the orbital raid, doesn't have to take it. It's caught by the bullet shot as well from Jwoo. Gala finds one. Simple though. Could bring this back. This is still a winnable scenario for Twisted Minds. KSA rips the ultimate. And finally, after minutes of struggle, Twisted Minds are going to cap first point with the overtime fight. Johnny, this is looking scary.
Yeah, it was just too overwhelming for Virtus Pro at that point. Twisted Minds, they had all the ultimates required. And just getting something as simple as a Blizzard onto Vestola, forcing the lamp, and then getting these initial picks, that was enough for Twisted Minds to secure the first point. But man, they've dug themselves a hole now. 2 minute 30 to get the second point cap here. Vestola's going to be a very happy camper playing this high ground. Shockwave's over to the Sojourn as well. It's full on poke from Virtus Pro. And Twisted Minds, they have to find a way to take this high ground or find a pick from Simple's Discord.
All right, I kind of like this D.Va swap, though. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from TM. They're up in the pace. They're putting some pressure on. Here's Vestola, though, with the Flux. Signature skill does catch Funny Astro. Follow-up is there. There's no saves for Funny Astro. Simple alone trying to heal through this on the Zen, but way too tall of an order. Fixa with the drone just to secure Vestola's position. Shockwave playing off of it as well. And it's time to clean up the map here, dealing with Simple in this off-angle flank. Jwoo gets the job done. And Twisted Minds, I'd love to see maybe a faster tempo choice, but what can Simple play here without the Kiriko? It's a little bit of an awkward spot. Maybe the Zen is the best they can do.
I'm gonna stick on the Zen here. I feel like that's so scary, though.
And Gala is just taking liberties on the flank, right? He's so dominant. Virtus.pro are playing to their strengths, right? They're keeping the pressure on. They're not allowing the attackers to take position. Shockwave piles on the pressure, a rail into Simple, and the spawn camp is on the cards here, Johnny. If I've ever seen a moment for a spawn camp, it is now.
How do you expect the Zenyatta to stay alive through all of this? Like, Twisted Minds walk up and Virtus.pro are going to capitalize. I'm not just
It's
sure.
kind of like only Tracer, so I actually think it's sort of okay to play Zen here. I don't think it's so crazy. You might get away with it because of the lack of mobility on the VP comp.
Even so, I think it's going to be very tough to get value from the Zenyatta, get value from the Disco Lord. Maybe you can build this Transcendence in time. 45 seconds to go, and they've done nothing on this second point, Jake.
Yeah, they've got to get something over the line here. Maybe dealing with Gala in this back corner would be a start, but he's got the Captive Sun. He can fly away if he needs to. Now, Jwoo looking to profit from this greedier backline, pressuring in. Backs up for now, comes a deal with the Diva. Gala looking for something on the flank. Doesn't find much here with the ultimate. Twisted Minds licking their wounds just a little bit. Simple, close to that Transcendence. Could mitigate some of his passivity. Oh, Gala's so low, just barely dances away from those orbs. Pistola now turns tail, but Simple has the trance. He can play his way out of this one. Is just fighting it out, holding it out of the trance. No way. Okay, he doesn't pop it. They think they can win without it, but they might be just right. Twisted Minds, KSA solo, but he does have that self-destruct. Gotta keep pushing this cart. Quartz with 2. Okay, so in dire straits, Twisted Minds find the way to pull it back together. Self-destruct is forced. Jwoo cannot quite escape the blast radius in time. And then once again, it comes down to the wire, but actually, I mean, I kind of like the presence of mind from Simple to go down there, trusting that the team has the edge.
Yeah, and now they're going to be in a great position here. Twisted Minds as well. Double support, ultimate their way. They got this Transcendence in hand to deal with the Flux if necessary. Both Soldiers players with the overclock here, Jake.
Simple. Getting a lot of time. I mean, the Zen, kind of a bully on the flank, right? Here's the OC from Shockwave. Wants to force some kind of powerful support all out. Simple feels the pressure, doesn't want to get one tapped here. Vistola, though, still has the Flux. Shockwave in trouble. Now the OC comes out from Quartz. He could get this done. Big Flux, but Vistola has to hide. Shockwave, uncontested on the high ground. Just a big shot into the back. Another into Vistola's head. Takes him out. Simple is down, but the Ray on the cart. Maybe it's just too much pressure. Virtus.pro falling apart at the seams. Oh, Bunny Astro drops. No supports left. No sustain for Twisted Minds. They gotta close this one out here and now. Quartz should be going down, but maybe Psycho KSA doing enough on the cart. And Jwoo 1 HP can't quite stall it out.
Oh my
God. Every time at the final hurdle, Twisted Minds pull it together.
Just when you thought that maybe Virtus.pro, they forced that Transcendence early, which would have allowed Vistola to hit the Flux, but the fight just breaks down. It's all over the place. And Twisted Minds, they come out on top again. Dude, insane series back and forth. And now Virtus.pro making a ton of swaps heading into third point defense here. Now playing the Lucio Bap again, bringing it back. But
yeah, I think they went to the Lucio to punish the greed, but then Simple went over to the Ana. Oh, that's a sick pick out. Ana's pretty much uncontested here. Pulse Bomb goes wide, but still got that drone out from Gala. Simple, low, gets bursted, just can't quite get the skills off. Vistola just found the window to get aggressive. Virtus.pro all low across the board, though. It's Psycho starting to punish back the other way. KSA finds another, so hold on. Maybe you've gone a little bit too far as VP. Barely enough heals. Perfect tracking from Bunny Astro. Just keeps Quartz alive. Sends Jwoo packing low on the CDs. And Vistola runs out of health. Once again, Twisted Minds, they're pulling it together.
Shockwave Widow. Shockwave swap to Widow in spawn.
He's got to be such a hero here. Speed Ring, Psycho. I mean, this is a scary spot to be on Widow. It's a good point for Widow. But the pressure is going to be intense in the Ravenous Vortex. Still going to take a peek. Still going to take a risk. But right in your face is KSA. Sends him packing to the spawn. And Quartz, 97 to the overclock. This could be the final nail. Virtus.pro, they've got Jwoo's Pulse Bomb and a hope and a dream. Quartz pops those. He instant shot on the Fixa. Dodges the Pulse Bomb. Psycho with another. And Twisted Minds are getting this one done all the way to last point. They're gonna get the full cap in overtime. I cannot believe it, Johnny, with the way this game started out. The silent listening, the pure drama, and yet TM find the courage to keep on fighting, to coordinate. I actually can't believe it. After the silent listen in and the 4-minute near full hold, I thought this one was Jover.
You gotta be kidding me, Jake. What is happening? This series is insane. Psycho just out of his mind, that attack, clutching it up. Unbelievable performance. This is one of the best matches of the year here in the EMEA so far, Jake. This is both teams taking it to the absolute wire. Twisted Minds coming out on top on overtime on the first point, overtime in the second point, and then get the complete cap on Midtown. Suddenly, The pressure is on the Virtus Pro. How do they respond on their own attack here, Jake?
Oh, it's so hard now. You came so close. You thought for sure after the first 3 minutes of that attack, you guys, they thought they won, man. How could you not? How could you not?
It was over.
All right, we're going to have to see now Virtus Pro in the comms. We're going to jump in, listen to them as they start this attack. Can they find some momentum here? They need to get it started hot.
Let's clear one side and then...
Lamp.
Yeah. Just gonna... So... Send Trey.
Inside left.
I'm going to.
So, we can clear left side and then push, I think.
Yeah.
Juno, keep looking for Juno, okay? Off time.
Juno right side.
Okay, I spin now.
Chill Levondo.
You kill Send. 3.
Yeah, I can go.
Oh, I can.
Full left side.
Trey.
Oh shit. One chill.
Yeah, come back, man. Next, right side.
I'm coming with. Yeah.
We walk soon. Run on me.
Tell me.
3, 2, 1. I'm taking the pride.
Nice. Yeah, they're all facing you.
Oh, shooting me. We need
Good. Yeah.
I can just hold on.
Sorry.
Soda.
Just pretend about
Tre.
I can go in 5.
Go behind.
Chill.
Chill.
I can help here, maybe.
Ram on me, no form.
Yeah.
I'm going back main. We need to go harder, guys. We need to kill. We walk, look for kills. I can go. 3, 2, 1. Send.
Soda on me.
Ram next.
Here's
Ram next. Ram.
Yeah. Soda here. Soda. No sola.
Thanks, side.
Juno. We need to go more when we go.
You can hear the desperation in Vistola's voice. I've never seen him show emotion, and here it finally comes out in the match that means so much to them. And that's exactly the attack that they need. That's exactly the energy they need from Vistola to go harder, to go deeper, to punish this Zen. They have to stop Simple from getting that value. Vistola, he's got to be the man to do it alongside Jwoo and a double speed amp. I mean, this is a scary spot to be a Zen. Let's be honest. Virtus Pro, it's a great opening cap, but there's a lot of map left.
Recall Force here onto Psycho. Can't afford to get picked. As Virtus Pro are taking some ground on this point. KSA is sitting on the card right now. This is what Vistola talked about. The Ramatra is on the card. How can we work around the Ramatra to find picks in the backline?
Some damage from Jwoo, puts a little bit of pressure on. Orbital Ray now ripped out, but the Trance immediately comes out to counter. And there's just not enough heals from the Ray. It's not keeping Vistola alive. He dies, forces a self-destruct. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Somehow KSA dies to the bomb. And Virtus Pro, that's a huge pick. Now without the Ramatra, there's not really anyone left to hold cart. The rest of Twisted Minds trying to stay alive, trying to keep what map control they can maintain. Without Psycho, though, that cart is going to roll. It's a big commitment from Ultimates, from Virtus Pro. You've got that sound barrier up next. A lot of ultimates to respond to. I think Shockwave needs to be the hero right here. And Simple is going to go over to the brig, so it'll be able to brawl a little bit more in that close range. Let's see what these overclocks can get done. It's a duel of the fates, Quartz versus Shockwave here. For second point, this could be so impactful. Both soldiers playing out wide. OC pop first. And no, Mac, how can you force the aggression without the suit? Shockwave looks for the counter kill, but Vistola gets punished by Psycho, just cuts him to pieces. And that's a full reset now for VP. Without Vistola, they just cannot fight this one. Now it's starting to look scary. Okay, I love that instant swap to the Ramatra. Heads up play from Vistola. The Diva would have really struggled into the brig pick.
Yeah, and I think Vistola was slow to respond to that brig pick as well. He was very aggressive, which forced to use the boosters to retreat, but he couldn't reach the high ground, and they got.
And Simple's back to the Zen.
And Simple's back on the Zen. Yes, you're right. So now Virtus Pro, they're playing this double speed competition, but Vistola onto the ramp. They can't punish the backline as much unless they really commit with the sound barrier.
An aggressive beat is so terrifying to contemplate right now, but it feels like your only option. They do get the ultimate out of KSA, who's sort of happy to just trade with Vistola. As well, when Vistola's form expires, he's going to be in some potential trouble right now. Big cooldown advantage for KSA, who's taking the fight up to the high ground. Gonna pop that second form. That gets the beat out. Funny Astro's gonna respond with the Ray. And KSA still healthy, still now turning it back around. Jwoo finds Simple, though. And so Twisted Minds, they need to find some more kills into this chaos. Psycho with a pulse bomb, no connection. Quartz, maybe with the overclock. Here it comes. Out of the high ground, he's in a strong position. Has potential free fire zone, but Virtus Pro, they're nowhere to be found. They're hiding away. Here it comes, Quartz, the 2 shots to the back. Lucio fights it back, though. Fixa trades that one out. And Twisted Minds, desperation recontest now. Zen, Ramatra, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Funny Astro to Lucio, but just no shot to make it to point. And they have to make the hold on third. Virtus Pro, it comes down to this. They're trying to force that overtime round, trying to get back to that cherished first point defense that they looked so amazing on before.
And Twisted Minds, Founding Astro is going to swap over to the Juno here. The aggression from Virtus Pro has worked beautifully when they commit, and the backline as well. They're rotating with the front line, making sure they are not punished. So that is the big question for Virtus Pro once more. They're still on this Juno Lucio, or are they going to double down once more with this orbital ray coming up?
Big damage on a Simple, getting massive heals though from Funny Astro. Was immediately ready. He knows where that aggression is coming, and just without perfect heals, that would have been Simple going down. Virtus Pro showing so much threat. Gala's gonna rip the Raven. Still has 1 HP, just barely trying to stay alive. Simple dumping damage downrange. Not quite enough, but the Ray doesn't get the aggressive option they was really hoping for. It ended up being purely defensive. And Simple, he's floating around. He's looking for these big right clicks. Drops a headshot on the J-Woo as the back off. Heal amp now forced out of Vixa. So now Twisted Mind's starting to look pretty stable. Transcendence in the back pocket. Shockwave's the OC. Can he find an instant connect? No. The trade is forced, and Funny Astro's out of range. Gets cut down. Everybody recalling, they gotta get away from Shockwave. Huge threat, pulse bomb from Psycho, onto the back of the Stola, but he's still healthy, taking up with the ultimate. Twisted Minds sacking onto the cart. Simple found a kill in the chaos. Without Shockwave, maybe it could be hard to close out. Twisted Minds, they're gonna have that one last chance to commit here. 2 minutes left on the clock for Virtus Pro.
But this needs
They would love to cap with more than a minute.
You need to double down here. You have the sound barrier. You need to push into the very close corner chokes here. You need to push the spawn doors with the sound barrier, not give Twisted Minds any room.
You can end this right here, but the pulse bomb's not going to be it. It goes a little bit wide. Quartz going to get healed up. KSA can hold this cart for quite a long time. Here's the beat coming in, trying to catch into the backline. The backlines are all hiding away, though. KSA ulting, trying to stay alive. He's alone on cart. Where's the support they need to get here in time? They need to save him. He's so low. He just barely goes down, but they've done enough. Twisted Mind stabilizing at the spawn.
Simple Funny Astro fights up against one. It's just Gala and Twisted Minds. They hold on. Oh my god, they barely hold on. The supports, they live through that pressure from the sound barrier, and KSA barely just finds enough time to stay alive. Purchase enough time for Twisted Minds to get back and contest the card, and now Twisted Minds are in a great position. They got the overclock, the orbital ray. Simple's coming up on this Nono. Virtus Pro, they only have a minute, and they're in a serious ultimate economy disadvantage right now, Jake.
And the Ana can do so much. One nade here could end it. Big rail into KSA, forces out that form. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on him, trying to get that ray out. Here's the OC coming out from Quartz. Has a bit of opportunity to put a lot of pressure on Basola, dropping low, not having the health to fight. Big rails forcing everyone back into sleep. Sets up for the easy kill. Beautiful by Simple. Support ult still being held on to by Twisted Minds, saving them for that final fight. They're considering chasing out Virtus Pro, trying to evict them from any kind of position on the map. But VP looks like Ram up on this high ground above Quartz. Too hard to clear from that position. Lucio slips away, and Virtus Pro, it's down to this one final fight. Shockwave, 72 to the overclock. He needs that tool. It's so critical here. But the Nano, the Ray, it's devastating for Twisted Minds. A lot of options. Nano immediately onto KSA. He goes straight to the backline, putting a lot of pressure down. Basola getting swarmed, hit from all sides. Needs the Ray to be able to stay alive. Here it comes in, dropped on his head from Gala. Funny Astro responds in kind. The fight so far so good. Nade comes into the Gala, but there's no follow-up. And J-Woo shuts down one of the key supports. A pulse bomb from J-Woo on the courts. He's gonna get this done. Virtus Pro are taking us to overtime. Psycho finds one, but it won't be close to enough with the overtime spawns. No shot. You can make this whole. Twisted Mind, Psycho, one last stall, one last contest, but it's not enough. And this is a cinematic match if there ever was one, Johnny.
J-Woo finds an incredible pick onto Simple, and it came down to the biotic grenade there, I thought, Jake. The orbital ray was gonna come online for Virtus Pro, and Simple, he just needed to hit a big biotic grenade to open things up for the rest of his team. He only hit Gala though, and that just wasn't enough. Twisted Minds not able to capitalize on those ultimates, and Virtus Pro, they finished them out. 1 minute apiece here, Jake. In overtime.
It's so easy to find the mistakes, right? Because both teams are, I mean, you could just feel the intensity of the emotion in this match. Both teams want this. They want it to be decisive. They want to, I mean, although this isn't to qualify for EWC, mentally, that's how it feels. This is really that team that you are vying for that spot against. This is the team that is do or die against. And VP, back to their standby, playing the heavy poke style, but with the Ramatra, a little bit more balanced option. You know, they probably expect Twisted Minds could up the tempo, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds are gonna do. I love the idea of rocking out with a sim comp here, completely flip the story of that first point attack.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, they struggled on that first point attack because they played the Mei with the Illari. It took them 4 whole minutes and they barely just captured the first point in time. I suspect, knowing that Virtus.pro, they're going to play this poke-heavy composition, they're going to change things up, and it's actually going to be the Juno Brig with the Diva after all. Actually, a couple of swaps, some
out the sim.
adjustments.
Okay, no sim.
Oh, it is going to be the double speed here, Jake. They're upping the pace tremendously.
Gala and Shockwave can get a lot done here, but they can just as easily be cleaned up by a team rush. This off-angle flank hold is so critical. Twisted Minds also can't make any mistakes, and look how aggressive Gala's being, fearless here, taking the fight to Psycho, shutting him down. Can Twisted Minds reset? They have to. 2 down. There's no chance for them in this fight. They need to get out. They need to live, but Funny Astro's down. KSA, he cannot die here. Is he dying late? Okay, I guess KSA is alive. Psycho to the Sombra for the desperation touch. The Sim thinking about it. Twisted Minds maybe falling here. It's also the possibility of a draw in this map, so even if you fail the attack,
they should be able to TP it to the point here.
Twisted Minds, they should be able to get it. TP, the high ground TP, a low ground TP, just getting them across the line, but there's just too much damage. Pressure from all sides on the teleporter, takes down Funny Astro. That's the beginning of the end of this attack. Twisted Minds, 4 players alive, hit from all sides, the buildables, the flankers, big pressure from Gala, takes a little bit of pressure himself, but there's just overwhelming stats on the board right now for Virtus.pro, cleaning house now. And once again, a successful defense earns them, the worst case is a draw here. However, only 1 minute to attack with. Honestly, I think that's the expected outcome here. Twisted Minds should probably be able to force this to a game 6, Johnny.
Yeah, that pick from Gala was tremendous onto Psycho because it just stops Twisted Minds from everything they want to do. They get a late stagger. And realistically, that last fight TP rather to the point, like you're not going to get value from that because you put yourself in a hole, you're closed off in that room.
There's just no time, right? There's just no time.
Well, they can poke from all those different angles. So Twisted Minds, they really weren't able at all to execute a single fight the way they wanted to because Gala found that pick. So a huge individual play from Gala, which now gives Virtus.pro the opportunity here. Just 1 tick and this series is theirs.
They can absolutely do it. Their first offense was amazing. Twisted Minds, this is their last chance. What do they put all their chips in on? Looks like it'll be the Ana. I like this choice, actually. I think the Ana, 1 big nade here, and this attack comes crumbling down. VP, got to think about what they want to do. With only 1 minute, you don't have much time to think. You can scout the enemy comp, but you have to make a snap call on what you're going to end up playing. See the positioning here for Twisted Minds. They're considering how they want to play this. I think the Ana position is going to be the most critical. Ana is the hero to make this defense or for it to fall apart. If this is not a big nade, you could find yourself in trouble. VP, see what JU ends up going with. Will it actually be the Sim? Will he swap over to Tracer?
We talked about
it's the Sim.
Talk about it.
I like the Sim,
well, Jake. But Vestola, he's able to sniff out the location of these support players, right? And so they're going to be reactive here to where Twisted Minds are positioned, and then utilize the teleporter to try to get within reach.
KSA is taking this fight on the offense, but he doesn't have form. Jwoo's getting a little bit torqued. Gonna have the TP start like a big nade though. Is it enough? 4-player nade. It's exactly what Simple needed to find, and he got the job done. Jwoo down. Virtus.pro still healthy on the other 4 though. Still a chance for them to fight this out, and Simple slipped away from that one. Gonna break the TP. Healing Quartz through everything. Fixa is low. Fixa needs to stay alive. Putting point pressure now. RVP trying to fight this one out, but Gala down, out of resources. Twisted Minds are healthy. The defensive nade now from Simple. And VP, last gasp. They've got to get something done here. Tracer in the backline could be taking down Simple. No, the peel comes in. Trades though both ways. Hold on. Jwoo though, surely too much to ask. The 3v1 on the point, an impossible test, even for one of the best Tracers in the world. And Johnny, we are going to a game 6.
We're going to map 6. Oh my God, are you kidding me? What an unbelievable series we have on our hands, Jake.
Let them cook, man. Serious? Let them cook.
Absolute cinema. You couldn't have asked for more.
All right, Johnny. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe the rule set has changed. It's been so long since I've seen a game 6. The map pool is now open with the exception of maps that have already exactly been played. So you can play any game mode, I believe, but you can't pick you can't re-pick a map that you've been played. And I believe it should be Twisted Minds map pick again. because I believe draws just get the same map pick again for whoever picked the last one.
Well, we'll get someone to give us the exact information, because you're right. I can't remember the last time we saw map 6 actually.
I'm pretty sure I'm right, but tell me if I'm wrong, Prod. You can hit me with the buzzer, but
I don't think you could pick a map where you can't draw, so I don't think we could see a hybrid again.
Oh, I think you can. I think there's no rule there. I've never heard that rule.
Well,
I just think it's very unlikely you would draw
Jake, so
again.
I'm leaning on you, buddy. You're giving the aura, the confidence aura right now.
We could go map 7, Johnny. Just think of the possibilities. We could go map 7 in a best of 5.
Oh my god.
Oh my, we get some cinematic games, Johnny. We're just blessed. We're just blessed.
Yeah, we truly are, actually. Yeah, we truly
Honestly,
are.
Johnny, it's a good thing we weren't taking bets, because I would have bet after the silent listening, I would not have believed Twisted Minds would survive that map. The silent listening, I was like, oh man. You guys, viewers, you got to stick with us. I mean, come on, you cannot miss the end of this ridiculous series. We're going to a game 6. We'll be back with the conclusion, potentially, of this series after a short break. If you're just tuning in with us, you are joining for one of the best matches of the season. We are going to a game 6. It was a game 5 draw. Virtus Pro brought the series back. They were down 0-2. They bring it back to a game 5. It goes incredible overtime fights back to back to back, and they end in the draw on Midtown. So now the map pool resets, game modes open again. You can't replay the same maps we've already seen in the series. And Twisted Minds, it's going to be their map pick. We'll see where they take us.
Yes, and the map pick has actually come in. It's going to be Circuit Royale. So they take them to a map that Virtus.pro are known to be extremely good at. Twisted Minds actually banning the Pharah, not wanting to see any of that poke, and they actually protect ban damage heroes, of course, and Virtus.pro banning out the Juno. Very interesting here. Jake, I'm kind of thinking...
I like that we don't even have a draw asset. It's the OWCS viewers won. I think this is actually the most accurate.
We won.
The most accurate is the outcome is OWCS viewers got the dub.
But I think as this series has kind of developed as well, obviously there has been a ton of individual players standing out, you know, Shockwave on the Cassidy and such, but Simple had an incredible performance on the Ana, particularly late there on Midtown. And, you know, played some Illari as well early on, and going to Circuit, Jake, I kind of feel like this could boil down to a Gala versus Simple matchup here, because they tend to get creative with some of those hero picks, unless, you know, we go to Brawl, but this would be a good map for both of those players to change things up and try to take the series into their own hands.
I like the Juno ban because I think the Juno has been good. However, we still have now Funny Astro Lucio and Simple Kiri on the table. And if you wanted to play a fast-paced, aggressive dive, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better support line in the region, maybe in the world, for exactly that comp. These guys look really sick on it. Meanwhile, it's a great point. Gala has been insane on the Illari and has shut down a lot of the flanks at times. And this is a wonderful Illari map. A lot of space to work with and a lot of like controlled angles, positions that are very strong for the pylon. A lot of good options to work with. Interesting choices so far. I like the Pharah ban, though. I think that's actually kind of a wise choice from TM, because I think the Illari-Pharah combo is particularly annoying. It's like hard to look up at the Pharah and deal with the Illari at the same time. You just hit from all angles. So yeah, I mean, think teams are running thin on bans at this point in the series.
They are running thin on bans, but I feel like this might also be another opportunity to bring out the BAP as well. You know, a fantastic map for Baptiste as well. True. Baptiste has crept himself into the meta, and so I really do think that, you know, looking at both of these teams, Virtus.pro has played a ton of Baptiste in this series here as well. So it opens a door for, again, I think it's going to come down to some of the support hero picks in this matchup between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro.
We'll be getting into it now. Can't draw an escort. You technically can, but it is it has never happened to my knowledge in a professional match. So I'm gonna say it's not gonna happen.
I think the closest we got to like someone being held at 0 was like Toronto Defiant on the Raw Dog held in the Overwatch League to like 3 meters or something. But
yeah, but like actual 0 for 4 minutes. If that happens in a pro match, like check the PayPal, check the cash out.
Oh my god. All right. Well, here we go. It's going to be the Lifeweaver BAP.
And Yubi's in, bro. Oh my, this is wild. They're going with the sub on map 6.
Map 6 sub? Are you serious?
Somebody had to come in and change the story for Twisted Minds. Somebody had to come in and change the momentum, because remember, the last 3 maps are draw, loss for them, right? They've been taking heat. And maybe the UB Sim is exactly the kind of cook they need to get into the kitchen on Circuit Royale.
Okay. But Psycho was incredible on the Tracer. Now, Circuit Royale, different dynamics, of course. Maybe doesn't suit Psycho as well, but this is going to be one of the substitutions we remember.
I feel like the Weaver is also not, I mean, they don't have the best options to deal with the Sim, but the high ground being held onto really aggressively here by VP. I think they're using a pedal platform to be able to heal into this high angle. It's kind of a sick play from Gala, but maybe an overextension, just doing a little bit too much. Where was the Weaver pull? Maybe already used. Pistola goes down, and yeah, Twisted Minds just running a much more straightforward style, and they're like, we get torqued on the Sim and we speed amp, and what are you gonna do about that?
So we actually saw a lot of teams in North America, they struggled with that Lifeweaver Baptiste setup on the defense actually, but Twisted Minds, because they played this Sim with the Ram, they just pressured the Ram, and the life grip wasn't there from Fixa, and so Twisted Minds get a ton of push on their hands here, and actually going to a pretty good position here. Simple can build this amplification matrix in time.
Yeah, Shockwave on the Sojourn, relatively quiet so far, not so much being built up. Simple under a lot of pressure, has a lot of work to do on the healing front. There's the pull forced out. That the key defensive tool now not available. Simple very close to that amp matrix, could be a bit of a problem. Jwoo using the pedal platform to great effect, pumping damage, has to open online. Simple instant kills Shockwave with the ultimate, and a big bullet shot turns it around though. Hold on, Simple still healthy. The regenerated matrix is enough, and Simple is eating on the Baptiste.
Simple's going crazy. It's a big difference maker for Twisted Minds in this series. Kept Twisted Minds alive on Midtown, and now making his impact felt here on this Baptiste. Jwoo Over to the Venture here. Might actually swap around here, or is he going to stick with the Venture?
All right, I think the Sim is really good against Lifeweaver. Lifeweaver's a very defensive hero, and Sim is like one of the greediest possible characters. When you get full energy, you just cook everything. You can't heal through that. And so I'm curious to see how VP take this. They need to pressure UB. They need to find the kill on this Sim, but not easy with Funny Astro and Simple right behind him. Twisted Minds looking very stable, have found a bit more momentum here. And KSA's through the wall, the beat as well. The Matrix getting nothing done. Gala just crushed fighting around the tree. Good luck, UB's eating you up here. On top of that, fighting into the annihilation is just impossible. I mean, KSA is cooking.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are just exploding with this composition. Virtus Pro, just when they think they're about to get an honest fight with this VAP Lifeweaver composition, Twisted Minds are just exploding on top of Virtus Pro.
Did you just, Johnny,
secures the value.
Did you just say an honest fight with the Batiste Lifeweaver composition?
This is 2025, Jake. Get with the times, brother. No,
all right, my bad. My bad. I'm behind the times. I'm an old head. We'll see. Here. Twisted Minds, though, they have the sim wall so potent here, but for now, they're just going to back off. They want to regroup, get the full strength. And Shockwave, I mean, getting the ult to get the full position back on the map, it's not actually the worst trade. Even though he gets no kills, the position is strong for VP. And JWoo now over to the Venture has this allowed them to maybe match some of this aggressive tempo. TP straight to the backline though from UB. The sim wall on the point. How do you contest this? Venture is maybe the great answer for that, right? Like continuing to hold on and just tolerate holding that point. They're waiting out the sim wall. UB split away from the team, tries to teleport, but it's an awkward TP. It's not really where he wants it to be. And Bastola now on top of them with the ulti. Twisted Minds like splitting into the attacker's spawn here. This is absolutely ridiculous position. But I feel like it's not getting enough. Quartz still finds that one kill. Simple hold on with the Ant Matrix. Turning things around. UB's now coming back in.
What is this?
They've stayed alive. Unbelievable. In the attacker spawn. But Bastola now takes down UB. Shockwave finds the one on the court. Simple needs this kill. Needs more. But can't quite find it. And it's a beautiful stall from JWoo to make all that possible.
Yeah, 0.9 meters. But Virtus Pro, they're going to hold on. And like you said, this Venture pick against the Symmetra has really worked in Virtus Pro favor. They now have a really strong brawl composition with this Ramatra, Lucio Bap, and Twisted Minds. You gotta say, that was a very awkward fight for them. They're trying to land these picks, trying to spread out, play the angles, but not finding success now at the JWoo. Makes this pretty surprising swap over to
Instant burst. Great ultimate from Gala. Punishes Funny Astro with the instant combo rail. Great coordination from Virtus Pro. It's going to be enough for the one kill to send Twisted Minds packing, but they don't lose anybody else. There's not going to be that big farm of ult charge that you would have wanted in a victorious fight for Virtus Pro. TM with 2 minutes on the clock. A lot to work with.
This need to be Quartz with the Bola shot here, but Virtus Pro, they have so many things going for them. Sound barrier, overclock. Twisted Minds, they really have to take their time here. And you know, if an ultimate comes out from Virtus Pro, don't overinvest.
There's the OC Shockwave, 2 shots back to back. Sit down, Quartz. And now Simple, yeah, just can't hide from that one. Not enough cover.
But that's fine.
It's one ult at a time, but it keeps wiping Twisted Minds off of the field. They can reset pretty quick with the sim comp, and they are building towards a nice advantage in this next fight. UB, I think, with this sim wall is going to be a key difference maker.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Now, though, you've built those ultimates, Jake, so Shockwave using that overclock to win a fight, that's fine. Now, KSA pushing with the Annihilation.
Big ulti trying to hit the backline is JWoo, but the beat comes down. JWoo going to struggle to get any more done. Much better beat, though, from Fixa. Isn't enough to turn this fight around. UB healthy. Here's the Bolo shot into Bastola. He just tanks it, soaks it on that tanky face, and now UB close that sim wall. KSA has lived forever with that ultimate Ant Matrix from Simple. Surely this is too much pressure for the defenders to hold. Drone forced out. UB dancing with death here into the back line. The sim wall, final nail in the coffin. Virtus Pro just without the health to contest. They're coming back in, but yeah, just an overwhelming pressure on the card. JWoo can hold it out for just a moment longer, but the Ant Matrix is there, keeps Quartz up, and they're on towards the last point. The sim proving to be too much so far for VP. Do they have the answer on third point?
Yeah, and you have to also recognize Twisted Minds. They're doing such a great job at recognizing what fights they can win and when to invest their ultimates, and they do a great job securing the second point there now. Contesting for this high ground, obviously they invested a lot of ultimates in that previous fight. This is now Virtus Pro dropping a window. This is going to be a tougher fight for Twisted Minds. Bastola cleans up with the Annihilation.
Yeah, big damage with the support of that Ant Matrix. But those are, I mean, you're throwing 2 ults to win a fight where Twisted Minds haven't committed anything at all. Good on Virtus Pro, though, taking it straight to the cart. They don't give up much cap time. They're going to be able to play here right from the choke point. And there's no obvious answer to Shockwave's overclock. Both of these hit scan players, though, can have a big impact on this fight with their ultimates. UB forced off the TP instantly. A little bit of cart progress, but Shockwave would love to catch backline. He doesn't want to fall. There's a big headshot by Quartz. Takes down Shockwave, and the ultimate is not going to come out. Virtus Pro trying to force something, getting a little bit over aggressive, but Twisted Minds read the play. Looking to get in a little bit active now. Venture with no burrow. Could be vulnerable for the repush. Here it comes from Twisted Minds. Surging forward is KSA. Straight to the back line. Very healthy still. And trying to clean up even Bastola. The TP behind Bastola just going to go sack on the card. Take the wipe. Lucio trying to get anything done, but Quartz, too much fancy footwork to get through. Shockwave, another chance, another bite at the apple with the overclock, but this time is a different story. Funny Astro, he's got that beat online.
So many
2%.
Ultimates. So many ultimates for Twisted Mind here. Quartz opened things up, Jake, which has allowed Twisted Minds with a great opportunity here to get the complete
big TP. This position is monstrous for Twisted Minds. The ult is perfect. Look at this. The window over the top of the cart. Vix is trying to disrupt it himself, but he gets smoked by Simple on the high ground. The beat comes down, the annihilation as well. An impossible card to touch. Jwoo doing what he can with the ultimate, but it's just overwhelming. Twisted Minds capped with 11 seconds to spare, and you're right, Johnny. It's all because of Quartz opening up that last fight. That's a radical game changer.
If you're Virtus Pro, yeah, you can't expect to win out those fights when Twisted Minds, they have the 4 or 5 ultimates. It's just too much momentum going Twisted Minds' way. But they don't... Twisted Minds aren't allowed to be in that situation if it's not for Quartz opening things up. 16-4 is Quartz so far. 9,000 damage with that Freya. I thought it was a really well-played attack by Twisted Minds, Jake. I think they had a great presence of mind how to take those fights, when to invest their ultimates. And it looked really clean, finished with 11 seconds to go on a map, which has been kind of difficult to complete here, Jake. Virtus Pro, it's going to be really difficult for them to match what Twisted Minds were just able to accomplish.
I've seen enough, Johnny. Sim is meta. Sim is broken. Like, this is good. Like this, especially, you know, with the Pharah ban on this map, it's like, I don't think there really is an answer. I think Sim is the meta. I like Jwoo's idea to go over to the Venture to be able to stall and delay the cart through some of those critical moments where the Sim wall's down and just, you cannot fight. You have to just hide, and at least Venture can stop the cap from coming through. Maybe on the offense, VP can find something a little bit more purchase. On defense, Sim maybe is a little bit more awkward. You know, you don't get to control the plays as much. The attackers have a little bit more agency. Gala looking for some kind of nade. Jwoo maybe just gonna drop a Sonic just to see what they're up against.
Let's see how they play this though. Or you're gonna go for more poke heavy style, but Jwoo's actually going to go over to the Venture again. I think this is about the best response you could possibly bring out here, Jay.
Yeah, other than the mirror, and I think you don't want the mirror if you don't know what you're doing. It's better to play something that's a little bit more comfortable. And the defenders is maybe a little bit more awkward for them. Bastola takes the drone very early, but Yubi is high energy, and here he goes. He's starting to cook. Getting those heals, getting that support from Bap Lucio. Makes him into a real menace. Twisted Minds got to be careful. They don't want to overplay their hand, but that's a nice lasting pick here from Pixet. Maybe even they could get one more. It's a risky pick. I don't think this is a good risk to take if you're Yubi, and he's going to back off the play. But that's a very strong opening fight. VP, it's very scary. You drop that Ram shield, and there's nothing you can do. Sim is going to be max energy.
Yeah, and you still have to be a bit cautious if you're Virtus Pro, because you need to play around these UB teleports, right? So if you can get out the teleporter, that's great.
KSA's out deep here. Quartz swings with the bola shot. They're attacking them into the spawn, giving no quarter to these offensive players, and big shots in for Quartz is enough to take down Fixa. Here he goes, looking to punish Jwoo. Counter shot from the bola. Does it find anything? Twisted Minds still healthy. Everybody looking strong. Shockwave caught in a very awkward corner. They can't deal damage to him here, though.
The Virtus Pro, they just haven't been able to gain any kind of momentum. Twisted Minds, they're just taking it to them.
Bastola dying again. He's alone on the cart. Look, they're crumbling, Johnny. They're crumbling. Twisted Minds.
It's
in their hour of need.
VP,
and now they're getting aggressive. This is getting egregious. KSA's at the spawn door, bro. This doesn't even make sense what he's doing.
No way. You don't bring the Orisa into this. I don't think this is the call.
I mean, actually, I do think this is better against the Sim, because from Matra Mirror is like impossible. You get free energy. But here's the Amp Matrix. Even Orisa surely is not tanky enough to weather that storm. But the counter Matrix from Gala, maybe it's enough. Both drones forced. KSA having to back off. Trade of ultimates, though, 1 for 1. You kind of take that in the dominant position you're in for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds has 4 ultimates here, Jake.
They have so many. I mean, the Sim wall is going to be just tremendous in this type of a fight. Bola shot again from Quartz. Goes wide this time. He's deep in the backline somehow. The beat comes in, but the DPS don't get it. They were in deep on the TP. Nice punish by VP. They're up 1 in this fight. And Twisted Mind, surely they just take the wipe here, get whatever trades you can. Simple drops the drone, stalling for what he can. KSA buying more time. And with 1 minute 30 on the clock, VP are gonna start the map.
But that was actually a pivotal moment in this attack for Virtus Pro because, like you said, Quartz and Yubi, they kited into a room and didn't get the sound barrier.
I think they TP'd into the enemy spawn, so I'm gonna say that's not on Funny Astro. I'm just gonna go ahead and call that one out. But Lucio wasn't ready for you guys to be in the enemy spawn.
He does such a great job playing together, and one mistake like that slip up and allows Virtus Pro to get back into things here. But still, though, like you said, this sim wall, Jake, it's going to give Twisted Mind such a great opportunity to play this fight however they want.
Yeah, and the Venture ulti comes out, instant sim wall response from Yubi, gives them a little bit of an option how to play around this, dancing on the wall, very awkward. Ultimate as well, ripped from KSA. Virtus Pro just have to kite back into this. KSA still alive, still ticking away on that ultimate. Maybe it's been kited over. Here's the TP into the backline with Simple. He's in the back, he's smoking them on the back. Getting in with the windows up soon. Big spin from Pistola. Shockwave finds another. It's absolute chaos on the cart. But Simple, KSA still healthy, still fighting this one out. Window if you want to commit it. KSA will not give up even an inch of cart time. And he's playing immaculately on the back. Big connection from an arrow is enough for the follow-up. Shockwave gets it done. Quartz is hanging back, making space from the range. And KSA, he smells victory here. Yubi coming back on the sim. Is going to be one final fight, one last chance for Virtus Pro. It's only the Amp Matrix, but the aggression once again from TM over the top. Simple, he's low, he's in the drone. No skills left. KSA though, cleaning up the backline. The rest of Virtus Pro is crumbling. The weight of the sim is too immense. And Twisted Minds in map 6, Johnny. They're getting it over the line with the desperate sub. Yubi gets it done.
Match of the year in EMEA, Jake. Unbelievable performance from Twisted Minds, and they finally close out the series on map 6. That Yubi substitution, Jake, that could have gone either way. Either you're the heroes bringing in Yubi for the Symmetra play, or had they lost that map, you would have looked back at that sub in some kind of way. They finally get it done. At the end of the day, it worked out the way they thought it would. The Symmetra pick, it was beautiful from Yubi, and it was all the big difference maker here on Soccer Reality map 6, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, already in map 5, I was like getting really nervous, right? Like, so much credits to Pistola, like he's swapping in from map 5, like the match point map, where I was like, oh man, being that sub is rough. And then the opposition subs in Yubi for that last one, I was like, oh man, wow. this is rough. This was some of the best Overwatch we've seen all year, maybe even the last 2 years. I can't remember a match like that last year. Also, I can't remember the last time we actually had a draw and went all the way to map 6.
Was this the same match, Oasis? When did we play Oasis?
When did that even happen? Actually, so true. Yeah. But the thing is, like, most of those maps were not like a one-sided affair, right? They really were trading blows, and it started already on Oasis.
They were trading blows, but I mean, for TM to go up 2-0, in the end, they looked in such good position to close out the series. I thought there's a real chance it could go to a 3-0, and then, I mean, they even got into a big lead here on Runasapi, but it's the scrappiness. It was Shockwave, I mean, heroics from Shockwave. There's no other word to bring back. Maps 4 and maps 3 and 4, not 4 and 5.
Generally,
and then,
the DPS players,
this map 5,
Shockwave, Jwoo, and Psycho, and at the very end there also Quartz, who was a little quieter early on this series. I think all 4 DPS players were like going above and beyond.
Yeah, all 5 DPS players. So
11, 12 players. Let's bring Ice into the fold. All 12 players played amazing. But yeah, honestly, like the fact that Virtus Pro were able to claw themselves back into the series, and now you're telling me that Twisted Minds won on map 6 after Virtus Pro, they had Twisted Minds down to overtime on the first point on Midtown. And Twisted Minds get all the way back to win, or draw Midtown rather, to force a map 6. Virtus Pro gotta be kicking themselves because they forced map 5 and were in a great position to win the series, and they just couldn't close it out.
I mean, we went from completely silent comms, which I'm still not sure, was that us?
I'm going to say, you don't take an expert to know that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign to have the comms be full silent on map 5.
Wow.
I was a little worried, and not that the comms on the other side were much louder earlier on. I was like, are both boomed?
But they got into it. They got into it, right?
Yeah,
we didn't hear as much from TM, but I think it was like the first fight. We were still listening to TM, and I was like, genuinely, is the listening broken? Is something wrong? I think they actually were just tilted. And but in the overtime, right? In the overtime, they had the wherewithal to be like, you know what, like they're just so insanely strong players that they could bring it together and clutch so many OT fights despite being on the precipice of a reverse sweep, to take it to map 6, to even get that chance to win the series. I have a lot of respect for the Twisted Minds players. It's very hard to bring it back from that like mental position.
Absolutely. Let's actually have a chat with one of their players. I believe Psycho should be joining us via voice to have a quick chat after this insane series we just got to witness. Psycho, are you with us? Can you hear us?
I'm with you guys. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, and we are with you guys. Man, what a series! What a nail biter! What a barn burner! What's going through your head right now? I mean, this was probably the most intense and insanely entertaining series we've seen all year long thus far.
Honestly, I'm pretty happy I'm happy that we won, but also I'm a bit disappointed that it was this close. I mean, I have high expectations for this team. We've been doing amazing in scrims. And I mean, as you guys probably saw, second map was close as well, but I really thought we would 3-0. I think everything was like Runosapi is our best map, and we had a comp matchup that we are very comfortable with. So I really thought we should 3-0. So when that didn't happen, I was kind of disappointed, but we won, so it's all good.
So I gotta talk about Midtown, man. That map was pretty crazy, pretty intense. It looked rough, man. You guys were going into one of the most like tilting comps you could ever play against on the defense, like the mass buildables poke comp, and you guys just clutch up in overtime, like back to back to back. What was it like getting in deeper into Midtown?
I mean, obviously after we lost like the first maybe 3 fights, I was getting a bit worried, but we managed to clutch every single point. And then after we capped all 3 points, I was like, okay, guys, we just won purely based off mechanics, not because of team play or anything else, purely based off mechanics. So if we can get our stuff together, for lack of better words, then we'll be fine. And I guess we did that.
Still though, going to map 6 there, UB gets subbed in, and you know, I think it was fairly one-sided there. Symmetra, which is a big difference maker, which allowed Twisted Minds to close out this series. But what was it like sitting on the sidelines there for map 6 after you had an insane performance in this match, dude? You seriously popped off, and then UB comes in, you know, it's probably what you practice, but still, what was it like watching that final map unfold?
Yeah, I mean, Circuit Rail is such a good sim map, so whenever we get to pick it and protect DPS, or so we can play sim, we always go for it. It's one of our best maps as well. We always win it, so it's very nice. Also, I mentioned this at the start of the season when Simple came in. Like, we have so many tricks up our sleeve now. We can play the Zen, we can play the sim. We have so many alternatives that people, you know, aren't really excited to play against because it's so hard to play against, and they can't really practice only against us. So yeah, that's why I think we're very good right now.
Simple was cracked this series.
It actually was. I mean, all of you, the team, like across the board, it's been really, really, really fun to watch this series. So once again, congratulations, Dankeschön for the interview, and we hope to talk to you again very soon. Bye.
Thank you guys for having me. Bye-bye.
Always great to hear it from the best. Simple, I believe, I just heard, is also going to be our player of the match.
Well,
yeah, actually, I thought Simple is going to win the Midtown there as well. He got that 3K nade, if I remember correctly.
I mean, that was to save the game, right? To allow us to go to game 6 was that nade.
On the on as well, finished 2 people off.
And here, I mean, the thing is, like, honestly, if he doesn't hit that nade, they probably lose. It actually is that simple in the sim comp. If the Ana hits the God nade on the TP, you just win. You wipe them on, you get a huge nade, and you just win. If the Ana doesn't hit that nade, she dies for attempting it, and you probably lose from there with the sim player advantage. So Simple, man, under pressure, still delivering.
Yeah, has been performing throughout the entire stage already. Like, Simple is definitely someone who's been standing out in that backline, making it look easy. So that's why they get the player of the match. Quite frankly, though, I feel like you could have made a good case for a lot of the players we just saw in that series, even on the losing team. It was an absolutely insane performance. If you missed the beginning or any map of this match, just go back and watch it. That was incredible. Now let's take a look at our standings after, I mean, I feel like I just watched 20 games rather than just one game, but Twisted Minds cementing themselves there on the 2nd place, and they are one of the teams to beat, man. It's so tough.
I mean, this is a statement win from TM, but honestly, I kind of agree with Psycho. I thought this match would be a little bit more one-sided than it was, and so I want to give the flowers to VP for fighting this back as well as they did. I think Twisted Minds has looked like a bit decisively stronger. Think about, I mean, TM played OWCS very close, where VP got 3-0'd, which is kind of like a transitive property, not always great in Overwatch, but it's a dangerous sign for VP. So this is a big sign of life for them, that they still have a lot of fight left in the squad, and they can still be a very serious threat come playoffs.
Yeah, I think as well, I don't want to downplay just the amazing match that we had there, but Virtus Pro, I think they can take quite a few things away from this series. You know, you learned more about this Cassidy, Lucio, BAP play, and maybe you want to either move away from that or build on that. I thought it was an incredible series just from like a strategic standpoint, the compositions we saw, right? And as we draw closer to the regional playoffs, just a couple of weeks away now, some of these teams, they got to make some big decisions about what to roll with come the bracket play.
I mean, to have that in your pocket, though, and quite frankly, like, Shockwave was a walking, talking highlight reel on the Cassidy. Like, that was an insane performance. He single-handedly won them that one map. So, I don't know. If you play like that, shoehorn that one in any map. I don't even care. But for now, it is, that's a wrap on the EMEA, actually, already. Wow. It feels like
already?
Just started it. You guys had a lot of luck with your matches today.
Yeah, we do.
I'm blessed, Zoe. We're blessed.
Yeah, actual blessing.
It's a beautiful
game. And now we're heading over to
day.
C9 town because Necro is going to be on the mic again. So I guess that's what we can expect on the other side of this. Yeah, we will. We'll embrace. Jack, Johnny, thank you so much for calling the action. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to the two of you and being able to pick your brains. We're now heading into a quick break. And of course, the break is not just a break. Now we're going to make that one exciting too, because there's never enough good Overwatch. It's now time for another thrilling Battle of the Bots. That's right. It's going to be the Battle of the Brains. Moira, Winston, Symmetra, Sigma, they are going to duke it out in a big, brainy, all-out brawl. Who do you think is going to win? Well, you can vote in chat right now. Bet some channel points if you will as well, if you're very confident. And we're going to see you on the other side of this for all things NA.
I gotta touch grass.
Welcome back, everyone! Actually, now I'm gonna kick myself because I really wanted to start this one with welcome back Overwatch Nation or something along the lines. What did you say? I just started our production call yesterday, and I was feeling very inspired. So there's that. Yeah, okay, listen guys. This Twisted Minds versus Virtus Pro match, that's a tough act to follow.
I don't know how we're
whether the gameplay of NA will be on par doesn't even matter, because now our wonderful casters can make anything entertaining. Jack, Necra joining us for all the shenanigans here in NA. I know you both have been watching this game. Thoughts, inspirations?
Oh, man.
How are we feeling?
It's just so sick. That Midtown was crazy. The diversity in comps is also ridiculous, and Simple is just the GOAT. He is just the GOAT. He is one of my new favorite sport players. Across all regions, I think, at this point. Playing Zen, playing pretty much everything. That Arna 80 hit on the TP, like, dude, it's just the best.
I just
also like so much Iliari. So Jack, you must be happy.
He won't shut up about it if you like let him have the floor with this one. So I'll take it for now.
Please do.
But honestly, I don't know how we follow that, because the overcoming of the mental boomage, I don't really know how else to say that, was just so inspirational. Why can't that happen in my own ranked games when my teammates are just absolutely silent? Can't we just win anyway? There's proof. So I would just love to see what's in store for us.
It can be done. I personally commit to the boomage. I don't go back and forth. I'm not so wishy-washy, you know. I'm gonna hard commit. If I'm boomed, I'm really boomed. I'm also a little boomed to just think about how stage 2 is almost over. This is week 5 already. Like, how are we nearing the end of the regular season already, when it really just feels like it just begun? But fear not, of course, after the regular season, there's still plenty of Overwatch to be played in the playoffs, followed by the last chance qualifiers, and it will all conclude at the mid-season championship, Jack.
Yep, at the very end of July is going to be a good time, and there you can see stage 2 followed by stage 3. It does feel like every single stage goes by so fast. Like every year it's like, wow, we're almost halfway through. Where did the time go? What the hell just happened? But yeah, Stockholm should be a good time as well. We're returning to the snowy depths. I'm super excited.
It was in fact snowing.
It was
very pretty.
Cold.
Danny made snow angels when we went out for dinner. Yeah, and there was like a park opposite, and he was like making snow angels and stuff. Yeah, I've got some hilarious.
Right? Why was I not invited to this? Did you guys all go on a little date?
Why you
I don't think that I was there for that either. I think I fell asleep.
Oh, that's awkward now, Jack.
I blame Johnny. He organized it, I think. So blame
then of course, since we're just co-workers of Johnny's and not actual friends, that checks out. If you want to be our friend and make snow angels with us, make sure to grab your tickets for not just the World Finals, but also more immediate, of course, the mid-season championship. If you want to check out Riyadh, it's not going to be cold there. I don't think you're going to see snow. Sources tell me that it's rather blistering hot at that time of the year. So go do that. Grab your tickets. URL is on your screen, and I'm just trying to get a sip of water. Thank you. I'm just waiting for the graphic to pop up. And now I drink, and you guys waffle. Go.
Yeah, the World Finals tickets are also on sale right now. Don't forget to pick them up. You can see the URL. It'll be on the Overwatch socials too, so you can follow those. And there's some exclusive merch packages available, as well as that VIP seating. Last year it was some big, comfy sofas straight in front of a big screen right next to the stage. Yeah, it was a good time.
Good times indeed. Good time also if you're a team that is on top of our standings. Transitions on point. Good job, me. Let's take a look at those here for the NA region. Thank you. Yeah, GK Nightmare all the way on top. GK now ahead in map differential. So today's matches, even though you might think they're not meaningful, they actually might be.
Yeah, and they face off next week as well. Like that first game, week 6, Nightmare versus GK. And then, like you said, map differential could mean something here, especially for teams like Sakura and Team Liquid. Like Sakura, they're looking like they want to be the world beaters. Look, Space Station, they're picking it up. They'll finish out the season strong, but they still need to face Sakura tomorrow.
Well, their season only just started last week, so you know, like exactly. Necra, let's take a look at our matches today. It feels like these are more like a vibes kind of thing overall. Like I don't think we're gonna get the VP TM kind of situation with the Dildogs and Nightmare or Extinction GK.
In fact, I think we're going to have the same number of maps between both of these series as we just saw between Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro.
Well, okay.
So
But
you're
not-
in for
not wrong.
you're in for the same number of maps, I think.
I mean,
I don't know,
someone has to make up for the time. You know, we've been going for a while.
Come on now. Maybe. Just one map, guys.
I looked into my crystal ball and it told me that maybe, unless we see some sort of... I'm here for the amazing play that we could see, but I also think, realistically speaking, I was just prepping that joke the entirety of that last match.
And you nailed it.
Thanks.
Go you. Also, go our upcoming teams. Let's talk about them. Dildux and Nightmare. Let's start with Dildux. I mean, you know, here's the thing. They're not afraid to try out new stuff, right? They have nothing to lose. They took a point, not a map, but a point off of GK on Suravasa last week. That was exciting. They aren't cowards either. They matched GK's Lifeweaver Baptiste comp and added a Reinhardt. Did it work?
Yeah, that was fun.
No, but the aura, sheesh.
Yeah, that was really fun, last week. Like, me and Johnny were having a ball cast in that one. Circuit Royale Rhine, and then the Rhine slingshot. Like, using the petal platform as he, like, goes over the high ground, or, like, slingshotting with a life grip as well. They are a very fun team to watch. I can imagine they're going to bring the same energy here against Nightmare, who, to be fair, went to map 5 against Extinction the other week, in what was one of their strangest Watchpoint Gibraltars I've seen in a long time with the Mercy Lifeweavers. So, honestly, at this point, anything can happen.
We've seen an awful lot of Lifeweaver and also Mercy. Weird things coming out of my mouth. Who would have thought? Now, if we're looking at that Nightmare roster, Necro, of course, they are the favorite heading into this. So I doubt that they spend too much prep, knowing that they have GK coming up next week. So there's probably a lot of brain powers going into this one. Very skilled roster, this one.
It's super skilled, and I think it's so interesting to see that this organization still has this win-loss record despite completely changing out its entire roster in between the Stage 1 and Stage 2 roster changes. And this roster, too, I think has just been so impressive because you've got Lep, Lucamino, they just never miss a beat with each other when it comes down to how well coordinated this backline is. And then Painkiller. I think Painkiller has been such a standout. So many different tanks that Painkiller can play, and every single time I feel like this team is really on the same page when it comes down to how to execute on these comps.
Yeah, he's a super strong tank. Like, Painkiller, I think, for the team has been such a rock for them. Look, this team is, like you said, probably not putting a lot of time into this series, considering the GK match. And with how, like, different teams have been playing things like Circuit Royale, like even Watchpoint Gibraltar with the Lifeweaver and stuff, it still feels like the backline, at least for a lot of teams, is up in the air. The meta right now is so open. You just got to find your own small little niche and then run with it and find success, like we have seen with the BAP Lifeweaver on Circuit Royale defense. Like, we heard from Cover last week, like, hey, we're just going to keep running this until it stops working. And I think that's what a lot of teams are going to have to find their own little groove. Dildux, is it the Rhine flavor for them? I'm not sure. Maybe not, but
yeah, no, I don't think Ryan is necessarily working for anyone at this point, but you know, I keep on trying. Why not? Ideally, of course, Nightmare want to make this clean, just like GK in their match coming up as well, because GK is currently plus 13 in map differential, Nightmare plus 11. So even though we don't expect them to have heavily prepped against Dildux, they do not want to lose a map, so they will take it somewhat serious. Dildux, a bag of surprises. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. So guys, please walk us through the map set.
Okay, thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, Busan is where we're going to jump to first. Nightmare picking. They also banned Widow of all heroes, and a little Hazard ban on the other side. Widow's a bit of an interesting pick, or an interesting ban. You can probably only play it downtown, and we are going here first, I suppose. So yeah, the Widow off the cards for this map, and Painkiller rolling out on the Hazard. So more rush, no surprise, but Rose, I'm looking the other side, and Red X is back on the Moira.
Oh, the Moira. This is a Dildux special, and honestly, why I feel like if you expect a team to come out with anything that's going to surprise you, it is going to be this Dildux roster. And so Moira, Kiri, I love it. I'm here for it.
Hang on, Rose. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I just noticed Rhino's on DPS. Okay, well, fair enough. Okay, Rhino, the tank player for Nightmare on the deep. So I don't know why I didn't didn't pick up on that a little bit sooner on the graphics.
Maybe we thought that graphic roster was incorrect because Rhino usually does play the Orisa or a tank or a wrecking ball of some sort. But yeah, looks like
died first, by the way.
Lineup.
To Red X's Moira.
Like
I'm just saying. There's the point win though for Nightmare, or at least it expects so. This victory does end up going down to the point. There you go. There's the cleanup from Rocket as Nightmare.
Well, don't worry. Even though Rhino falls first, it was not a sacrifice that was not valuable to the rest of the team. You know, Nightmare do get control of this, and they're already starting to build up to this amplification matrix, and maybe even Left is able to get a sound barrier up for this next fight. I feel like having both of those support ultimates online, I look at Nightmare's value here versus something like Dildux, and the coalescence is nice, but I feel like there's quite a bit of mobility on Nightmare just kind of away from it, so I'm looking at Nightmare here to be the one that can really pull the punches on these support ults.
All right, Dildux might want to move up now. Victory with a nice headshot onto Rocket. Sound barrier and window on the high ground, though. Instantly DMX Razor. Victory, there's just no shot, right? Oh, still manages to kill Painkiller. And through the window, now has to kill the lab. No fear for Victory. And there's the cap for Dildux. They end up getting the flip there as Nightmare invests two very big ultimates on the high ground and still lose fight.
Yeah, that was just everything going bad, going worse. As soon as Victory was able to get that first pick onto Rocket, they were lacking so much DPS on this Nightmare squad that even using both of those support ultimates wasn't going to net them that fight win. Now you've got Dildux, all onus on them. Red X pulling the trigger on this Coalescence, and that's what's going to keep Dildux in this, despite the fact that they do have to give up the point for now because they're all scattered.
Man, Moira just... Moira blows. Like, Moira is just not good.
Wow,
you see
tell him how you really feel.
The four-man coalescence, Red X is like angling on the point, the four-man coal, and then Lucamino hits shift once, and that's basically all the damage the coal did. I mean,
well,
Red X does have a...
just for damage, but...
It's decent. Red X does have a funky way with the Moira, though. I don't hate it. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate this pick, but we'll see if they can recap the point.
The character is not very good, but Red X makes it look great.
Red X is good, but like the character is compared to a Kiriko or Bap, like anything else. So yeah, not so great. But we'll see if Red X can continue to make things work though. Razor does end up killing Rhino, and that self-destruct does end up detonating there with no casualties on the side of Nightmare, but they still managed to lose Razor. That Frothy Philly Suzu didn't come in time as Red X is on the flank again, but swiftly met by the barrel end there of Lucamino's battle rifle. Nightmare do end up triggering OT now as Painkiller pops the Nemesis form and just has to deal with that Tracer. Easy as you like there for Nightmare. Just dealing with the Wrecking Ball, but this should just be it. Frothy Philly's rush is cut swiftly short.
Okay, so maybe Moira not so good for this competition.
No, keep playing it. I like it. I like the spirit.
You might be onto something. Oh yes, spirit. Spirit plus 10 on all of your dice rolls for damage in this map.
Let's have a look at the stats. Red X, 2k DPS. More than Razor, more than PDK as well. I'm just saying, he's not the problem. 5k damage on Victory though. Looking good on the Cassidy.
I think that this Cassidy pick is something that will continue to really just excite us as we get through the next couple of weeks. I already saw the impact of what Cassidy can bring to the table in EMEA, and I feel like as we see this in North America as well, a lot of teams catching on to the potency of this Cassidy, especially when we play a little bit closer range with the rest of the team. Cassidy is able to stand toe-to-toe with Painkiller on this Ramatra, Rocket next to it with this May as well. You can see how well Cassidy really does ingratiate himself into the mix of these team fights. Dildux is also going to match the compositions this time around, Jack.
Yeah, no more...
except no May.
Yeah, there's not many flank routes, to be fair, for the Moira here, sadly. But yeah, Rocket on the May. The May's just so good on this point. It's so scary being able to walk out these chokes and know there's a 50-50 chance the May has the wall. Rhino does end up going down again, a bit aggressive there on the Cassidy, but it shouldn't mean a whole bunch. Dildux do end up capping, but with Razor dead, they're... Yeah, with their tank dead, their staying power is cut pretty short. So Victory, yeah, it's going to have a tough time really dealing with this. It's got a recall, but yeah, goodbye. That's going to be the point flip.
You already see Razor switch over to the Orisa as well, so maybe just doesn't feel super comfortable with the Ramatra duel, especially because that Mei is in the mix for Nightmare. It does make running the Ramatra just a little bit more difficult. I think the gold on the Orisa is usually a little more helpful, but definitely didn't come in time for Razor this time around.
No, use the Exo Boots. Okay, Frothy Phil. I mean, yeah, he's dead. All right, unlucky.
It's a good effort for all of the players between both.
I mean, that Blizzard was crazy. They yeeted that in as soon as Razor died too. It's like, yeah, this fight is.
Catch anybody else
done.
in that, but yeah, I think it's going to be so difficult for the Blizzard to get value regardless, just because of where you usually take these fights, and there's a Lucio involved. But let's try the High Noon.
Oh, close to getting a kill there. Lep almost went down to the High Noon, but that window perfectly angled by Lupamino has a good sightline onto the bridge. And anybody from Dildux that wants to try and get through that choke. Good initial start though from Dildux, using PDK's ult there to push them through the choke point, but now you're just going to be running into Mei over and over and over again.
Yeah, and it's really tough because even though you switch over to this Sojourn, this power slide is only going to get you so far to be able to take an angle. You're going to want to try to sneak victory underneath, maybe try to get Nightmare to turn around so that PDK can actually get an angle behind the team. But how do you get past this Mei wall? That's a question that Dildux don't have an answer to yet.
And they pushed Painkiller out of the way, and they used the sound barrier too. Painkiller did not get the beat from Lep. There is a lamp there, but Painkiller wasn't even in anger of that. Survived for a lot longer than, to be honest, I thought he would, but PDK is traded. Nightmare close to OT, Rhino with the High Noon, but that's about it. They're struggling to lock these kills down, Rose. They're like chasing everybody from Nightmare, but Nightmare at everywhere all at once, and the Rhino's just dishing out damage to high ground. Terror Surge on the points, and that will be it. Nightmare, they're going to take over the game and only give Dildux 13% on this point. A 2-0 on Busan to start.
That was a really decisive map win there for Nightmare as well. And despite Dildux trying to throw some spanners in the works there with the Moira, with also all of those hero swaps we saw on Mecha Base, it just felt like exactly how you put it towards the end of that second round. Nightmare's got it. Like, they are just scattering like feathers into the wind every single time Dildux even try to approach them. They're gone. They're out of there.
Yeah, whenever they want to try and like force a position with the Orisa, it's like, well, there was like one person. Okay, we got one kill. Great. Like, we managed to kill Painkiller, and then, yeah, they go through choke and everybody's split completely, and then locking someone down. Super tough. Yeah, it's going to be a rough game for Dildux, of course. Fortunately, the team hasn't really found too much success so far in this split. They've only picked up a single map. But, you know, they're here for the vibes at this point. Expectations were always going to be pretty high on a team that qualifies through Masters, of course, in the Stage 1 promotion relegation. But Nightmare with only 9 deaths. Jeez, that is very low for a control round.
Super low. I think that's what you should expect to see, though, out of the dominance Nightmare exhibited in those first rounds of Busan, and maybe that is indicative of what we're going to see for the rest of the series. But I think if you're the Nightmare squad with a 5-0 record to your name, I'm not sure if there's anything else that you can expect from this team. I think you have to demand perfection from a squad like this that's hoping to earn first or second seed heading into the playoffs, and trying to guarantee themselves a shot to go to the Esports World Cup. And so anything less than what we're seeing now, I think, would start to raise some alarm bells on whether or not Nightmare really do deserve that 5-0 record right now.
I mean, if you look at it overall, like just today, GK and Nightmare probably going to win these games, and both are going to be on 6-0. And then that final game next week, or sorry, the first game, but their final one next week, will decide who's first and second seed. Like, they're so far ahead in terms of map diff as well. Both of these squads, they're pretty chilling. Like, old Nightmare versus new Nightmare. And with how GK have been playing, I would probably edge towards them picking up the series, but I can see a lot of people also voting for Nightmare, considering how well they've done on the Freya comps as well.
Yeah, it could be another 6 maps too. Is that too bold to assume that those two teams might be so evenly matched? Maybe it's just like, I got a taste of what it is to be two very close teams in the Overwatch Champion Series, and I want to feel that again. I felt so alive watching that happen. So, you know, fingers crossed.
It is insane to think about. Like the last time we had like a map 6 that wasn't like a finals, which is first to 4, you'd tend to go to a map 6 there. But like in a first to 3 scenario, a map 6 is just ridiculous. Okay, Dildux, Circuit Royale. What did we see from Dildux last week? We saw the Rhine with the Life Weaver getting slungshot like onto the high ground. And yeah, hopefully we're going to see the same kind of vibes from them here. I want to see PDK as well also just stick on the Sojourn. I think PDK Sojourn probably their best hero. So we'll see if they have a little bit more success on this point. They didn't manage to cap, sadly, last time around. It was a very, very close hold for the other squad that did end up taking them down. But it's, like I said, it's all for vibes. Dildux are here having a good time, and hopefully they manage to run it back as well for next stage through that promotion relegation. That last chance qualifier is going to be fun, but the promotion relegation, that's where the nail bite is. That's where it comes in clutch. Like you're going to see rising stars throughout the ranks, and yeah, Dildux got a couple on their squad as well.
Yeah, I think that despite the fact that they maybe haven't had the showing that they would have liked to see during this OWCS stage, doesn't mean that we haven't seen good shining moments from them in all of these matches. And I still think that it is a big accomplishment to have made it through like such a hard road in that promotion relegation, and now you get a chance to maybe go back and do it again. But we do get a substitution coming in here, Jack. Rhino is not going to be playing DPS anymore. I actually kind of wonder if does Rhino switch to tank? It's going to be Chronic coming in for the DPS at the very least.
I doubt it. You probably keep Painkiller here, but they're like, Rhino, we saw the performance on the Cassidy. I think I should take over now. I mean, Chronic has looked so good throughout this stage, like an absolute beast on the Freya. Like insane, like highlight clips, like Twitter moments, like every single series you see Chronic in with the Freya. I'm curious actually if they do ban Freya here, that being Dildux, because the way Chronic's been playing, like looking like the best one in North America currently.
I think you could ban the Freya. I also think that maybe you could also try to, like, is it going to be the Freya or is it going to be the Life Weaver? Is it going to be a Baptiste? I feel like Baptiste has also been super popular on a map like this. So I think you have some very good ban options if you want to try to give yourself the best chance possible versus this team. I think it does come down to a strategic element like that. But I think we have other swaps coming in.
There is a swap coming in. There's no sub, but Dildux, they're swapping PDK, who I said probably should play Sojourn. They're swapping PDK to tank. PDK is a flex player, to be fair. Pretty flexible, so yeah, tank. And then Razor on DPS. So we'll see how that ends up working out.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, sure. At this point, yeah, definitely.
Sometimes you need a little bit of the I guess, I don't know. I'm thinking about like the recipe for success here, and I'm like, oh, maybe you just need a little bit of madness.
Dude, come on, man. Let Red-X eat. Freya ban for Dildux. Like I said, it's the perfect ban here. I mean, you got the boy Chronic coming in, so no shocks. But come on, really? You banning Moira? Nightmare?
I mean, come on now. Circuit has some okay flanks. Imagine a Coalescence.
Does it?
Come on,
I mean, for the yeah, sure. If you like pedal platform over the high ground, you shift to get over the high ground, and then Cole from behind. I mean, sure.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Come on.
It's always the
maybe it's
behind
too
the back shots, man. Yeah.
And that's why they're like, okay, maybe we should just take him out. Okay. Take Moira out of the bag. All right, that's fine. You know what? That's okay, because in the later maps, we'll be able to play a little bit more Moira. But yeah, Freya for Dildux, don't want Chronic playing that. Could maybe play the Widowmaker here. Wouldn't be too crazy.
I would like to see it. I mean, just some of like the out the door grapple shots that we see, they're never successful, but maybe this time the Widow sticks and it's not just the trial and error shot at the very beginning of the map. We get to see it for the rest of it, and it would be nice. It's a classic since Circuit Royale had even been released into the game. It's been a while.
Yeah, it is the map where already bans Widow. You got it in your solo queue games. Although, to be fair, Freya's, I think, still perma-banned. Same with Sombra. But yeah, there you go. Sombra is creeping up in relevancy, I'd say, between the two regions.
Yeah, I think she's a pretty good ban still.
She's getting there in terms of, like, I wouldn't say perma play, but on a lot of maps, I think Sombra's very powerful. Let's go to this map, though. Circuit Royale. As Dildux ban Frey. And they take us here, and then Nightmare ban the Moira. We did see some Rhine action from the gang on their offense last time, but they're staying on defense, and they are bringing out the BAP Lifeweaver, the indestructible backline on this map. And Victory hopping on the Widowmaker, so I get my wish at least.
I feel almost like Nightmare did the Moira ban just not only out of respect for Red X, but also to be able to just preserve some of the heroes that they kind of expect they would want to play on the defense, or I guess on the, well, when the defense, when they get to it. But wouldn't it be exciting if we actually see like Juno, Alari, and then Baptiste and Lifeweaver? 4 different supports in my game server? Yes, please.
It has been, yeah, the support, like the backline meta over the last like couple of months has been super open, which has been very cool. Chronic, oh, okay, hopping on Widowmaker as well. This is what I want to see. And then Lep and Lucamino, okay, Juno and Alari, rocket on the May. So PDK's job here is literally just to sit in the front line and hope and pray that Victory gets a kill, because it is going to be almost impossible to help him up. There's no like speedering or anything. You're only hoping for that lamp or potentially the life grip from Red X.
And the tough part about this too is that because there's a May involved on Nightmare's side, the more time that these fights actually go on for, I feel like the more time the May gets a chance to actually find purchase in these fights. You're just gonna be slowing somebody down. Maybe it's just enough time that the wall comes back up, you isolate somebody, you make it easier for your own Widowmaker to actually execute on a kill. And look at how much space Nightmare have already taken. Dildux are going to have a tough time stepping up to the plate against this May.
Oh, what a shot as
even
well.
harder now.
Oh, the direct flick upwards. Okay, Razor dead. 2 kills for Chronic. Who knew? Who knew Chronic was so good at DPS? I think everybody at this point. My word. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of free space, like you said. They just basically walked at Dildux, and you saw Victory was playing so passive on the Widow. Was pretty scared to step up to Chronic and actually switches to the Soj now, and then Razor onto the May. I think that's a have-to swap for Dildux. It's almost like, okay, we'd rather just reset, honestly, because this May is going to be so much of a problem. We'd rather have one of our own to at least put pressure on Painkiller.
Absolutely. And the fact that Victory also switched off of the Widowmaker, I think it just speaks to the level of prowess that Chronic has had on this Widowmaker so far. Usually when you see a Widowmaker on both sides, it's because both of them feel like they can find impact. But the fact that Chronic has already been able to win out the duel, I think Victory is better served being able to play something else. And I'm so sorry, Jack. That is a double on the Captive Sun.
Yeah. Captive Sun in the choke, and no saving grace there for Dildux. No grab, I assume, and no lamp, or maybe the lamp was destroyed there. Good stuff from Lucamino. Only 1 ult used, and that'll be the point capped as well. As Painkiller is just holding their spawn door, their forward spawn too.
I don't know how you break this now if you're Dildux. I feel like even though Victory is going back over to the Widowmaker, the swap just... Wow. Oh, with Tree?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to use Tree to get space. Look like they want to... Where is Red X going? Red X doesn't have shift. He's not a Moira. The Flux hits 3. Slam back down. The Lamb gets deployed, but Chronic kills Victory off screen. A window is going to force Painkiller away. But they're still down a support. Although Painkiller does end up succumbing, though, to a PDK. And they're Chronic in no man's land, in enemy territory right now. Has got a couple of Venomine ticks going Rose, but they've got to clear him out. Okay, there's the set.
Wait.
Oh. Okay. There you go. Nice stuff.
I was like, could you imagine? After the shots that we saw Chronic make on that first point, I had
get the grapple away as possible.
Like maybe that is also just a flick shot kill onto the Zenyatta as well. But this payload is still moving. Jack, even though it took a while for Dildux to sniff out the Widowmaker, Nightmare was moving the cart the entire time. And they're still making progress. Dildux haven't really even got the ultimates together to be able to actually stop this. Even though they have this Blizzard as well, Lep has not only the orbital rage, just send it through as a defensive ultimate against this Widow. Or, oh my god.
Nice shot. Yeah, Victory is perma holding that angle as well. Like Chronic knew exactly where the Widow was peeking. And the Zen's in trouble too. And here comes another captive Sun. That backline is looking a little sunburnt now. The auto raid deployed from Lep. And this is just pushing in the payload now. There's not much really they can do. I mean, maybe Victory has like a Fleta moment, but unlikely.
Ooh, UVC Razor come out on the Venture just to be able to stall out the cart, and it's almost a full sale swap here from Dildux to deny this cart finish as long as possible, but it just feels like it's inevitable, Jack. Just how many more seconds is it gonna take?
They just boot him off the payload. Oh, there's the Blizzard. Victory, frozen solid, actually dies to the tick of the Blizzard. Fortunate stuff there for the Tracer. Nightmare with 3 minutes and 22 seconds in the bank. But, you know, Victory had, you know, a decent shot at the very end. If you kill one person as the Widow there, it is possible to go for the retouch, but it's just too many ults for Nightmare. We'll see what they want to do on their defense, though, as Dildux now swap to attack. And I want to see the Ryan. It's got to happen, sure. PDK? Come on.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the evolution of the battle weapons. It was a Reinhardt catapult, okay?
Okay, sure.
But now we've got to go to the Trojan horse.
Which is who?
Seems like the next logical step. Well, wouldn't it be like, well, Orisa?
Orisa,
technically give out
the
things
horse?
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, quite literally, yeah, I suppose. I was waiting.
Like,
when you say that, I'm like, oh, there's a hero. I mean, at one point, someone could like ride the Orisa, and that would be a horse. It wouldn't be a Trojan horse per se, but
okay.
But PDK's on the Zarya instead.
Look at this combo. So we're skipping Trojan horse completely, and we're just going to like a nuclear weapon, I think.
A tank?
In terms of, or like a Star Wars lightsaber. Is that where we are?
Okay.
With the Zarya.
That is quite the leap.
Yeah.
Ancient Greece to Star Wars.
Yep.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, Victory is on the Bastion. And no messing around for Nightmare, although they're not running the BAP and Live Weaver. Lucamino on the Illari again. I mean, pretty large success on the Illari so far. Although Lucamino is dead. Cast him a little bit there. Sorry, Lucamino. As Victory gets that bubble and then just jumps forward with it. And they kill Chronic too. And Redix, you just sit on the point. Holding this corner is going to be super nice. Nightmare do end up escaping despite the losses.
Yeah, but Painkiller needs to get some health back. And there was still a couple of picks that Dildux have been able to actually get some progress with. Now you're running around the corner. Painkiller comes out of spawn on this Ramatra instead. I think the D.Va would have been eaten alive. So very smart swap here from Painkiller, since that Zarya beam is going to go through that defense matrix regardless. Here's where we'll see if this can keep working. Icebot's forced out already.
Yeah, Rocket's just going to go down. Yeah, block forced and just dies to Victory on the Bastion of all things. Very like last year kind of thing when Seeker was playing Bastion on this map. Working out quite well though. Nice little headshot there from Chronic, although I think they hit the Zarya. No instant kills for the Widowmaker, and now it's just cycling of the cooldowns for the Bastion. That's all they're doing.
Well, it's working so far. I mean, now Rocket is finally able to get an elimination there onto the counterpart and Razor, but not before Frothy Philly actually still has an amplification matrix to use. And look at where Dildux are going. Oh my gosh, they even actually walk into a spot or Blizzard.
Well, yeah, that's a big Blizzard. Freezes too. They kill Victory. Frothy Philly falls as well. That's it was almost inevitable there for Dildux to get Blizzard or Blizzarded. So Nightmare just corral them in that small room. Chronic holding an off angle, so Dildux don't want to peek. And then I'm assuming the plan for Dildux there was either use Victory's ult to get out or use Frothy Philly to get a window down so Painkiller can't step up. But Rocket pulled the trigger first or hit the Q button, and they end up all freezing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Going into that small room, it's almost like baiting Nightmare to come to you. Then you pop the amplification matrix down, and then where do Nightmare go? They go back to spawn is hopefully the end of that question. But at least they'll like still have the combo that they can use here with the Blizzard and the artillery strike.
Forbidden combo.
Doesn't even kill the Ramatra.
Doesn't even kill the Ram. He just pops the Annihilation. That's 2 ults down. Make that 3, in fact, as Frothy Philly uses the window as well. A lot of damage, though. Painkiller being shot in the back right now, taking a hell of back shots as Nightmare do lose their tank. Redix dead again, though. Back to spawn for the Juno. And now they can hopefully move on with this Bastion. They still need to clear Chronic, however, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. as Chronic is quickly escorted out there with the Life Weaver grab.
Graviton Surge, though, looks like it does get Painkiller on the Doomfist, but not before Dildux actually do capture that first point, and so they get a little bit of a time extension heading into the second. Chronic is still lighting things up, though. I don't know. We'll see if PDK actually decides to stick on this, as well as Painkiller. Painkiller now over to the Zarya as well.
If you want some fun, you're a DPS player, that's what you do. You just log Zarya and run it down.
That's
It
true.
feels good. And it feels really good if you're Dildux, to be fair. Again, just bubble victory over and over again. Try and gain space.
I mean, the Bastion is working. Your bubble only will save you for so long.
About half
And
a
the
second.
May wall as well.
Blizzard, though, right next to the May wall. Nice stuff. Corrals them to go down that small little staircase, and that's exactly where the Blizzard laid. And Nightmare, you know, hardly dealing with a Bastion right now, but it's only a matter of time before they get a rather disgusting combo, although PDK and Victory out of sync a little bit with the Graviton Surge and the Artillery.
Well, they used the Artillery Strike alongside the Blizzard just a couple of fights ago, so I feel like that's sort of a combination that they want to use together instead of something like this grab. The grab is nice if you're able to lock down like 1 or 2 targets, but that's gonna be really tough to do, especially with some of the survivability skills that Nightmare have.
Sights popped by Chronic, instantly goes to the backline, misses the shot on Red X and misses that grapple too. Yeah, we saw that one, Chronic, unfortunately. Here comes the tree, though. A nice bit of a defense. However, Victory instantly deforestation just right before your eyes. An instant kill. That's through the window. The tree survived for about half a second. Painkiller and Rocket, though, still come up with kills as Painkiller whiffs the grab. Oh, boy. There has been some spicy ults so far in this map, and you can add that one to the tally.
Well, if you still win the team fight, does it still count as spicy?
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty bad.
Well, yeah, it was not the greatest value of Ultimate that I've seen, but now we've got the Reinhardt and the Teleporter. This is what I came here to this match for.
Although, yeah, Lev just used the Ray, and then Chronic hits a drop shot onto Razor. There's a minute to go. And they still need to get out this Blizzard from Nightmare. It's a valiant attempt so far from Dildux, though.
I've still got a minute. Give them the minute. Maybe the Reinhardt is able to do a little sneaky deaky with the Teleporter. But I see Chronic waiting.
Well, they do now. Chronic on a disgusting little angle here. There's the TP. Oh, wrong place, wrong time. Want the grip, please? Nope. Probably called for it, but didn't receive it. Oh, the wall is so good from Rocket. Stops PK from escaping the Blizzard, but lifted quickly upwards, though. So to save it, as PDK ends up unfreezing. With only 30 seconds to go, you can't afford to lose a life right now. And Frothy Philly forced to use that lamp, and now they're running into the tree. And without a Bastion to tear it down, it's going to be tough for you to really do much. Although, saying that, the beam from the Symmetra was enough. A nice little shot from Chronic, though, ends Renex's life yet again. As now we near the final few moments as PDK charges to help the rest of the team. But it is just shooting fish in a barrel at this point for Chronic. As Nightmare end up taking the map and find themselves in match point.
Well, it's not fair if the barrel is a Graviton Surge, but still, I guess the same principle applies. You're so right. This has just looked Nightmare all day, both of these maps so far, and I feel like we're just on the cusp of getting a 3-0 here from this team. But it's been great watching the performance from Dildux regardless. More Reinhardt right at the gates, please. More Reinhardt now. Make everybody
Well, I could go to a rush map. I mean, we could go to like a New Junk City. You could play Rhine there. Suravasa, a little worse for the Rhine. We'll see if
just play the Rhine
with the tank. Yeah, it's going to be a tough series. They knew it coming into this, so I'm glad they're having a little bit of fun. Oh, we didn't even see that one. That was a sick shot from Chronic there on the Widow.
Oh, Chronic had some great shots all map though. I mean, even just jokes aside with the Graviton Surge, I felt like Chronic, you could actually see the type of impact that Chronic was having because, you know, Victory swapped off, didn't want to play the Widow Mirror. We also just saw how many times Chronic was able to lock down a lot of these angles. So it forced Dildux to have to only go one specific way rather than trying to actually go commit to an off angle to get back into the match. So I think this was a really great showing. Freya banned or not, Chronic showing up, especially coming in cold off the bench.
Down a bloodbath, 51 deaths. Were they taking that many fights? It was only 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I guess they were. I mean,
But we
look,
saw a
I
full
think
map
Chronic,
completion.
I think Chronic was killing most of them, it felt like. A Widowmaker just popping heads left, right, and center. Yeah, it does feel like like you said, a cusp of a 3-0 here for Nightmare, and that would put them at a 6-0 coming into next week. So you're feeling pretty confident, Phil Nightmare, that you're going to get first or second seed, considering Geek is going to be next opponent. But for Dildux, unfortunately, yeah, the road is shortening. They're eventually going to get to the end where potentially they don't even get a single series, but there's still chance for them in the promotion relegation again, Rose. I think this team, they're going to have the same level of success, I'd imagine, but the level of competition in North America and EMEA, to be fair, at the top level, has only gotten better over the course of the last couple of years. So making it to OWCS as like a promotion team is still a big achievement, like you mentioned before.
I agree, and I do agree with you on the Dildux point of making it through promo relegation again, because I do think that this squad has a lot to offer, and it's really unfortunate that I think there's just such a mismatch in between these two teams right now. Nightmare, of course, being at the top of the standings really should speak volumes to how this match was going to be difficult for Dildux just even heading into it. So we'll see what this third map decides to bring, where we're going, and whether or not we see any subs, any subbers.
There's just no way we have Rhino back on DPS. I mean, maybe PDK swaps back to
you know,
Deep.
Cassidy.
That would make sense.
Cassidy was pretty good.
Cassidy's okay, but you probably want Chronic in, especially after that performance. Very warmed up on the Widowmaker. But I would imagine we go to a Flashpoint. It's been one of the more popular modes.
You're right.
I did see a comment the other day about Flashpoint being one of the more fun modes to kind of spectate and watch. Same with Push. I think it leads to a lot of like clutch hype moments, especially Push and Flashpoint. If it goes all 5 little rounds or points, it can be pretty damn hype, especially in a grand finals, like semi-finals kind of situation.
Sure.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see where we go though, because it's New Junk City or Soravasa at the moment. So.
But I love your point about that, because I think even just like playing sometimes it's hard to really be able to see outside the lens of your own POV of what it means to like play a game mode like that. But think about that last match that we just had, 108 meter differential, and then we still see the comeback from the opposite team that was already down so far. And same thing with Flashpoint. Sometimes it goes to all 5 Flashpoints. So I think this feels like a very good way to close out our series, hopeful potentially with Saravasa as our next map.
Yeah, more rush. It's got to be. I don't think Painkiller is going to be stepping away here. I think potentially we see more Ryan or Zarya. Zarya's been, again, kind of on the fringes of being an extremely like perma-meta hero. There's been a lot of like trades through the tanks, a lot of hazard play as well. And there's just different identities. I want to see more Zarya out of PDK though. Maybe a little less Ryan. I don't know about the Ryan, but it is rather fun. Let's have a look what they banned though. Juno for Dildux. So they want to take away some of that rush potential. And Cassidy ban for Nightmare.
Okay, so you could still play Lucio. You could play Lucio Moira if you're Dildux.
Yeah, I mean,
which I would love to see on this particular map. I think this is where we've really seen the Moira actually be super potent.
I think that's what. I don't think they're going to run Lucio Moira, but they definitely run the Moira. Definitely running Moira here. You got. I mean, look, Red X. You had it banned away from you on circuit. Now you just got to bring it out. Surely, we'll see if Dildux are going to do that. Maybe Kiriko here. You could play pretty much anything as long as you have some sort of sustainability on your own, because you're not getting healed by the Moira. That is for sure. There's just no shot. Oh, small change as well. I want to just mention no substitutions for Nightmare, so same 5, but Razor back to tank and PDK to DPS. So they are swapping again.
Okay.
So PDK back in his preferred role.
All right, so then I kind of expect that we won't see any more of the Zarya or the Reinhardt, sadly. But I do think we could go back to very similar compositions to what we ended up seeing on Busan to kick off our series. Maybe it'll be a little bit of D.Va, maybe a little bit more Orisa. Oh my god, I kind of forgot.
A lot more pigeons.
I forgot like how close up you can actually get to some of these birds. Did you know I picked up a pigeon keychain because I saw it and I thought of you. Got my backpack now.
Okay. I guess I'll be seeing that at a LAN at some point in Stockholm or something, Rose. I'm not sure.
See you in Stockholm.
I can't wait. All right,
just,
Razor, what you got for us on the ball?
Ooh,
and PDK on the soldier. All right, okay. Okay, I don't mind it. Little soldier action to round out the series.
Huh. I'm actually maybe a little bit curious as to why we're not seeing something like the Sojourn. I feel like the Sojourn with Power Slide just gets you so many nice angles on a map like this. But maybe the Soldier is going to give you a similar type of effect, just using just raw movement ability raw legs.
Using legs. Your comp is very mobile, to be fair. You're playing Tracer, Soldier, Moira, Kiri, Ball.
I love it.
Every single one has a movement ability. And Froggy Philly is dead. Rest in peace. Redix gets hacked. Oh, missed the virus though. That's not good. And Mega Health Pack is looking rather juicy right now if you're Redix, but quickly finished off by Chronic and Lucamino. It's going to be a little scrappy fight though. For victory. Forced to recall, has to get out, and PDK dies to the Spike Guard.
Oh, this Sombra is so smart. I love that Chronic was able to play the Widowmaker just to help with a lot of these big duels on circuit, but now decides to go over to the Sombra because think about the targets that Chronic is trying to get in the back. The Kiriko, the Moira, both of which have a mobility skill that once it's offline, it is offline for a pretty significant amount of time. And that's enough for this Sombra to really just kind of out DPS you while you're just simply trying to run away. So this is a great pick. Chronic is already going to be super close to getting an EMP online as well. So I think this might just be her splash point to Nightmare.
Red X down, Carry dead. Didux lose their Moira. Yeah, Razor trying to get something popping here, but unlikely to do anything now since Didux don't have any more support. Not even a healing station from PDK as he just runs away.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Nightmare don't even need to use an ultimate here to actually secure this flashpoint. There is still a fight Dildux will put up with Victory coming in to touch and trigger the overtime, but now that Razor is dead, this fight is truly over. So first flashpoint goes over to Nightmare, no ultimates having to be invested into that flashpoint. So they get to go into the second one with all 5 ready to go. That's EMP. You can also hold that if you want to. Honestly, Jack, they could probably use all 5 right now and they would still get another slate and wait for the next flashpoint. Why not? Just everybody hit Q.
Oh, Prophet Philly's dead again. No, it's a painkiller of all people too. It's been a thorn in the side for the rest of the team. There's the downpour. Connects with PDK. Hides behind his own wall as the EMP connects. Okay, point unlocks in about 5 seconds or so, and Rocket is still giving chase to Victory.
Only downpour and only EMP though, and so they will still have double support ultimates. Frothy Philly and Red X, they're just like completely being outpaced here. And that is simply because Chronic is making their lives just so miserable. Razor 2, oh, can't even get the mines out! Jack, like what do we call that? Like mine jets?
Mine jacks, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so painful.
a little tough. Razor just switched to the Orisa now. As a Nightmare. They're holding on to their ults. I mean, PDK's got a visor. They're not a good ult, sadly. But we'll see.
At least it was a quick reset. You know, Razor does dive pretty quickly there and comes back out onto the Orisa as an instant swap.
Red X is in your back line with the Coalescence. And everybody has disappeared. Here comes the sound barrier though. That Coalescence looking rather meek in the face of Lucio Beats. Yeah, just running over them. It's really like Watching a Roman legionary just pace through a Gaelic forest and the Germanic tribe just pouncing on them, just not knowing where they came from. Tough stuff. 2-0 for Nightmare. As we see the Dilducks. They're swapping again. Razor back on a different tank now. Going to the Diva as PDK on Freya.
No, we're gonna skip over the number of countries that you just roiled into.
It wasn't Gaelic. I did say Gaelic. I meant Germanic, but it's the same effect. Same effect. You get what I mean.
Yeah,
they don't see where they're coming from, and they're killing them.
Yep, it's as simple as that. Another flashpoint capture for Nightmare. The swaps are not working here as they're going to take first control of this potentially third and final flashpoint. Another EMP, a downpour to boot.
Dude,
there's nobody there. You're seeing phantoms.
He's trying to catch Victory, who hit recall, but Victory just blinked where he was before.
Oh yeah, the fact that they're using that though, because they know that they can just solo ult somebody, and even if they don't actually get the solo ult, they still have things in the bank. Okay, well that was pretty good start, you know?
Yeah, PDK? No, PDK doesn't get out alive.
Never mind.
EMP hits 3, and they get 2 of them. He's the only one left there in the front line. It looks like Victory is gonna join him. Bit tough.
This is not looking great. I mean, Frothy Philly now switches over to the Ana. If there's going to be any sort of heroicism, it's going to have to come now. A big anti-nade. Maybe it opens things up here.
This is the Moira's fault. But it's not, because it's fun, but also Renex is not healing fit for Frothy Philly as well.
Razor ate the full bomb!
They get the kill onto Painkiller as well. Lukamina has got the rush. We'll see if they actually invest. Doesn't look like it, actually. 80% on board for Nightmare. Painkiller going to Winston now. Okay. If Frothy Philly gets one healing orb, we win the game.
Oh, well, okay, come on, let's find out. Kitsune Rush, everyone's in a bubble.
Yeah, no orb available now as the backline just gets turned into mincemeats. Self-destruct, though, is going to at least help Razor survive here. Nice! Inbound frames there by Chronic. Hits the little TP. And that'll be Nightmare finishing the map 3-0. And they're also 3-0 the series. Nightmare with a clean sweep. Now 6-0 in the regular season here in North America. Taking that #1 seed away from Geeke. But Geeke's match is up next. We'll see if they can kind of repeat what Nightmare just did. But no real shocks, sadly, here for the Dilducks. Although, again, they continue to be a team that is rather fun to watch.
Oh, they're super fun to watch. I mean, every time they come out with the Moira, I'm like, Zoe, teach me something new. Teach me where I need to now look in my ranked games to see if there's a flanking Moira from the other team. Show me the Coalescence 5K. I want it in my veins.
It's not happening. It's not happening. Moira's not good.
I'm not with you on that one because I don't want them to inspire people to pick those Moiras. I don't want anyone in my ranked games to be like, have you seen Dilducks recently? They ran this Moira comp. No, please do not.
The Moira hits Fade once, and then she instantly dies because she can't get away.
Okay. So in their defense, okay, which team was it? Because there was a team. Was it Peps? Was it Zerion that ran Moira? They actually won.
Yes, I think you're right.
It was, right?
It was like a Moira Lucio backline from Peps because you and FD got there with the Moira, and it did work. They actually won maps with that backline comp.
So maybe there's something to it. I don't know. It did not work here, so the point is null. Either way, we did get to see a Reinhardt as well. So Dilducks deliver on the vibes. They deliver on the aura, and that's all we can ask for of the Dilducks. Nightmare made it a clean 3-0, which is good considering their map differential. So that's exactly what they wanted to do here, and that's what we got. And I believe we do have an interview question mark. Yes! Exclamation point. Why is it a point and a mark? With Rhino joining us.
Hello!
Huzzah. Rhino, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. Clean 3-0 victory. Obviously, the Dilducks tried to throw some surprises your way. How do you generally feel about, I don't know, Reinhardt, Moiras? We're trying to discourage people from playing that since it's clearly not working for most of the teams. Give us your professional take.
No, it's good. I like that they like to
No,
have fun,
don't.
You know, there's a bunch of cool guys there. And Moira's like actually broken. No, Moira's insane. I'm not even lying. So, yeah.
Okay, we continue the narrative. Appreciate that, Rhino.
I like that. So I want to speak about your casty a little bit on Mechaface rolling into the front line over and over again. It was entertaining to say the least. How much prep have you had on Cassidy over the coming like week or so?
I mean, I booted up some Stadium today, and then we played one warm-up map. And no, but Luke was just trolling me. Luke was just late lamping me off cooldown. That's on him. Not even baiting.
I like that. Blame the sports.
Well, Rhino, it's good to see you. I feel like the last time we saw you, or at least the last time, like, I'm really remembering you putting so much time into Overwatch was when you were still in Contenders playing on Odyssey. And now it's awesome to see you in Collegiate. You're back here. And so, I don't know, what's it been like to come back and be back in the professional Overwatch scene?
It's been really fun, honestly. You know, I've honestly been playing the game consistently still pretty much since Odyssey, but I've just gotten busy with school. You know, I'm trying to study, get a good degree, so been a little busy with that, but I'm really glad, you know, Nightmare was a team that finally took a chance on me, and I feel like it's paying off, and I really enjoy my team and the direction we're heading, so that's good.
Love to hear
It's fantastic to see you in action. Also great PSA, kids stay in school. Education is very important. Even though if you're extremely cracked in Overwatch, education is still important. Rhino, we're gonna let you go and celebrate, and also of course get ready for your next match. We can't wait to see you back in action. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right. Also, a big shout out to Rhino's background. He had the matching carpet in front of his bed with the bed sheets in a sage green, which is my favorite color. Love the color coordination. It's more than I expect from most of our players, so big shout out there. Also, shout out to our player of the match, which is, drum roll, Chronic. There we go.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
there's no surprise. Like,
sure. Checks out.
Chronic's just correct. One of the best players on the team, I'd say, by far. I think his level of play has gone up year after year, and especially on Freya, and even on the Widowmaker we saw on Circuit Royale. It's just ridiculous. He's one of the best Freyas in NA. The GK match next week is going to be an absolute banger, and he's going to be target banned a ton.
Agreed.
I believe so. Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. They are still at the very top of the crop together with GK. Both of them, of course, sharing that first place, or rather GK will be sharing that first place again after their next match. Or maybe I just cursed them. Maybe Extinction is going to take this away, because quite frankly, Extinction played it close against Nightmare. Was that Nightmare trolling? Probably. But we don't talk about that. Extinction, gotta give them some credit there. They will be up next, but for now, Nightmare on top, at least for the next hour or so. We're gonna head into a very quick break, and when we're back, we will be ready for our last match of the day, Extinction against GK with Jaws and Necro on the mic. You don't want to miss it. We also have a special guest, so make sure to stick around for that.
Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna
Welcome back, friends. Before we get into our last match of the day, we want to welcome a special guest to the show. Joystick will be showing up in just a second. By some magic. There's a magic.
Hello.
There's Joystick, also magical. You're still rocking the Outlaw shirt. I can't believe it. Okay.
Outlaws, baby.
Content creator, streamer, a fellow Reinhardt enjoyer, I learned as well. How are you doing? You must be thrilled to see Reinhardt in action, even if.
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Even better now that you're around. I wanted to ask the first question, like who you're supporting in OWCS now that your loyalty isn't financially encouraged anymore by the Outlaws.
It's hard.
You were a content
It's hard because
creator.
I like all the former Outlaw players, so it's like I'm not like on a specific team that I love, but I like the players. Like Pelican, that's my goat. Violet, of course. Shu. Dear in my heart,
Yeah. Violet's been doing some crazy things in Masters, is all I'm saying. That guy's getting pinned off the map and stuff, but he's still bringing it. It's so fun.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you who your favorite player was. Yeah, definitely Violet.
Favorite player, it's Pelican, yeah. He's just one of the nicest guys I've ever met. I used to be on the Houston Outlaws as a content creator, so I got to meet and talk to some of the players, and Pelican's just the nicest guy I've ever met. He's so cool, and he's so good at Genji. Big fan.
Well, Joystick, what's been one of like your favorite heroes to see kind of like start to pop up in the meta? Like, I know Reinhardt's been really fun, but what else has really caught your eye?
I mean, I'm like a huge fan of like clean dives, so anything with like Winston, Tracer, Genji, like really like high octane, fast paced. I love that. Just clean gameplay. You can't really beat, especially with like the Korean teams. That's like my favorite to watch. I love the APAC region. That's like my favorite thing to watch as well. So.
Right on. Well, clean gameplay is probably not what we're gonna get from our last match of the day. I expect this one to be a bit of a brawl. Your thoughts on Extinction versus GK? GK obviously being the big top dog here. Are you usually rooting for the underdogs?
I am rooting for the underdogs. I do like Zamba. It's crazy. About 2 years ago, he's in my ranked game, and I'm like, dude, you're like the best tracer that's not a pro player. And he's like, dude, that means so much to me. And then he goes pro, and I'm like, what? I was right.
Aww. You spoke it into existence.
Yeah.
We got Joysticks to thank for this. I'm just gonna give you all the credit for that one. Why not? Well, before we let them play, we're actually gonna play a little game with you. I hope you've been warned. Also, Necra is the absolute biggest goat in this particular game, so be warned. She's gonna.
We'll see about that.
Kill us. Oh, you don't know, man.
No, I'm here to help.
She's built different. So the game is called Guess the Player. We're going to show a string of emojis, and our players, the 3 people here on camera, will have to figure out which Extinction or GK player or staff member they represent. So let's just get started and take a look at the first one we got for us. Here are the emojis. Oh, that's easy.
Do I have to guess what the hero is?
I have this one.
Yeah.
The player.
It's Reaper.
Who is the player?
Oh, the player.
I mean, that would have been.
Like in this current game? Or like any player?
There's gonna be players from these 2.
Oh, okay. You might have to pull up the roster. I need to see the roster.
This is lethal.
Yes.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, lethal. That's a good one. Yep.
Okay. Oh my God.
I think that point goes to Necro again.
Yeah.
No, we're a team. We're a team.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, we're a team
game.
On this one.
Some people do carry more than others.
Still a team.
All right.
That's all my group papers.
There's no I in team.
The way I spell it, there is.
Oh, I know this.
Ooh, that's like a Moira type thing. Or no, that's like a Zenyatta vibe.
Yeah, but if you go back.
Oh, can I say? Can I please?
Do it. Necro's like the kid in class, like snap.
I'm pulling up the rosters.
Yes, say it, Necro.
Ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet.
It's like the ray from
Ultraviolet.
the sun, and it's purple.
Okay.
Dude.
Ultraviolet.
Yeah, Jack is like,
Fair
how?
enough.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I
That
can't
was smart.
associate images
Right.
with names.
It's not for everyone. All right,
not for
our
Rose.
next emoji player is.
Oh,
Oh.
Admiral. Sorry.
Yeah, you
sorry.
got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
What?
Okay.
I think that one hit all of us at the same time. So
Yeah.
points across the board.
Nice.
We got. How many more do we have? Oh, okay, we still got a few more. All right, right.
Ooh.
Ooh, wait. That's actually. I have a guess.
What? It's a guitar, a pair of headphones, and a volume slider. Like what? What is your guess, Rose?
Wub.
Yes, that's
I'm
correct.
stumped on this one. I'm stumped on this one.
That one.
It's like, cause
But
like, you know, like music
wub,
makes like a
wub,
bass
wub,
sound,
wub,
like a
wub.
wub wub
Oh, it's
wub
like
wub.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a reach production.
Oh, that was a
I thought there would be
reach.
like a speaker, but I kind of thought maybe
That was a good
you
call.
know, with music.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. Again, Necra, an actual goat of all time.
Oh wait, not a player technically, but I know
Not,
this
not a
one.
player. That's not a player.
This is good.
That's a good one. I think I know this one too.
Got an
I need
idea,
to see the
Joystick?
player rosters.
It's
Just
not
pull
a
them
player.
up. I would have cheated by now. Like, I don't know why.
Can we name some players? I think I would know. Oh, it's Wheats. Coach.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's a good one.
Woohoo!
I like that one.
The farmer
All
holding
right.
a carrot
we
is
got
crazy.
one last one.
I know this immediately. Production gave me a hint, like ahead of
What?
time. I know what this is.
That's a glass
I'll
of
explain.
milk.
No, it's not.
Leaf milk question mark.
It's not. I know exactly.
That's what the regular old people are seeing. But if you were
It's Nenwai. If you've watched Hunter x Hunter,
Nenwai,
the way that you
what?
figure out how, like, if you've watched Hunter x Hunter, the way that you actually figure out what type of Nen type you have is by putting a leaf in water, and then you actually use your Nen, and then you can figure out from there what type you are. And the question mark is why.
That went straight over my head.
The real
not seen
anime
Hunter x
fans get it.
I've not seen Hunter.
I didn't finish
True ones
watching it,
get it.
unfortunately.
Joystick, what are you doing? You gotta
I love
watch
this.
it.
Necra, please tell
Yeah.
people how many times you've
That's a good point.
watched that show.
I can't say that to
I think
the
you have
public.
to say that loud.
She's seen it
I
like a
think you have to
billion
act
times.
yourself.
I really can't tell the public how often
This
I've
one is
seen
not
this.
fair.
I'm too busy with solo leveling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, everyone has different hobbies. This one goes to Necra. So Necra, yes, we're a team, but
Yeah,
you're the winner
Jack
of
knows.
the team. Is that a thing?
Nice.
Okay, that's good. I think that's what Rose looks like in real life. If you've not seen her at LAN.
Actually,
I'm ripped.
You look like
that's how you should
Zarya.
get your tickets to Stockholm. Like, she's actually
Zarya?
Wait, actually Zarya.
Sick.
Zarya
And
cosplay.
then Jack just put over
I just look pissed.
Matt's
I
phenomenal
need that.
Suck
photoshopping
it.
there. Absolutely love that. Joystick, you are our featured co-streamer as well. When people join your stream, what do they get to see? What are the vibes like? What are you doing on your
Oh,
stream?
you can expect hot and sweaty gameplay. You know, I played top 500. You know, I've almost hit rank 1 twice. I'm on mouse and keyboard now, so I'm like, you know, rolling with the big
Nice.
dogs.
So
I
you're
can
like
aim now.
Yeah, I was about to say you're a real gamer now. I used
yeah,
to
my aim is- Yeah, I switched
I heard
from
you're a
controller.
hunter
Now I'm
now.
on mouse and keyboard. I went to the dark side, but it was for a good reason. I still want to improve and I still want to get good. So my aim is getting crispy. So yeah, you can expect good vibes though. 100%. Good vibes on my
love
stream
that.
though. Tune in.
Good vibes and sweaty gameplay. We're here for it. Joysticks, thank you so much for joining us. Everyone, please make sure to follow Joystick on Twitch. And also, of course, today we'll be rating him as well at the end of the day. So make sure to stick around. But for now, we are getting ready for our first match of the day. So Jake and Rose, please take it away.
Jake?
Jake.
Thanks, Zoe.
It said Jake.
Second match.
It said
I'm
Jake in the lower third.
I'm not Jake. I am Jack or Jaws.
Not Matt either.
There is, to be fair, there is a lot of JAs or like J names. Johnny, Jake, Jaws.
Johnny, Jake, Jaws, Jack.
It's silly. It is really silly. But we are getting into the game. Let's get it. Geeky banning a Tracer away from Zomba, and Extinction gonna ban the hat. We're going to Oasis. I can't think now. I can't believe that she really did me like that. As we go to Oasis as our first map. Oh, I did. Okay, apparently it was in the lower third. I didn't see that, but.
It did actually say Jake. You
That's
actually
fine.
got done dirty by production.
That's fine. Jake's a handsome lad. I don't mind that at all. All right, let's jump into this next series, Rose. Geeky versus Extinction. What are the expectations here? Because Extinction did go to map 5 versus Nightmare the other week.
That's right.
It was, I wouldn't say it was a game of Overwatch of all time, for sure, especially when you look to like Gibraltar and stuff, but Extinction really fought back. Like Zomba was frying, honestly, on the Tracer, and you can see why. If they're going to a control map, they want to ban that away. Zomba, one of the best Tracer players I think we have in North America, and Jake actually, a long time ago, and even Joystick just then too, was saying that Zomba, without being a pro, especially back in the Overwatch League days, was like, why is this guy not up there with the very best? Like his Tracer is a thing to be feared.
I feel like it was just a matter of time. And maybe sometimes for some of those players too, you just kind of miss that window to be a part of a team. There is so much that you learn from being able to be on a contenders team, really trialing for a lot of these bigger professional Overwatch teams, whether it was in the Overwatch League or in Overwatch Champion Series. I think sometimes it's just like experience working with a team that can really set you apart from all the rest. So I love that now we've got this open ecosystem. Zomba gets a chance to really show off in North America. I think does come into this as a DPS that you have to consider as a big part of this equation. Wob as well, I think, is another player that for a long time, I think when you take a look at a lot of the DPS development in the professional Overwatch space, a lot of those slots were taken up by players from South Korea or just in the Asia Pacific region. And now we've got North America all to ourselves. We get a chance to see Wob and Zomba alongside all of these other incredible players really hit the server. So I like seeing the Sombra Sojourn come out from this Extinction crew. We're gonna see that matched on Geeky as well, and just a mirror across the board.
Yeah, complete mirror, which is not something we used to see. To be honest, Lethal ends up getting hit by a virus there and followed up by Scuff. Very fast comps, like you said, with these Winstons. You're basically just relying on a manual hack. Like, that's who you're trying to jump on as soon as Wob gives the call. Looks like they're aiming for the Lucio next. Admiral managing to skirt away, though. And Extinction, even though they got a kill, Rose, they're struggling to actually finish this fight. And because it's taken so long, Mymone found an opening and killed Zomba.
Now you're losing such a big source of this DPS as well, and we see this Venn diagram of Winston Bubbles still holding down that front line. Geeky, at the end of the day, get this capture, and there's still a fight being put up here from Extinction. I think we need to see Extinction actually fully disengage, come back in as a team, and it's going to take a bit of time. I think with a Sombra composition like this, it is a lot easier to operate once you've already had control of the point. It gives you a lot of the agency to actually try to set the pace of these fights. With that Sombra positioning, you already got the hack on all of these important health packs as well that the Winstons are going to be using. And Lethal set up too on the Sojourn. It's going to take time for Extinction to actually get a wrap.
Yeah, exactly. And because you have all that space, like, they walk in, you're behind them, you hit them with a virus, and you hit them with a hack, and then it's over. Mymone's pretty close to an EMP as well, only 20% away. Well, not too far behind, 10%, but that really does matter, especially on control. You being able to get a big ultimate like that, and a fight-winning ult, is extremely important to get that online first. Scuff TPing forward, they have the rush, but again, Mymone's just going to be buying his time now for Geeky.
It's also tough too because I think you look at what else Geeky has and they can initiate with any of this. It's going to be Scuff pulling the trigger onto the Kitsune Rush first, but not too long after. Geeky sees an opening to let theirs go.
Wob kills 2 in this fight as well. Admiral ends up going down. Cover's got the Primal Rage, instantly pulls it. Chasing scuffed away. Wob finds 3rd in the fight, but the EMP from Mymone is going to make this fight incredibly tough for Extinction. Cover just juggles Hattori away. She doesn't even hit the traffic. Karfa just doing so much damage. And 20% to go, Rose. Sound barrier for Nenwai. Sound barrier for Admiral. Lethal with the railgun is versus this EMP. Wob, this is going to have to be a giant one.
And it's so easy to try to actually stabilize against this when Admiral has that sound barrier. So where does Wob approach? And it's Lethal to die first.
Oh, wow. The Ultraviolet's going to go down as well. So actually, Nemwai's going to use the beat. Okay. A little passively there by Nemwai. Not sure you needed that one, but they end up just securing the point regardless. Tori's going to get taxied from the spawn, but just those neutral kills, Rose. They don't have to use their EMPs. They can use it for next fight. Hopefully catch Admiral off guard.
Yeah, really good that they were able to hold on to the EMP and they didn't pull the trigger on 2 big ultimates there. Just the one in the sound barrier. Look at that. They get caught by the EMP as soon as they walk in.
Yeah, perfect stuff. You have so much space control. That is the fight over with already. Geeky, they don't spend too much time hanging around though. Quick resets, and they'll be back in the action in a moment.
I think Geeky know too, as soon as they got hit by the EMP and Admiral got caught in it, there's no use in actually trying to fight that out. Die quickly, reset, come back in. You've got barrier advantage because you saw Nenwai just use it, and Lethal still has this overclock.
They're doing it in a spawn, Rose. Primal Rage is going to get flung in as well as Lethal just gets batted away, but still manages to snipe out Zomba and Scuffed. 99% for Geeky. They've only lost Lethal. And this fight, which looked very winnable for Extinction there, gets met with an Admiral sound barrier as they overextend.
Wow, I mean, the Admiral sound barrier was just so good on top of all of that extra health for Lethal to be able to go in with the overclock and at least push back the spawn. Jack, I almost felt like Extinction overcommitted there in terms of being able to try to get to the spawn doors. It left Geeky with the perfect timing to just go in with the sound barrier overclock combo, push everybody back, and it didn't matter if Hattori actually killed Lethal at the end of it. But, oh, let's see the boop. Oh.
Nice boot from Admiral there.
Yeah, it was super good.
Yeah, the overextension, and then, okay, we want to get Admiral's sound barrier out, and we can stay in the fight because we have Primal Rage. Then they don't count on Lethal hitting 2 shots and taking 2 out. Rough stuff there for Extinction. Geeky find the win in that first round. Compositional swaps though from both sides. Hattori and Kuffa now on Orisa.
Orisa, I think, is just going to be a little bit better here in these close quarters, so it doesn't really surprise me too much that we're going to see a different look from these tanks, as well as just the general composition that's going to support this. Although there are 2 different takes on the board. Extinction's going to go with a bit more of this like Freya Genji, really utilizing the high ground presence that's available on this map, versus Geeky, which are going to fight a little bit closer together as a team. You've got this Brig Cassidy that's going to play really closely alongside that Orisa, and then you've got Mymone playing that Adrian in the back line of Extinction. Whew.
That's a very fast approach there from Zomba and Nenwai. As soon as that Orisa went down, they tried to get the trade, but unsuccessful. Freya for Wub 2. Lethal on the Cassidy. Has a preference to play the like pure hit scans over something like the Freya.
But we do see the switch. So Wub is going to go ahead and go over to the Sojourn. Maybe still getting access to that high ground while still also having a bit more of that one-shot potential. I guess you got a little bit of an easier way to spray and pray too, to try to scout for the Sombra.
Yeah, this high ground's going to be pretty important here for Extinction. It's going to give Lethal less of an angle. Same with Mymone. Nemwai's already dead though to Lethal. Dear, that's not a good start there for Extinction. Everybody's super low. Zomba goes in for the dash. Does get one a reset onto Admiral, but that lamp is going to help. It's going to help Lethal out quite some. I mean, look at that. Can't do anything about it at all. This backline with Ultraviolet staying alive there. Again, is Extinction trying to finish these fights. They end up getting picks, but they cannot then proceed to get the next, the next, the next. It's Geeky's. One of their backliners is always staying alive throughout these fights and being able to capitalize on the fact that Extinction are overextending.
I mean, the unkillable backline, whether it's going to be the cookies over to the Sombra or you just have that BAP, that Immortality Field leaving Lethal alive for so long buys you time for that big cooldown to come up with the AoE healing on the BAP. And so, especially with the Amplification Matrix up too, like, you kind of just have to bully your way past this, but Mymone's ready.
Wow, yeah, Mymone does get hit the EMP, but NY ends up taking down the Sombra. You saw NY there actually did back for half a second. It was an EMP and it did get the kill onto Scuffed, but NY surviving here is going to be pretty big for Extinction. They're so close to Sound Barrier, and in fact, Extinction just going to walk all over the point. So saving Blade, saving Terror Surge, basically everything apart from that rush. They managed to get an early pick on UV, yes, but saving this many ults, again, similar situation to first round.
I think that was really excellent call there by Extinction, because now they get to go in with this Blade with the sound barrier behind it too. It's forcing out so many ultimates from DK.
Yeah, Terror Surge is going to come in. This rally is good for Admiral. Ends up picking up the mega health pack, so it doesn't go down to Zomba. And a manual hack and a spear will finish off the Genji. And now Wub can try and hold the door here in the front line with the ult, but that Terror Surge from Cuppa just drags Wub in to the firing line as Geek just walk over Extinction on that point. That Cuppa Terror Surge just won on the map, Rose. 92%. There's one person to touch. Zomba's been hacked already, and Geek, they're going to the spawn.
Yeah, perfect timing there from Cuppa. They can go touch the spawn doors and complete that little challenge for extra credit. And Geek, they take this map 2-0. Really not too many flaws in the system. I felt like every time they did lose out a fight, it was because they just had a maybe mistimed an ultimate, or Extinction got the better of them, being able to actually just hold strong against like the EMP, or finding really good fights there with their own ults. And an expected result so far, I think, for this series.
Yeah, just a little bite though for Extinction, to be fair. Just their ability to finish the fights is a little rough on the face of it. They're getting these early picks and you're like, okay, you're up 4v5, and you can see the idea is just to get in there. Like, okay, we found one, we keep the momentum going, but the ability for the backline for Geek to stay alive is just crazy. Like, and also Lethal picking up these kills here while getting battered by Hattori is not only a testament to the skill, obviously, of Lethal there, but also the backline kind of keeping him alive a little bit. Like, it's a really tough matchup for sure. But I think there are still some bright spots, like you said, especially for someone like Zomba.
Yeah, Zomba, I think, looked fairly good on the Genji, being able to go in with a lot of confidence and get those dash resets. But I think at the same time, you have to look at, well, Extinction, I think, have had some fairly good matches, but unfortunately, just haven't really been able to come out on top. And I think that goes back to what you were saying before about really following through on a lot of the commitments that they make in some of those fights, maybe just like not quite being at the same timing as they need to in order to like get the EMP to work, or even like the sound barrier. I think in that first round of Oasis was not as necessary from the Lucio as maybe holding it for another fight.
Yeah, their win in the season so far has been against Dildux, and that was in week number 1. A little 3-0 for the squad. The second closest series they had was against Nightmare. The map 5, we went all the way. Zomba really turned it up. They do have potential. They really do. I think Zomba, again, kind of has to have one of those games where he just goes crazy on the Tracer. And now the Tracer has been banned on Control, you can pick somewhere a little bit more favorable to him. So if you were Extinction, where are you going now?
Well, I think you have to look at maybe like Midtown, I think would be fairly good for the Tracer. I think if you wanted to play Tracer, you could also, or even like Tracer Genji, then maybe you can also take a look at something like a Suravasa if you really wanted to. I think honestly, Tracer is fairly good in most of our map pool. Tracer and Winston. So I think maybe, oh gosh, do we even go to like Gibraltar? I guess you go to Gibraltar too, huh? King's Row also very good.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Tracer very good on a lot of these maps. Winston too. Everybody's been kind of tentatively playing Winston, it feels like, especially when Hazard's available. I think any kind of Flashpoint map's going to be good. Runa Sapi especially as well. A very, very strong map type for both teams. Fits the skill set pretty well of Hattori too.
Oh, looks like we're going to Suravasa, I think, if that graphic updated correctly, with the lock button.
Yeah, Suravasa will be the map here. No substitutions either side either. So same 10 entering the server. Yeah, okay, just have a little Tracer game and you're going to be all good. Zomba's Genji is decent. It really is. But the Tracer is just really on another level and help them find success in the maps against Nightmare. We'll see what the bans are for GK. I can imagine if you're them, like, do you just opt to go for something like a Juno ban, something that will stop the rush from Extinction? Because Hattori can play ball, she can play the Winston, but the rush is where I think they found a lot more success on, at least in recent times.
Yeah, I think it's tough because I honestly, for Extinction, it looks like we have 2 Wrecking Ball bans. No, but you're right, actually. It is just the Juno and the Wrecking Ball, and I think either of these are really smart. For Extinction, I think just because we know Hattori can play so many different tanks, I almost kind of wish that they would be able to stick to one type of composition to start and then just really focus on mastering something like that. But it makes a lot of sense to see the Wrecking Ball banned here. Hattori has played Wrecking Ball in several of the past series for Extinction, and the Juno similarly has been such a big tool for GK. Just being like having double speed or having like Juno, Kiriko. I think there's a lot of really great combinations that taking the Juno out of the pool is a really good tool for.
There we go. We're back.
We're so back.
Yeah, I think the Wrecking Ball ban, very well targeted, and especially since this has been one of the more popular Wrecking Ball maps as well. Like, look at SSG, for example. Orisa on the side of GK. Extinction, though, happy with the dive. Hattori not wanting to match up against Cuffer. And normally when you're the underdog team, you probably don't want to go for the mirror. This is like, it's very like Overwatch League coded, but the amount of like mirror metas we had where you just kind of had to play the same thing, and the underdog team would just always just flop, like they would lose, right? Because you're just playing the comp against a better team and they're playing the same thing, so the styles in which you're playing are roughly similar. So it feels, at least right now, if Hattori's playing this, you're expecting a little bit more out of Extinction. Although, saying that, PK will end up winning that first fight and cap at the point.
But not without a couple of casualties on their own roster. I mean, Extinction did put up a pretty good fight for that first round. And not going to work out for them this time. But still, I think that does go to show that you were onto something with talking about not wanting to play the mirror. If Extinction can continue to play their own game with this Winston Tracer dive, then I think this is something that could actually start to find a lot of success in this map. But I think your struggle is you've got GK that's going to be ripping through your backline while Hattori is trying to make some type of rotation on this Winston, and that just played out before our eyes.
Yeah, you can't lose people on the entrance either. Like, this dive comp wants to execute a dive on a single target or a couple of people as a team, and yeah, losing Wub instantly is not good. Couple of packs there thrown towards Lethal. She takes a very early peek there at Extinction. You have to go for this final touch.
Oh, I think you can try to get the touch here, but it's still a rough one. I mean, look at this. Tracer's almost out of health. The bubble's already been popped there by the Winston, but maybe not all hope is lost yet. There's still a pulse bomb for Zomba.
Man, yeah, and Kike just running around Hattori right now. She's having a real tough time. Pulse bomb misses there for Maimone. Tanks end up trading, though. And now Zomba also misses the pulse. So, you know, 1-for-1 on missed pulses for both Tracers. So here comes the point flip does happen, but the likelihood of you keeping that is very slim, especially with that window from UV.
Yeah, the window comes through, and now I feel like the rest of the dominoes could follow, but there is a lot of pressure onto this backline. Ultraviolet is forced to actually back up alongside Maimone as Extinction, try to get the jump on this opportunity.
Yeah, I like this really aggressive push as well. If you can get another pick here onto Lethal, it's going to be good. Although, saying that, cover capped. Oh, Zomba. Oh. Speared and put on the barbecue there. Unlucky Zomba. And then Nemo ends up going down. They end up overextending a little bit too much there. You know, killing Lethal is great, but you still need someone to touch the point. So Gike with the flip, and then Cuffer basically soloing this entire fight. And Gike will end up capping that point up. Extinction don't even get a chance to use their Primal Rage, which would have been great for their level of success, or their chances of success even.
Wow, I mean, I think even if you use the Primal Rage there, I think you still struggle with having enough bodies left to come in and help you finish out that contest. So, overclock now for Lethal.
I really like going this early too. Again, find the pick, especially on targets that are super split. It's gonna be nice. And there you go. There's the Primal Rage from Hattori on the point, but an instant rally bash. And look at the health bar of Hattori already. She's already half HP. Sound Barrier is at least going to supplement that as Extinction want to keep the fight going. Admiral's rally nowhere to be found now. Zomba takes the kill, and even the window from UV, who's sitting at 1 HP, is going to assist in Lethal picking up a couple of frags of his own. Kike still managed to win that fight despite Hattori's heroics.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Lethal just being able to get a double there. Was that actually a collab?
Think so. Close to, honestly, at this point, I expect a lot of things from Lethal. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's true.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
It's been a long time, but oh, Pulse Bomb goes a little too wide there from Zomba. And it's also really early for Extinction. Maybe just trying to get them a little bit of space, but I feel like that would have been better served to hold on to. It does buy some time, at least for a dive to start to get set up by Extinction.
Man. Unfortunately, Wub Nation has fallen again. That is, yeah, Wub just being picked off over and over again. And it's funny too, because Cuffer is using this Terror Surge just to get Wub. Wub was dashing up to the high ground. Cuffer used Terror Surge to grab Wub back down again. Yeah, Tori probably should have hit the reset button there, jumped off the map a little bit earlier, because this staggered fight is just not it. It's going to be up to Zomba to touch. I think Zomba, though, is dueling out with Mimone.
Definitely kept busy right now. You can see this 3 seconds remaining, and there's no orange outline in sight. That's a second flashpoint here for DK as they move on to the third with ults to spare. It's gonna be Scuffer Extinction having this Kutsuna rush maybe throw into this next fight, but really, like DK close to this flashpoint. They get a chance to actually maybe even take a mid fight here, Jack. Got the overclock. Maybe they actually surprise Extinction with this.
And the game plan here for Extinction is just basically wait for Geeke to approach the choke, then jump on him.
Yeah.
And hopefully get a kill. Might even invest the early rush as well. The point is pretty close to actually being unlocked, so wouldn't hate it, honestly, if I was Scuff. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Jump on them as soon as they try and transition through the choke. But of course, Lethal comes up with an early kill. Headshots Wub, but Wub's already out of the fight. Ultraviolet does end up getting traded, but again, Lethal. Like how? So many kills just on his own on an island. That was just Rory jumping over Lethal's head.
I mean, there's still a couple of kills going the way of Extinction, but I feel like Lethal just starting that off so strong, and Kappa still has the gold. Not for too much longer, so Extinction do win out that fight at the end of the day, but I feel like that had the legs to kind of start to go bad. Lethal just starting things off so strong with that overclock. But Extinction here, I mean, with this Primal Rage soon, Sound Barrier as well, there's going to be a lot of just extra health to throw at this, but Lethal just keeps getting these first picks.
This is insane. Lethal's like first pick percentage here, I thought it was quite ridiculous. That was an aggressive Sound Barrier from Nemwai. Connects though, and that's what matters. Primal Rage in the back. However, this rally once again matched as Satori's life is going to be a little tough, especially with these flails too. Pulse Bomb from Zomba though hits, connects with Ultraviolet, and there's the backline dead. The commotion eventually ends as it is only a couple left, although still holding on to the point for a little bit as Extinction get the flip at 60.
Good fight coming through here from Extinction. They might have had to invest a lot into that last one to secure the flashpoint, but now last fight territory. Wub with the overclock. Scuff might even have this Kitsune rush ready to go, and look at how aggressive Extinction want to take this fight. They want to make it so that Geeke doesn't have a chance to touch this flashpoint.
Well, Wub takes out Ultraviolet as well as the lamp. Here comes Cuffer from around the corner, playing bodyguard right now, but no CDs really left. There's Spear Spit, it's got the Terror Surge, but Wub's got a dash. And yep, if that cap comes through, PK, they lose the tank, but they've got the cap. Can Wub actually get back to the point? Admiral succumbs to the railgun, as Extinction should get the flip again.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that cap doesn't actually amount into much. It's still gonna have to be Mind Mode to touch to re-trigger the overtime, and Cup is gonna come back on the Doomfist to hopefully aid in this process. As Lethal with the overclock here, this is how you settle a score.
Oh, misses the shot, and then Wido lands one body shot onto Wub, but that bubble is gonna just be the final nail in the coffin there, unfortunately, for Lethal. Bubble just out LOSing it. Pulse Bomb on the wall. No. All ults done. That's Extinction capping the point. Good little bap cap initially there from Geeke, but they couldn't keep it popping, Rose, like you said. That'll be 1 point on the board. Okay, Extinction not out of this just yet.
No, this is awesome. I mean, look at how much they get to go into this next flashpoint with. This is Pulse. They still held on to the Primal Rage and the Sound Barrier as well. And so I think this is really a good sign for Extinction to actually take us to a 5th flashpoint. Now, they still have to deal with this rally from Admiral, and I think if you allow these fights to get a little too close quarters is where the Orisa and the Brick can really start to turn the tide. But Extinction have a lot of ability here to just kind of set the pace. Oh, they even go in early with the aggressive beat again.
Although this rally, again, is going to be so annoying. Admiral's got this rally at the perfect time every time. Primal Rage in the small room is going to bat people away from the window, but a lot of Geeke is still shooting through it, so Hattori cannot stick around for too long. And you can see the health bar of the Winston just melting as Geeke get the flip mid-fight again. 15% for Extinction. They're not out of this. Wub's got the overclock, takes down Admiral, but this is a scrappy fight if I ever did see one. Wub and Lethal trade, so Sojourn's out of the fight, but Geeke still hold on to the point, and they've got Cuffer alive, and that's what's most important right now. Being able to hold and control spaces, the Orisa is what she does best, and it is My Moan that cleans up the last couple of kills, and they take that point away, and they gain 40% for their troubles as well.
But you hit the nail on the head. It was not clean. This was a lot of chaos that I feel like Zomba in particular on this Tracer truly thrives in. Same with Maimon, which was able to close it up. But Scuff comes in with the Kitsune Rush. Extinction are back as a full team of 5, and they are able to sneak the cap away from Geeke. As Geeke regroup here, they know that they can go in with this overclock.
Really nice kite there from Ultraviolet, dashing away, but Wub's Disruptor Shot finishes him off in the end, but they've lost Hattori, and they've lost the cap again, as Geeke sneaks it away. I mean, Lethal with this railgun, I mean, the overclocks have just been stupendous from the Sojourn. 20% to go. Extinction maybe get a touch for Hattori, but it's looking unlikely.
Oh, it's really not looking very easy to accomplish after that, too. Even if you get the touch, there's not really a lot to follow up after that, and you've got to walk into this Terror Surge from Kuffa. It's slim pickings here for Extinction.
Yeah, Hattori jumped in, double Gmaul ADS spec, dead. There's no chance of the Winston. Geeke with a 3-1 on Suravasa. They're on match point.
Oh, just being able to capture that first flashpoint gave me so much hope for Extinction to be able to get back into the series, but I think Geeke confidently shuts the door on that and brings us into this third map with a lot of confidence behind their play.
Yeah, I mean, expected result here for Geeke being 2-0 up, but Extinction, they still got fire in them, which is good to see. But I think Lethal is just... he's just the devil in this server. It's a nightmare dealing with this guy. Like, being able to just pop people like that with the overclock or just with the neutral rail just over and over again, first in the fight, like, you're fighting 4v5. Every single small engagement, it feels bad. I mean, Lethal is just on a tear, but you can't really expect anything less, honestly, from him. He's just an absolute beast. Was a beast on London Spitfire back in the day as well. I mean, yeah, he's not stopped clicking on people's heads, Rose. Like, a menace, a true menace.
I think it's tough to play against a player that's having this much impact as well, because like you can't peek around a corner without fear that Lethal's gonna take your head off. You also need to check your corners, because what if Lethal is behind you? Think about how many times both Lethal and Wub were able to take some type of off angle to just like make their presence known on the server. And yeah, you gotta watch your back. Like, it's gonna be Lethal, it's gonna be Maimon, it's gonna be the DPS on Extinction as well, really looking for those openings. But this map was still closer than what we saw for the first one, so I feel like Extinction, they are finding ways to carve out a little bit of hope and victory in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a little dogfighty, I agree, especially on that last point. Those fights in the small little rooms. It's kind of not too much of a surprise considering the comps as well, like Winston, Tracer, Soj. Like, you want to take fights early, and the way Hattori is using the Primal Rage too, it's not like, okay, I'm kind of isolating people, I'm hitting the Primal, killing one, jumping back. It's, I'm gonna jump to the back line, force an ult out of Admiral, and then we hope we can win the fight if I can boop someone away and then maybe Zomba kind of follows up. But Admiral and Ultraviolet, they're just staying alive unless Sombra has got a pulse bomb. Like, that's it. Admiral has got a rally every single time Hattori's got Primal Rage, and it's making it impossible to actually create that space with the Primal. So, yeah, the dive versus the rush, it can work out, but not for Extinction, not this time around.
It really does require a different level of coordination that I feel like it takes years for some teams to try to develop to actually get the dive to work against Brawl. So I think like there's still some points to really be excited about for this particular matchup, but I don't know, maybe with Rudasapi, maybe it's a little bit more open. Maybe the Winston dive is going to be a little bit better with some of these walls to play around. So I think Rudasapi is still a great choice if you want to continue to play this dive into this Orisa.
Yeah, a Wrecking Ball can't be banned, but Ball not so great on this map. It's like okay at best. But yeah, if you want to play the Winston here, you definitely can again. But will Hattori want to do that? Do they want to go back to something like an Orisa, just a rush style, instead of the dive? Because, yeah, it could go Ram, because it didn't work out on that last map. Zomba's going to be playing Tracer. I want to see big things from the Sojans, though. You got to catch up to Lethal somehow, some way. It feels impossible, but there's still something in Extinction, I believe.
I agree with you, and I think that I still just want to kind of see them stick to one type of play style and see if they can continue to work out the kinks a little bit about how to maybe play it a little bit smoother. Because I do think that there's a lot of different things available, and it's kind of like the same Team Liquid problem. You know, this team, right, I think has a lot of different looks that it can play, but how do you actually try to master something if you continue to try to play strategically around every single thing? I think the Ramattra could work. I think the Winston has looked really good. You just have to find ways to actually string together those team fights, which is easier said than done, especially when you're playing against GK that wants to cause this chaos.
I think if you're Extinction here too, I think you ban Sojourn. You ban Sojourn first because Lethal does like to play like Sojourn, Ashe, like Cast, like that kind of thing, and then you don't have to worry about Lethal just kind of popping heads every 5 seconds. And then you can just pivot onto a Tracer Freya kind of comp, although Freya's not been seen too much today. I think that's probably what you have to do. You have to target the DPS in bans, I think, because if you're taking away like a rush tank, it's like, okay, fine. If you take away Orisa, we play Ram. Like, if you want to play into the dive, that's fine. Like, Cuffer's a good Winston too. Like, I don't think a large amount of value can be obtained through banning a tank here. And yeah, there you go. Okay, so Sojourn ban for Extinction, Lucio for Geeke. So Geeke have done something, they've done Extinction kind of dirty here, to be honest, because you want to play the Lucio. Nenwai wants to jump on that and play fast with a Winston. So now you're kind of forcing them like, okay, do we play the Winston with a Juno and a Kiriko? You don't have perma speed? Like, it's... Geeke have really shoved Extinction in a corner here.
I mean, I feel like we have seen that before, though, from teams where we've seen like the Juno and the Kiriko can actually work as a part of the Winston dive. But I think the bigger issue with a lot of this is that, like, I don't know if we've actually seen Extinction want to play too many other options. Yeah, I don't know. Because I think the Lucio ban too really hurts you if you actually want to play something like the Ramattra. You would really love to have that Lucio as a part of that. And so, yeah, like if you play Ramattra or you play Orisa, you have to play Juno Brig? Or like, do you want to play an Ana here?
Oh, an Ana would be spicy, but against the Orisa, it's like, it sucks.
So hard.
It is not good. But yeah, this makes sense. I mean, Extinction, no Lucio, so they're on the rush. Zomba, Wub, Tracer, Cass versus Maimon, Sombra, Lethal, Cassidy.
So interesting that Maimon wants to play the Sombra again. Yeah, but I feel like that was a pick that did actually work out when we were on Saravasa. You play I'm thinking of Oasis at the very first part, kind of like one of the biggest differences between Geeke and Extinction. Maimon really loves to play this Sombra. I think the Sombra is so good, especially versus these Orisa teams, because, I mean, think about the squishy targets that you have. Scuffed, very, very squishy. That was an easy pickup here for Geeke after landing that hack, and now you get a chance to hack out like the Tracer, Cassidy. They both become so much more vulnerable if they're hacked.
It's so hard because what you're doing as Mymone is you're playing around like a large like AoE of where Wub can be effective against you, and then you're just, okay, if I can get a manual hack and a virus on somebody, Scuffed or someone on side of Extinction has to turn around. Zomba wants to be on an off angle kind of, right? Like peppering away and then going for a bit of pressure on the back line. And then Scuffed is like, I have to heal Hattori in the front line because the amount of damage that Lethal and Cuffer are doing to the Orissas, it's just too much. And it's a catch-22 situation for Scuffed there, unfortunately. Mymone's doing exactly the same thing again. Just hack virus from a range and yeah.
Can teleport out of there.
Looking around.
Oh, that's a good pick though.
Okay. Well, coming up strong. Like that a lot. Little 2K. For what? 8 minutes to go. So only a little bit of meters there. But this is the next big fight. No window for UV, but an EMP for Mymone. Nenwai, even if you use the rally, it's very hard to sustain through that EMP with just that ult.
Yeah, that's why we really look at sound barrier as something that can help just to kind of trigger enough of that overhealth so that you can actually stabilize. But you're right, like, I mean, it's tough because the rally too, like you need to be close, actually get the inspired healing, and I think, oh
my, what a stick from Zomba. Unfortunately, no lamp exists. And there's the EMP. Yep. That's Zomba creating a little bit of space there, but yeah, EMP is just too good. Hattori and Nenway didn't end up using ults, so you're happy to save that rally for next.
You are. I thought maybe this was so good. Like, if you actually get in there with the pulse bomb, you force out the immortality field out of the BAP, then you get a chance to actually go in with something like the Terror Surge rally on top of that. It's a huge investment in terms of ultimates, but I feel like really surefire way to get that huge skill out of the Baptiste, and then you go in and you really commit with the rest of those ults. But now it's like Geek are going to be the ones that actually pull the trigger first. There is an orbital ray from Scuff, but you're hacked.
Yeah, it's all good though, because Admiral is caught on an off angle. Both rallies and Terror Surges thrown in at the start of the fight there, but this orbital rate will rule the field. I mean, look, at the end of the day, orbital rate, healing and damage, still a pretty good ult. Even though they did nerf it recently as well, still exceptional.
Yes, you could still feel how much it can help out with a lot of these fights that really are just up close and personal. A lot of these fights are going to be front to back as well, so I feel like Orbital Ray really just helps to really push that presence over the top. Now that we're in this interesting scenario, Jack, like that, you know, 3.5 minutes are gone. Extinction actually could take the lead here in terms of this meterage, and they do. This checkpoint is so close as well. I'm not sure anybody's going to come in and touch.
Oh, Scuff!
Oh, no, that's just a
that was so sad.
Down the abyss.
Yeah, Scuff dead. Well, on the high ground using a high noon from like light years away. But they got checkpoint roast, and that's what's important here. They did, using Scuffed, sure, whatever. We got checkpoint. If we can just die on the bot, we can reset. A couple of us are going to get forwards, and we're going to be good to fight. Like, this is a good spot to be in halfway through the map.
Really good. I think too, especially with how much time is already taken off the clock. Like this is like a winnable situation here for Extinction. That's crazy though.
Okay, Lethal, I think, yeah, it must have body shot Zomba as well, because that's a very quick kill. And that entire reset, it's got GK used no ults. They get checkpoint now, and they're gonna get in the lead. Yikes, yeah, Zomba going down. Not good for Extinction at all. And now they're fighting into an EMP and a Terror Surge.
Yeah, this should be an easy lead for DK to take. Not only do they get checkpoint here, so they've got these forward spawns, but Mymone is already set up and ready to go for this EMP. And even we talk about the rally not being enough. Sometimes there is no rally for Extinction. They're just gonna follow this if they all get caught by the EMP.
Oh, from the high ground, EMP is good for a kill onto Nenwai. Man, the entirety of Extinction, the game plan there was just jump on payload, maybe get a big Terror Surge, but that EMP was perfectly placed from W Mymone. And then Geek extend the lead. That's 100+ meters now.
And this is looking real close to the finish line. You've got this rally. Lethal is going to use this high noon as well to make sure that Extinction can't actually come out of spawn just yet. Extinction do have that Orisa Terror Surge and the rally combo, so this is at least good enough to probably stop this from being a full capture now.
Well, Terra Surge in a bash from an NY Ultraviolet. Couldn't move. Character inoperable. As GK are going to lose this fight eventually, but still they got 116 meters. I mean, you're chilling.
It's such a big lead now. 4 minutes remaining. There's no gas left in the tank here for DK in terms of ultimates. So at least like Extinction, they probably can win out this fight in the neutral by this midpoint with the Pulse and the Orbital Ray. It would be crazy if they don't win with the Orbital Ray. But then from there too, GK can just play defense. They have a pretty sizable lead now, 50 meters. Over 50 meters, actually, if I do math correctly.
You. Wow, my moan is dancing with death there. It was in amongst like 4 people. The invis, I was looking at the invis timer like, it's gonna run out eventually. Okay, eventually Zomba chases down the pesky Sombra, but GK managed to steal the bot away, Rose, and they're over the checkpoint again. So forward spawns available. Lethal dies. Resetting here is completely fine. If you're GK, die on point, you've got forwards, your team can reset pretty quickly. You're happy with that.
Oh, they're so good at this. Like, at GK, we saw this on Flashpoint as well. Being able to back cap, being able to just kind of like take back control of a point really throws the the pace of these fights off. And Zomba, wow. Oh my god, I can't believe Lethal actually just like somersaulted into my phone.
I mean, come on, that's a team kill. Lethal. Oh man, he's like, I can save myself, guys, don't worry. My bone just perishes, explodes into a million pieces. All right, Terra Surge here for Kappa. Ooh, Lethal from the high ground. Gets a little bit of damage, but that's about it. And now they have to deal with this orbital ray. Terra Surge is going to grab it in one. A window from Ultraviolet on this high ground. Not enough to actually save Admiral. In fact, this rally from Extinction is large and in charge. But unfortunately, the angle too great from Ultraviolet. Taking down Hattori like that, you needed to survive. As soon as that window disappears, you're in such a good spot if you're Extinction. They only managed to sneak away a couple of meters there as GK win the duel once again near their checkpoints.
And now with the 2 minutes remaining, you've got EMP to carry you through one fight, and then you're gonna have that Terra Surge and maybe even Amplification Matrix for the next one. It feels like GK have a very firm control on this situation so far, especially if Maimon can continue to get a big hack onto a critical target like tank. I think any of the supports should be fairly good to close out this map. Minute and a half now too, this is extending.
They've lost Lethal, but they're happy to continue this fight by the looks of it. Admiral popping the rally. They get Sunbury through there, but he's all good. Wub using the right click. Okay. Oh, there's another kill. Expending one ult, not too bad there, but GK know that with only a minute to go, like you said, you just need to ult dump for this last fight, and the EMP is perfect for that.
Yes, I mean, you still have the EMP. If like the fight extends, then you start to roll into the territory of having your own Terra Surge and maybe even this Amplification Matrix again. Like, Maimon first though, up to bat, and that's a big pick onto the tank.
Hit Sue, but it hit tank, and sorry, it was golden. So Wub, despite getting hit by the EMP as well, kills W Maimon. Ultraviolet now in a little bit of trouble though, but with the window, it could be a hard swing here for the BAP. A good lab too comes through. Cuffet is going to eventually fall down, but survived for way longer than he rightfully should have. 30 seconds to go, and Extinction are split. Zomba is on the point, but you're dealing with 4 members right now of GK.
Oh, I mean, it looks like things are gonna be really tough here for Extinction. Even with the Terra Surge, like, you have to kind of start things off with High Noon and go from there, and still find a way to actually group everybody up. Maybe you win this next fight here with the ultimates that you have, but then it's gotta be perfection from there, and you don't get anybody.
No, got hacked out of the ult too. Man, W Maimon has been so annoying on the Sombra, to put it lightly. There's the High Noon, dragged over the shields. He snipes Wub. Thank you very much, Hattori. I'll take that kill. A nice little flashbang into the headshot onto Zomba as well. That Ray walking away from Extinction right now, and so is this match. I mean, Ultraviolet, sure, again, going down here. Oh, doesn't go down, in fact. Tell a lie, sorry, UV. Didn't know you bored like that. Takes the 1v1 versus Surf, still keeping Cuffer up. I mean, it's OT, of course, so it's going to be hard for Ultraviolet to stay alive, but He's, of course, going to take the 1v2, even with the window. I mean, go on, son. Avral's back in the action as well. Hattori finally shuts UV down, and that rally will end it all. There it is, Geeky with a 3-0 in their only match of this week.
Wow, Ultraviolet is the hero of that map. That is the craziest 1v3 I've ever witnessed in my life. Actually wins out the duel versus the Juno, almost wins versus the Orisa. I mean, there's a reason why Ultraviolet has been continuously talked about as one of the best supports out of North America. He found himself on some of the best teams in the Overwatch League, so he continues to put up really big numbers in this match as well for Geeky.
Yeah, I mean, this was not Extinction's match to win. Geeky came in confident, and they did not play around. Looking at you here, Nightmare, because when Nightmare played against Extinction, they were having a little bit too much fun with it, and therefore did drop a bunch of maps as a result of that. Now, Geeky made this one clean, just across the board. Really well played. That said, Extinction did push back. They did fight back here and there. I mean, they managed to steal a round on Suravasa. There was some pushback here on Runazapi here as well. So overall, I think they still held their own.
Yeah, I mean, their next match is against Supernova. That's next week on the Saturday. And then on the Sunday, it's against SSG. So there's still hope here for Extinction. That bottom 2 spot isn't going to look too terrifying for them. Dildux, of course, being 0-6. And Supernova is going to be their kind of main opposition, kind of keeping them out of that spot. And they face them. So I think even with losing 3-0 here, I don't think anybody should be too worried if you're an Extinction fan. Plus, a lot of these players, you're going to be seeing them again anyway next stage. Like, they're too good not to be in the OWCS, so don't worry.
That's right. They are very, very likely going to keep themselves out of the promotion relegation zone for now, which is good. And then they can, you know, just work on some things. There will be a bigger break, of course, during EWC. So there's plenty of time for those teams who don't make it to that event to kind of, I don't know, go back to the drawing board, make some switches, make some changes, get some practice in, whatever. They looked good thus far this stage, and we're going to see more of them. And of course, we're also going to see much more of Geeky. The next match is going to be very, very exciting, and I do want to chat with them about that. And that's why we have Lethal joining us now for a quick chat. So let's bring him in. I hear some noises. Lethal, can you hear us?
Oh, hello. Hi.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Hi. Nice to have you with us for a quick chat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Lethal, we're going to make this one quick as well and let you go immediately after. I just want to get your thoughts about your upcoming match, because so far you kind of made this stage look like a breeze. Your toughest opponent is yet to come. You're going to be facing off against Nightmare in your last match of this stage. How do you think you and the team are stacking up against them?
I think we already faced our tougher opponents already, so now we just got to clean this up. Final game next week.
Ooh, okay.
All right, easy clap. All right. What movie's in the background? I'm curious now.
I think it's Hunger Games. I'm not watching it, so I think it's Hunger Games.
I was about to say, did you just casually watch Hunger Games while stomping your opponents?
On the second monitor.
That's
a real question though. I do want to ask about like the kind of Sojourn and Freya. We've seen a little less Freya over the last couple of days. Obviously, you tend to prefer Sojourn. Ash kind of hit scanny stuff. Is there a reason why Sojourn's being played a little less? Oh, sorry, Freya, not Freya. I meant Freya.
I think Freya's still pretty decent. It's just I'm not as comfortable as her as I am on like Sojourn or Ash or Kree or like the other heroes. So we just tend to play to our strengths mostly, and that's kind of like our philosophy behind like the comps we play and like the style as well.
Could you actually speak on the Cassidy pickup? As of late, I feel like it's become a bit more important to a lot of the different teams in OWCS. I'm kind of wondering where you feel like the Cassidy strengths are and why you prefer to play that hero sometimes too in your comps.
I think the character, like the kit, is pretty strong. High burst damage, can, you know, tank a lot of stuff. And also just one of my better heroes as well. So it's a good counter comp against Freya because you can really 2-tap, especially long ranges too. It's kind of surprising since she has lower HP. And it's just tankiness
I mean,
and sustain.
frankly.
That's why.
You kind of just look really good on any hero you play, let's be real. And that's why you're also our player of the match for this one, so congratulations. We're going to let you go. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a good rest of your week.
All right, thank you for having me, and good luck to you guys as well. Have a nice day.
Thank you. It's the first time someone wishes us good luck with the show. That's very nice. Yeah. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That was Lethal from GK, and here are the standings after this clean victory from GK as they managed to be back on top. Now the map differential is still 2 maps between Nightmare and GK as they're fighting for that first spot. Why is that important? Because you want to have better seedings heading into the playoffs, of course.
Yeah, he already said, like, we've already faced our toughest opponent, so tomorrow, or next week, sorry, it's going to be a walk in the park. So I'm curious if that's actually going to be the reality. I think Nightmare have got a lot in them, and I think if Chronic has his way with them, it might be a different story. But Geekgate, they look good today. Lethal looks clean as ever. Plus 16, 6-0. This team is just gross.
So who do you think they, or he rather, referred to saying that they faced their toughest opponents already?
I guess like Liquid and stuff.
Like Liquid and Space Station, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they beat Space Station 3-0, and then it was a map fight. It was the Banger series.
Against
map
Liquid, yeah.
Liquid,
True. Well, might just be big talking. We don't know. We're going to find out how they stack up against the second best team we're having in this region. And now, though, it is time for us to say goodbye, but not before. I'm telling you once more to stick around and join our co-streamers as we will be raiding them right after this. So make sure to stick around, send them some love. Today is going to be Joystick. Tomorrow, we're going to give some love to Leg Day. So yeah, we love him. You love him. Make sure to hang out with them and say hi from us. Drops will be enabled for all of those co-streamer streams as well. For now, it's time to say goodbye, though. Jack and Rose, thank you so much for joining and calling all the action. We'll be back with more of that tomorrow, same place, same time. So make sure to not miss it. Thank you so much, and we see you tomorrow.